Okay. Time to find out if we are in fact live. I clicked go live. But I always have to wait until I get, somebody in the chat let me know. The only options I have over on my thing are stop streaming and end broadcast. So I think it's safe to say that we are in fact live. Oh, is that a notification? It looks like it. Alright, I believe we are live. Welcome, all of you who are right here at the beginning. It says there's 6 messages already, but I only see 2. That's interesting. Music for Life is here. A member. Always love seeing that in the chat. Alexis is here. Andre Louise is here, says somebody. We should, I have my mic in a different position today, so you guys will have to tell me. I'm trying to make it balance out a little bit more, because the problem is I have it on a boom, and it doesn't let me, because I don't have, like, infinite space here, it sits kind of close to my face, because it's spring-loaded, so I can't push it down to where I'd like it, it always pops up. So I rotated the mic and tilted the boom way off to the side, so we'll have to see if the audio sounds better this way. Lena popped in saying, hey, hello, Lena. I'm gonna read this book quick. Actually, I'm not gonna read it. I'm just gonna, skip through it. I should check my stats. I don't even remember where I'm at. I feel like in the last stream I was so distracted. Okay, well, we don't have any skill points that we haven't done. But scholarship we already maxed out, so I don't need to worry about that. We're actually maxed out for most of our skills already. We haven't maxed out drinking yet, or Houndmaster, but we've maxed out all the rest of the skills. Our secondaries are sitting fairly decent. I mean, we're not wearing our set here because I'm about to go to bed, and I remember in this mission it unequips it, so I switched over to this set instead of my armor set. Persuasion, Coercion are at a 20 natural, so that's already pretty good. Impression and Domination are at 13. Presence is at 26, and Intimidation is 21, so we're getting pretty influential there. We've maxed out everything but Speech, and we have one more main level to go as far as stats go. And for combat, we've maxed out nothing, but we're getting close with swords. Warfare is pretty close, and marksmanship is at 26. So we're definitely fairly high-leveled for where we're at in the game. Crash and Mysterio Bro says, hello, is there any Lords of Lipa Waffenrocks to get without mods? I believe the first one that I ended up getting was way at the end of the game when Hannes shows up with them. I was killing and looting every single person I could before finishing the final quest, and I believe I got the Lords of Lipa stuff there. But as far as stuff actually labeled Lords of Lipa, I don't think any exists in the game until that point. You can get some yellow and black stuff. Like, there are yellow and black Waffenrocks that would work, but not, like, specifically labeled. Shakespeare's Buddy says, good morning, DTG and chat. Good morning, Shakespeare's Buddy. Glad to see you in right at the beginning of the stream. Critical Lizard says, hello, how are you doing? A little bit better today. Honestly, I think I got one of my ribs to pop back into place late last night, because I was pushing on my back fairly gently after stretching or whatever, and I got a little pop, and then it felt significantly better. Like, the sharp shooting pains seem to be gone. Now it's just kind of like a constant dull pain. So that seems to be an improvement from my point of view. And breathing's easier. If I take deep breaths, it still has a little bit of pain on it. But other than that, we're doing pretty solid. So we're at a part in the story where we have to proceed. So the spot that we're at is we have to sleep. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to launch off into sleeping and saving. Then we've got some cutscenes and stuff, and then we can get into the action. So everyone let me know how excited you are for that. And tell me what you've been up to since Wednesday.
So you got your revenge. Father. Did it make you feel any better? It did. So what comes next?
Mark von Aulitz is next. Then von Burgov.
And is that what you really want, son? No matter how many people you kill, you can't change what's happened.
It's what I want.
Are you sure, Henry?
What's happening? Why are you waking me up? You again?
Yes, the Margrave is calling for you, sir. You and the other gent.
You mean Zizka?
I suppose. I don't know what his name is, but he's waiting down in the courtyard. I'm just on my way to tend to his wounds.
And what about Catherine?
That's the good wife who arrived with you? I don't know. I think I saw her with our captain.
Oh, very well. I'll go now.
Before you go, I brought you something for breakfast. In case you're hungry. Oh, have I been too bold?
No, definitely not. Thank you. Do you need anything else?
No, sir.
So, why are you standing here?
You haven't dismissed me, sir.
Oh, I see. You may leave. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
My thing about the dream sequence there where he's like, you know, what comes next? And then you tell him, I'm going to get some more revenge. And he's like, when will it end? Or whatever. I don't have a problem with that existing in the game if they actually give you a choice. If you could decide at this point, you know what? I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to take Margrave Yop's device and I'm going to go back to Retayer. I'm going to set up shop and I'm going to be a blacksmith or something like that. It should, if it gives you an option to be like, yeah, you know what? Revenge isn't the mission for me. I want to do something else. I'm going to go be a grain farmer or whatever. If it gave you that option, then I get the questioning. But on multiple playthroughs, you get to that point and you're like, yeah. We know how this is going to go. You know? But yes, I've been seeing several people in the comments there. Well, first of all, Sasha Heller says hi. Happy to catch the stream online. Welcome. I don't recognize the name, so awesome that you're here. And then I see some other people talking. Yes, you can definitely get a lot of the unique items in the game through the tournaments. So as long as the tournaments aren't bugged for you, it's one of the best ways to go. Not to mention you can also gain a decent amount of XP through them and make a lot of money doing them. So it's worth doing them as long as they're not bugged for you. The only time the tournaments didn't get bugged for me was my very first playthrough. Every time after that, I've had nothing but problems with them. So I'm excited to see if they work in hardcore mode because A, that would be more fun, and B, I miss doing tournaments. Redneck Zeus popped in and said, howdy, Redneck Zeus. Happy to see you right at the beginning of the stream. Captain Jones says, I'll be excited to see you take on some bigger, badder Kuttenberg region bandit camps. There's a hardier crew of Cutthroat now in hardcore, and fun fighting again in numbers. I'm excited to see that. I'm hoping that they are a bit more challenging. I know that the one spot outside of Sigismund's camp, the town there, is a pretty solid spot. But some of the other camps, I'm excited to see if they've been buffed. Curious Commenter here says, hello. Hello, Curious Commenter. Critical Lizard says, you can kind of do that in Sekiro, lol. You can end the game early with the evil ending. Well, that's what, I like it when games have that. Even if it is just an ending and you don't actually get to play a whole nother version of the game. Like, as I said in a previous stream in Far Cry 4, right at the beginning when you're in Paganmin's compound, he tells you to wait there for 15 minutes and he'll be back. If you actually wait for like 15 in real life minutes or whatever, he eventually comes back and you get a secret ending to the game. I love it when developers put something like that in there. Opadowitz, yeah, that's right, Opadowitz. I always forget the names in this game. They're not as easy for me to remember. I've gotten to the point where I have most of them memorized, but it's nothing like the first game. Andre Louis says, dude, hardcore mode is kicking my butt lately. Music for Life says, I also can't wait for you to be in Kuttenberg. I'm excited. It's definitely more exciting. It's the most excited I've been since my first playthrough. In subsequent playthroughs, you know, the transfer from the Trotsky region over to the Kuttenberg region wasn't as big of a deal. But now in hardcore, I am pretty excited. I'm mostly worried about map navigation. Yuvi says, Brabant was a tactical decision on the first run. He was clearly going to rat on me. Second run on, and there is no one to rat to. I've always killed Brabant. Alright. Commander Jester de Juggler said, I still never got my Crab Rangoon. Man, I would love some Crab Rangoon. Frickin' love that stuff. Alright, I gotta remember to grab some bolts, because I did run out last time. I put all of the level 3 stuff and the unique shields and everything that we were carrying at the end of the last stream in the chest here, and the rest of it I dropped on the ground outside, so... piercing bolts and the marksman bolts are roughly the same, so we'll just grab 30 piercing bolts. Whoopsie doodle. That's not what we wanted. There we go. That is what we wanted. My broad longsword is still significantly better than Radzig Kobela's longsword. Since I have that inventory locked, I do think I will reforge it once we get to the open world exploration. We'll try to max it out as good as we can. See if we can't at least get the level 4 stats on it. If it wasn't inventory locked, if I could just put it in the chest, then I wouldn't worry about it. I would just, you know, craft myself a level 4 dueling longsword and rock that. But since it's inventory locked for most of the game, and we're in hardcore mode, and it has, you know, it weighs 3.4 pounds, we're going to go ahead and reforge that at some point, probably in today's stream. But with all that being said, let's switch back over to this outfit, and let's go to the meeting. Or I think we have to go talk to Zizka first. Critical Lizard has done 1 tournament so far in hardcore, and it worked for him. That's good to see. Yubi said, finished hardcore with all negative perks. It's not hard, but it takes some time with no fast travel. Well, like I said, the biggest thing, there's been lots of changes, and for the most part, I think they've just been, on the whole, very positive changes. But the biggest challenges are definitely navigation related, because there's no map marker and there's no fast travel.
How are things, Captain?
What do you think? I've seen better days.
Yeah.
Just wait until...
Nah, don't say that.
Well enough.
That's what...
Let's get through this part.
Are you expecting...
On the way. Well, no, I'm not... He might...
Shakespeare's buddy says, oh, you guys will help me with the navigation. That does help. When I've got you guys in the chat helping me find out where the hell I am, that helps me get back on track a lot quicker than it would if I, you know, didn't have that. Alright. Andre Luis says, oh, by the way, DTG, your level 3 collecting thing rubbed on me, and now I'm doing the same. Like I said, that's just the method that I do in here. Because if you follow that as a rule, make sure every time you get unique level 3 things, you put them in your chest, you quickly build up a collection of pretty much every item in the game at level 3. I don't keep anything else. If I've got tons and tons of money, I will usually just drop all the other stuff in a town somewhere because it's fun seeing people running around with stuff on that they normally wouldn't have. Other times, just take it and sell it right away. Captain John says, I found so far blind map navigation in Kuttenberg is much more challenging now. It's the vastness and confusing roads. That's what I'm worried about, because I know the Trotsky region fairly well. The Kuttenberg region I definitely don't know as well, because it's huge, and there's a lot of space between your landmarks. The Trotsky region, you can pretty much always see Trotsky, and you can use that to navigate. In the Kuttenberg region, I'm worried that I'm not going to have as many identifiable landmarks, at least for a while. Critical Lizard said, do you think they should give maces, warhammers, and axes master strikes to make every weapon viable? I don't think they should. I think the master strikes should be limited to swords. But they did say they were going to do changes to make all the weapons viable. So I think there are ways to do it other than master strikes that can make the other weapons more viable to use.
Hello. The worth... I'm just holding it.
That's not in there.
Oi,
Leave.
now look.
Do you...
Come, pull the fur. No chance. Fucking hell! Enough! I give up!
I was not expecting that to quickly turn into a duel, so I had muted my mic, because I had to sneeze. It's always fun to face off against Pullcock, you know. There's very few things that feel as good as you know, going into the ring and taking a real hard swing at
Excellent,
Polcock.
Henry.
Ah,
Hey, look, they gave me
it was
gear.
nothing.
Good, Kama. You have my admiration. You really are good with the sword. I hope my idiots learned a thing or two from you.
You should receive.
Yubi
some
says,
kind
I
of
don't think it
reward
can be
for
level
helping
4
us."
before it's given to you by Radzig.
rewards
No,
did
but
you have
if
in
you
mind?
forge it
I
perfectly,
was
even
arranging
though
seven bags and I
it won't
remembered
show
I
that
had
it's
a
level
small
4,
memento
it'll show it's
for
level
Trusty.
3, it'll still have level 4 stats.
What is it?
A hunting crossbow.
So.
I even think it's von Berghoff's. I was meaning to sell it, but it might serve you better.
My word.
See? She gives us a crossbow because we
you.
proved that we're a good
Better be
swordsman.
going. The Mar.
Wait, you're gonna
You said it'd be. How did you know that?
a woman's in.
I heard.
They are.
Just figuring we could find out if he'll
And yet,
teach us our sword strikes before we do any of this stuff.
What happened?
They have that.
How do they?
Not these.
How do I?
Does this or you can.
Where?
They've when you pop.
I need to.
You'd be and that.
I'd like to.
What do you?
I'm interested.
All right.
See, we can learn from him quick before we go and talk. That way when we have to leave, we'll still have it. Curious commenter here said, did you have time to watch the GTA 6 trailer? 2, thoughts on the graphics? No, I didn't. I saw it this morning and I was like, I should watch that. But then I was busy right up until the stream started. So, I still have not watched the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailers. I've been doing really bad though. But to be fair, outside of the streams, I'm super busy this time of year because it's, you know, springtime. I have to get things ready to go for the year. And it's a lot of outdoor work and all that sort of stuff. Like this weekend, I have to go through and we're rebuilding and fixing up pasture to get it ready for the cows to go back in. And whole big thing. Had to get my lawnmower serviced this week. Got that taken on Monday. Still waiting for that to come back. I hope it comes back so I can mow the lawn today. But anyway, there we got our... You know, they must have... That's funny. They must have patched it so it doesn't take your clothes off. Because I remember that mission... taking your clothes off while you're asleep. So I'll switch back over to this since it looks a little bit more appropriate for a conversation with a Margrave. But let's move on to that conversation with the Margrave. Critical Lizard says, do you know if it's possible to learn both the longsword combos from Menhard and Master Nicholas in the same playthrough? I have not tried.
Henry. Where's Captain Zizka?
He got held up.
I received a report that von Bergov's banner is flying in the camp of my dear cousin Sigismund, so I assume the negotiations at Trotsky didn't go too smoothly.
No, sir. I don't have good news for you, I'm afraid.
Well, good or bad, I'm sure you have plenty to report. So what happened with von Bergov at Trotsky?
Bergov had no interest in our message. By the time we finally arrived at Trotsky, he'd already long since made a deal with Sigismund. But of course, he didn't tell Sir Hans and me anything. And on top of that, he used us to do his dirty work. Everything went to hell in the end, and we ended up in a dungeon. Or at least I did. They took Lord Capon away. In fact, that's why we're here. We were following von Bergov's trail.
So I've heard. But I'd be interested to know the details. It's been some time since our meeting in Ratai, and now you appear here by the side of a quite unexpected guest.
An unexpected guess?
Yes, of course, I've heard of Zizka before, and of his unconventional ways of supporting our king. But I don't know where you know him from.
We met outside Trotsky, in rather complicated circumstances. We crossed swords. I can only thank God we didn't kill each other.
And who was giving Zizka orders? Do you know?
I think it's some Jan Sokol of Lamberg.
That would make sense. He was always quite pig-headed.
Forgive me, my lord, but How is it possible you don't know? Aren't you all on the same side?
Bear in mind that my dear cousin, His Majesty King Wenceslas, has many supporters, and each of them has their own ideas about how to defend him.
That might not end well. My ma used to say when two different people do the same thing, it's not the same thing.
Your mother was clearly a wise woman. Nonetheless, I've heard you've had another proverb in Bohemia. Too many dogs means death for the hare.
Well, if the same applies to the ginger fox, I'm all for it.
Time will tell. Let's move on. I heard something about a pillory and poaching. What in God's name did you and Sir Hans get up to?
Well, it was Sir Hans's fault. When they refused us entry to Trotsky, he went straight to the tavern and made a scene.
You were refused entry to Trotsky? Von Berghoff left a nobleman standing outside the gate?
Well, to be honest, Lord Capon didn't really look much like a nobleman. We were ambushed while bathing in a pond, and then we fled through the woods. So we really looked like a pair of beggars.
Ah, that must have been a peculiar feeling for Lord Capon.
Not only for him, sir. I may be just a bastard, but that doesn't mean I'm used to begging at castle gates dressed in rags.
Believe me, I didn't intend in the least to make such an insinuation. In any case, are you sure there's nothing else you want to tell me?
Well, you should probably know that Istvan Toth was working for von Berghoff.
Who's he?
One of Sigismund's cronies. He was causing havoc around Rattay.
Ah, yes. Hanush and Radzig mentioned some such person. They even foolishly let him go.
They had to. They gave him their word.
Yes. Well, it's actually quite heartening that some people still have such naive ideas about the world.
Well, no one let him go this time. He's dead.
Very good. From what I've heard, he was a bandit and a cutthroat. There should be no dealings with his ilk. And do you want to tell me anything else? Besides about Toth?
That's all that happened, sir.
Truly. My court messenger and bearer of tidings, both good and bad, John of Liechtenstein, has mysteriously gone silent. So every piece of information I get now is precious. By the way, you said you were in von Berghoff's dungeon. And I can imagine how they treated you there. Tell me, did you reveal anything?
Well, they asked questions, yes. But I was counting on that, and prepared myself for it.
How did you prepare yourself?
Well, I mainly told them things I was pretty sure von Berghoff already knew. Like that Radzig is a supporter of Wenceslas, that you and I met in Rattay.
And was he satisfied with that?
Well, I don't think he expected anything more from a simple servant of Lord Capon.
That's true. I must say, Henry, you've pleasantly surprised me. You can keep a cool head as the world around you burns. You'll make it far. Thank you for the news. You're free to go if you want. But I would be glad if you stayed at the fortress. As soon as it's possible, you can join a legation heading for Rattay. I'm sure you already want to go home.
Sir, that's a generous offer, and I appreciate it. But it's not what I want.
If you wish to stay and help here, I'll be glad, of course. I need someone to escort my envoys, and you've proven yourself more than capable.
It's Lord Capon, Your Grace. I came to find out where he is, and rescue him.
A noble thought. But you mustn't worry about Lord Capon. I'm sure von Berghoff has him trapped in a gilded cage.
But I made a promise, sir.
I understand, but honestly, Lord Capon is now safer than you or I. The most sensible course now is to wait for the ransom demand.
Margrave.
Ah, Captain Zizka. Henry and I were just discussing Lord Capon.
Yeah, the Margrave thinks he's in no danger, and we should wait for a ransom demand.
As one does.
I wanted to talk to you about something else. I suppose you're wondering why your friend Hinnek, also known as the Dry Devil, isn't here?
Oh, there's plenty of gossip going on around the fortress. You and Pisek refused to grant him asylum.
Asylum is for those in distress, Captain. Hinnek came to burn and pillage. I have quite different plans.
And what might those be, Margrave? Sitting and talking while King Wenceslas rots in a dungeon. What would I expect? Not so long ago, you were conspiring with Sigismund against Prokop, your own brother.
It would be futile trying to explain to you the intricacies of the Luxembourg's dynastic politics. Let me just explain that that was what was called for in the situation. But I assure you that I am now acting in the best interests of this country and of King Wenceslas.
You're acting first and foremost in your own interests. Everyone knows that.
Strong words coming from a man who earns his bread by killing merchants on the road. No offense intended. I applaud your art. The pen is mightier than the sword, but there are times when it's vice versa. Enter!
All ready to leave now, sir?
Good. It's high time. I expect the captain was about to leave anyway. Are you not?
With pleasure.
And you, Henry?
Me? Well, sir, I made a promise.
I understand. I won't attempt to keep you here by force. But bear in mind, I have concluded a very fragile truce with Sigismund, which gives us time to get ready. And if anyone should disrupt my plans with headstrong acts of violence, there will be consequences. Grave consequences. I consider this matter closed. Farewell and good luck.
I get the feeling Yopes didn't make a great impression on you. Are we leaving?
Yeah. And Henry's going with us.
Wait, you'll help me find Capon?
Sure. But we'll need people for that. And information. Catherine, I've got a job for you.
Yes?
Go to Kuttenberg. Find out what happened to Liechtenstein. If anyone knows what's going on in this godforsaken country, it'll be him. In the meantime, we'll go and find Dry Devil and his band.
Good luck. I'd go all the way to Rome to spy if it kept me away from the devil.
Let's go.
That was a long cutscene. I didn't remember it taking it. I was gonna say, where the hell are we? All right, let's follow Zizka. Yeah, I've been watching the chat go by as I was enjoying the cutscene. So we saw Alexis asked about Meadow. I have never tried getting Meadow, but people constantly comment on my videos, like my horse videos about it. So
I'm up for that.
I do want to give that a try. Is that in this map, or is that in the first map? Because my plan is to replace Pebbles on this playthrough. I was just going to do Pizek Lad, you know, go once I get to Kuttenberg, pick up Pizek Lad. But I'd be interested in seeing Meadow. What color is Meadow's coat, and how do the stats compare to Pizek Lad? Because otherwise I'll just go buy Pizek Lad. I've got plenty of money.
We need capable men, and the devil's capable.
I agree, by the way, about Attila. I hate it that
Not sure what the
they
three of
added
us
a feature
is.
into the game where you can steal horses and all that sort of stuff, and you can actually, they have a mission where you get Attila, and you can go to the person who allows you to steal horses, but they refuse to allow you to keep Attila, so I don't like that.
Say step on Sigismund's
I feel like there's probably a mod out there that replaces, like, Paisaklad or one of the other high-level horses in the game with a skin that makes it look like Attila. I haven't looked, but I'm sure that exists, so if you're playing on PC, at least you could do that.
If his spy network really lives up to the legend, he'll surely know where they're keeping young Capon.
I hope so. And when he's free, then we can step on
Dan, the
Sigismund's
D-Law
toes.
84 says, my 10 negative perk, Henry, is OP now. The only perk that really gets me is the sleepwalking one. I just drink the energy drink to stay awake. My Henry has PTSD from sleeping. Yeah, I started using Cockerel too. So, is the time where we can get Zizka's mace, is it here at the Devil's Den, or is it when we're ambushing the caravan for, to rescue the Dry Devil? Because remember, we wanted to try getting the Zizka's mace in this playthrough. Well, the game is saved, so if it's at this spot, I'll be able to reload the save if we miss it, but I'll just watch. And if he drops it, I'll be able to get it. Oh yeah, that's right. I had leveled up before when I was doing the training. What did I level up? Or did I already pick something? It must have been Warfare. Okay, so it's at the spot where you're saving the Dry Devil. I just remembered him pulling his mace out at this part, so I thought maybe it was at this part.
I warned you, you had it coming, you drunk.
Hang on, I didn't see it. Does feel better when I've had a drink. It's a gift from God.
Either you pay us back our coin, or you can leave your head with us.
You wouldn't get a crossing for an alternative, mine.
You're right about that.
I'd have a use for that turnip, but I can only pay for it with iron.
Zizka?
You turn on your heel and get going, if you value your life. You might have noticed, there's more of us than you.
That can be fixed.
I'm going to keep my eye open just in case he does drop it at this scene.
I'll get you.
So it appears that the Paisaklad is in fact better than Meadow, so just gonna watch just in case he does drop it. Nope, he didn't drop it.
Do I have to pull you out of trouble again?
It's good to see it. Huh?
We're gonna skip this because Kubienka's really annoying for this introduction here and the first mission with him, so we're just gonna burn through him. He becomes one of my favorite characters in the game after a while, but here at the beginning he's really annoying. Joshua Hartnett says, the Somnambulant is not fun in Kuttenberg area. Seriously, even at daytime, I always get lost outside of Kuttenberg. That's the thing, I don't want to risk it, because I know that this region's going to be so much harder to navigate in that I definitely don't want to be risking waking up in the middle of the woods somewhere.
Do you know why? How long?
Come on. Freaking knew this dialogue was super duper long. Goes on forever.
You'll go. Great. Don't keep an eye.
Oh my god. Yuvi says you can just go to the cannons instead of walking. Yeah, once you get to the spot. Oh man. I was hoping that those people would still be sitting there. Once you get to the spot, I remember where they are, so I just grab them right away on every playthrough since the first one. But you have to ride with him and listen to him until then.
We tried to capture him.
Critical Lizard says, what is your favorite helmet aesthetically? Definitely the Italian bassinet.
That is how friendships for life are made.
That is, it's easily my favorite style in the game. Aesthetically speaking, my favorite one is no helmet. I know that, it's funny too, because when I'm like talking about movies and stuff, I always complain about that, because they do it so you can see the actor's face. They'll have them not wearing a helmet, but if you were in medieval combat, and you could only afford one piece of armor, you would want it to be a helmet. Because it's the most important part of your body to protect. But that being said, in the game,
Didn't think it was funny.
you know, obviously, because every conversational scene, I think Henry looks way cooler if you just have a male collar on, or one of the folded coifs if you have a mod for it, and no helmet. I think he just looks a lot better that way. But yeah, aesthetically speaking, if I'm wearing a helmet, it's the Italian bassinet. It's my favorite looking one. The Nobles one looks pretty good too, but I think I like the Italian one better. And the Nuremberg one with the male collar on it, with the male Aventil, I should say, I like that one too.
Oh, well, I cannot help myself.
The Fuzzer says Kubienko is awesome later on. Yeah, like I said, he becomes one of my favorite characters, but here at the beginning, he's really annoying. He starts getting better after you save the Dry Devil.
So you're a mercenary, cutthroat, swindler, drunk, and on top of that, a philosopher.
I'm a man of
Marty McFly says, I think in my playthrough when you get ambushed, I'm going to play like Pebbles died. That's my plan. Because in the scene where you're riding into the ambush, your horse gets shot. And like falls on you or whatever at the beginning. So canonically, I believe, if you are riding Pebbles at that point, Pebbles is dead. So I'm going to get Pizek lad. Under that understanding. We're going to pretend that I'm not riding Pebbles right now, and in my headcanon, we're going to go with that same thing, that at the ambush, the horse that you were riding died.
But it won't be with booze.
You are very lucky to be with Zizka, that you saved me.
I'm starting to regret it.
That's why I like you. We will have so
Commander Jester de Juggler says, I love the kettle helm with the split in the front. Oh yeah, the one with the little, like, cutout. I know the one you're talking about. Yuvi says, it doesn't help being up a ladder. How does he climb down the ladder in his sleep? I agree. I think that there should be ways around the somnambulant perk. Like, you should, if you go to sleep in a spot where you're up a ladder, Henry should just wake up while in your sleep or whatever, and he should be like, maybe you fell down the ladder and you lost like 5 health points or something like that. There should be a way that you can get around him sleepwalking, because real sleepwalkers, I feel like, generally don't climb up and down ladders. Yuvi said Kubi won his heart after the Jewish quarter scene. Like I said, I really like him for most of the game. He's just one of my favorite characters. It's just right here at the introduction, he's definitely very annoying. I was just ignored him through that whole conversation there, so I'm not super annoyed by him at the moment. Defazer says, how do you get the Nuremberg bassinet with mail? I know one way you can get it is through tournaments. Otherwise, it's a random loot spawn, but it's not very common. I think I remember seeing a comment someone had about one of the traveling merchants you can run into sometimes sells it. It's also the one that Von Berghoff wears in the scenes where he's dressed in armor. Curious Commenter said, the game Ghost of Tsushima has a setting to remove helmets in cutscenes, and it's turned on by default. It elevates the game significantly. I like being able to see the expressions that characters make in a game like this during conversations. So, it's like I said, it's why I like it. Someone was telling me there's a mod for KCD where you can, it like gives you a decent level of armor value when not wearing a helmet, so you don't have to wear one, but you're still protected in combat. Hey, look, it's Moot. Or Matt, I should say.
I found them. I've got the hand cannons.
You found them.
Marty McFly says, I've never had Pebbles at the beginning of the second map, even like where you're at right now. It's always just been a horse. Unless you whistle for your horse, then Pebbles does show up.
But no more delays.
As master commands. Mount up.
Pult says, I somehow ended up with the Warhorse armor set. It somehow just showed up. Yeah, that's, it'll be in your inventory for every playthrough once you've got that on your account. And they switched it so you don't have to watch the streams or anything anymore. They just associated it to your pros account, where you do in-game stuff and you earn it over time.
I think I've heard that one before. To hell with the hand cannons. Don't you want to get on the road?
Commander Jester de Douglas says, it makes perfect sense since people also have ridden bikes in their sleep. You awake, just not conscious. I know one time when I was in high school, so I lived with my dad, and what we would do is he got up early in the morning because he went to work at like 4 in the morning. So he lived all the way across town. I would wake up when he woke up. He would drive me and drop me off at my mom's house, and she lived like 2 blocks away from the high school. So then after that, I would just chill there for 2 or 3 hours or whatever, and then I'd walk to school. I remember one specific day where I got up at the regular time, got dropped off at my mom's house. I was tired, so I lied down on the couch at my mom's house and went to sleep, and when I woke back up, I was back at my dad's house. And I called my mom and asked about it, and she's like, I don't know, I just figured you didn't come over this morning or whatever. So apparently, I sleptwalked all the way across town. It was about not quite 2 miles. So that's the farthest I've ever sleepwalked. But I don't do it anymore. As far as I know, I don't sleepwalk anymore. But I did for a little bit when I was in high school. Captain Jones says, I just got the notification. Brushes with Death DLC releases May 15th. I saw that. Someone had shared that on Twitter the other day. I saw that. Sergeant John said, wish I could watch the full stream. I mean, you can. You have my permission. And we're not that far into it. We're only 40 minutes into the stream so far. So this is the scene, so we'll save here. So that way if we miss his mace, we can try again.
Felling a tree across.
We have the hand cannons.
How did it go? Any trouble?
It went smoothly.
That's right. My memory's like,
Civ?
See how well we understand each other.
What's the plan?
We wait. We'll position ourselves on the flanks, and when they pass, we'll attack.
Why are the wagons standing there? I was hoping we would block the road with a tree or something.
Look what I managed to find. A true march of the maimed. If they had to cut down a tree, they'd chop off their own limbs. We at least took a wheel off. It looks less suspicious, and the convoy will have to stop anyway.
Oi, fuck, but...
But what?
I would put it a little further back, so they will not see it until they are right next to it.
Ah, look who's thinking. And what then?
Then we rise with the hand cannons and blast the bastards to smithereens, from above.
What a load of rubbish.
What rubbish? It is like a battlement, but on a wagon. You get it, right? Haha.
Shut up. We'll do it my way.
Make up your minds. It's hard to say how much time we have.
So, Kubienka, take half of the men and go over there. The rest will stand on the other side.
Where will I go?
You'll stay here with me.
And then what?
We'll wait for them to arrive. And then...
Are we there yet? No, how many fucking times have I told you? Are you deaf?
Pay no attention to him, Rupert.
Pay no attention to him, Rupert. But you hold me up in irons. You can't even show me a grain of human decency.
Halt!
What the fuck?
Damn. There's more of them than I was expecting. We can't back out now. Let's blast at them and seize the advantage.
Oi! You two! Get that wreck off the road.
Not to worry, Honorable Sir. We're working on it. To the task!
Matilda! Fucking hell! My leg, damn it! You idiots!
Now that was just a warning shot. Surrender, or the next one will go straight through your guts.
I love that, the choices they made with that cutscene. It's also interesting that they kind of give Kubienka credit for the tactics that Zizka was famous for in the Hussite Wars. I always get a kick out of that.
And none of you will be harmed. Until you hang alongside the devil, that is.
The only one surrendering will be you.
Oh, really? Rupert.
Marty McFly says, can you decline to go with them when you get to the first place? When you leave the first place you get to in the second map. We don't get freedom to navigate the world until after this current mission that we're on. Once you get to the second region here, we're pretty much stuck in it here.
Listen to me carefully. In the woods around us, we have dozens of archers and crossbowmen. If you don't surrender, we'll shoot you to pieces. We'll kill the rest the old-fashioned way.
Oh, shit. There's barely a dozen of you. If you could kill us all, you'd have done it already.
Why do you think I approached you like this? I really don't plan on dying here, and especially not before you do. Do you understand me now?
Maybe. Hey! Stop, you idiot!
But 5 of them ran off?
Fuck them traitors! Don't you
You'd think after losing 5 of your men, because the guy just told you you were outnumbered and surrounded, you would not be very quick to jump into it. Alright, so let's just watch Zizka. Whoopsie doodle. Pressed the wrong button there. See if he drops his mace.
Get him from behind!
When's he supposed to drop his mace?
Nice hit! Are you fucking kidding? Have you ever held a weapon before? Let him have it! Good! Come on, now! I'll be your bloody bum! Fucker! You're dead! Bash him on the head! Fortune is on my side!
He didn't drop his mace, guys. What the hell? You guys said he was going to drop his mace. Gotta get some stuff for some money. Because I was planning on, that's funny, I didn't do anything during that mission. Well, I mean, I made 5 guys run off by threatening them, but other than that, I didn't do anything in this fight. No, but seriously, he didn't drop his mace. What the hell? You guys promised me. I was given assurances. There's a flanged mace. Wow, I'm so let down. Anyway, moving on. That's fine. I won't cry about it too long.
We should get out of here, don't you think?
The sooner we're gone, the better.
Captain John says maybe because the 5 guys ran off, he wasn't forced to drop it. I guess that's certainly possible. Let's skip all this.
We need
First thing, no.
Payday. Don't shit
Here.
This here, as long as you misplaced.
and there.
Furthermore,
All right, but back
people.
No. But first,
all right.
I don't.
but we I believe
I'd like.
Together.
So-
Someone.
Well,
Or will you?
we'll have to. Will you help?
I reckon.
I believe.
I reckon.
What about
Slap?
Henry, man.
I-
Do we have?
Well then.
And that's all.
I don't.
And that.
And
I.
obviously,
What?
I'll Henry.
There we go. Got rid of that. I'm glad we got to fast travel back here because we took all that stuff with us that I don't plan on keeping because it was all level 1 and 2 stuff. But we can quickly sell it and make some quick cashish here. Because when we get to Kuttenberg, we'll be buying a new horsey. And probably also some armor, considering we're actually in the region of the map that has pretty solid armor choices, and we got to start stacking up all of our level 3 stuff.
Not a chance. That old
But first things first, let's see how much money we can get for all the stuff we just looted. Well, at least all the armored weapons.
show me your...
Ooh, we could also get ourselves a level 3 dueling longsword here. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. We'll keep those arrows. Those are our bolts. So I didn't select anything I don't want to get rid of. And we'll sort this by equipped. Yeah, look at all this stuff. I should say we'll rock up with at least a couple thousand more groschen. Well, we'll have to haggle for it.
Like to do sure.
We'll get her over 2,000 groschen at least.
I...
Ah, dang. Should have gone more. But that makes it so we're not over-encumbered anymore. And I can go ahead and re-equip some stuff. Actually, I can go ahead and put some of these level 3 things I have here. Because I got that decorated field crossbow from... Well, that's yeah, we're going to actually equip that instead of the... Because that's our first medium one we got that is a level 3. So we'll put that on with the piercing bolts. That should be pretty much one-shot kills. Let's put the other stuff in the chest upstairs before we leave. Critical Lizard says, why does he have so much money? We have a mod installed that gives all the traders more money, so it's actually worth looting things. Because that was one of the biggest complaints I had about this game, is that I get starting the merchants off with less money, but they in the first game, when you sold them stuff or gave them stuff or whatever that was greater than the value of what they had, they would have more money next time. So that was a good system. Making it so they just always have less money and you can never actually increase it at all was definitely a bad narrative choice. So, yes, that is one of the few mods we actually do have on this playthrough. Alright, let's get rid of some of the other stuff we have with us. Gunsmith's kits. There we go. Maybe we can put 2 more of these bandages away. Put 15 of these lockpicks away. We don't need 25 with us. There we go. Now we're ready to rock and roll. Save the game. UV says, the next complaint is that there's nothing to buy with all that money. I'm guessing that the DLCs are going to remedy that fairly well. You know, I would say that we're going to get an opportunity to spend probably a lot of money in the smithing DLC, and I think even this Brushes with Death one might give us some sort of an option to spend some money, because we know he's going to be able to paint shields, so maybe we'll be able to design our own personal coat of arms, or something like that. I doubt that, because I feel like that would be fairly complex to implement, but it's not impossible. On the bright side, I think if I ride this road straight, I go directly to Kuttenberg. So. Yubi said, Joshua Hartnett rebuilding Pribyslavitz costs about 65k. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think the smithing DLC will have a similar way for us to pour a bunch of money into something. Nobita Nobi says, Reddit says that after the 1.2 patch, Zizka no longer drops mace. Okay, well that would explain things. Joshua Hartnett said, yeah, and we got more money after that, LOL. Well, I mean, it's a story-based game, so end-game money is a problem with most of them, you know? Now, the best games, I would say, give you something at the end of the game to pour that money into. Like, there is an outlet for it at some point. So, take a game like The Witcher 3, you could end that game and have tons of money and not realistically anything to do with it. They remedied that through DLCs, where they gave you things to pour money into and use up a lot. And then, like I said, here in Kingdom Come Deliverance, or well, in the first game, they had the From the Ashes DLC, which, like was already pointed out, it took like 65,000 groschen to do that. Yes, it generated you money afterwards, but it should.
Pretty good. How you and what? I accept you have.
Let's do our competition sword. There it is. I didn't do a what's it called? I didn't do a potion, but this sword is not hard to forge. Shakespeare's buddy said, just past Arrowhead. Yes, I left him there. In my last playthrough, I did not interact with him until very late in the story. He was there every single time I went by. So I'm not worried about missing him. I didn't want to do a mission slowly carrying a sack into the woods right now. That's why I didn't stop and talk to him.
Damn it.
Burning it? I guess the middle section does look a little hot. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll do this fast and sloppy and see if we can still win the competition.
This is gonna take a while yet.
We're not wearing our blacksmithing clothing. We didn't take a potion. We're just raw dogging this one.
This is almost done.
And I wasn't even trying to make my rhythm good. All right, let's see if we did it. Adrian says, OMG, if we could paint our own shields like fully custom with whatever you want, the TTP will be 0 seconds. I mean, like I said, I don't think we're going to get a custom shield painting system. We know that he's going to have different shield painting options. I feel like that's already been confirmed, but we have no idea what they're going to be. All right, let's see what we got. Still got it to be level 4. So you saw how sloppy I did that. I overheated the blade, and my hammering process was loose and sloppy all over the place, and I didn't even have good rhythm, and we still got level 4 out of it. So it's clearly not that hard to do it.
You shouldn't hunch over the anvil so much. Your back will ache when you're as old as I am.
Right. Thanks for the advice. Can we get on with our bet?
All right, all right. Wait here. I'll go and fetch Matthias, and we'll see which one of you is the better blacksmith. Well then, let's see what you made.
Feast your eyes.
Shakespeare's buddy says, in the dev playthrough, the shield options look extensive. I mean, it'd be very cool. Like I said, I would end up going with my real-life coat of arms from my family, so if we had a custom option, and the good thing is my coat of arms is not very complex, because it's a really old coat of arms, so it's fairly basic.
Listen, lad.
So it would definitely be very cool to be able to recreate that in the game. I'd like a Waffenrock more than a shield, because I don't really use shields that much, but either way it would be pretty neat.
But where's my prize?
Darius Brewster says, I hope it's like making emblems in the older Call of Duties. Ha! It's not going to be like that, because I remember a lot of the handmade emblems from back then.
Anyway, it may look nice, but if we're fighting with them, I'd slice you to ribbons.
Take a good look at me, you yokel. You really want to fight me? You might end up losing your head as well as your sword.
All right, calm down, mate.
We don't want any trouble.
I knew I must have misheard.
I would be shocked if the DLC, the painting DLC, if he was not in the Kuttenberg region. It would make very little sense for him to be in the Trotsky region. I mean, it would make sense if they were trying to get people to go back to that map more, but other than that, it really wouldn't make much sense. All right, now for the real reason we came here. I mean, I did plan on doing that mission, but I mostly wanted to come and see what Blacksmith's things I could buy here, the sketches. Right, let's trade, baby. Well, do I have anything I could sell? Other than that level 2 competition sword I just got? No. Alright. Yeah, so we can get level 3 Bailiff's Mace, Broadaxe, Dagger Mace, Heavy Mace, Knight's Warhammer, Lavish Warhammer, Ornate Mace, Rider's Warhammer. People are always asking, like, where do you get all these things? And I'm like, all over the place. I don't have them memorized. But, yeah, just here at this very first well, it's the second one, because the first blacksmith is the one at the Devil's Den in this region. Actually, I guess the one, you can stop at the one over by Suktol as well. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and buy these sketches.
Finally. Thank you, sir.
Spoiler alert, the painter is the main villain. I mean, there could not be a villain. I mean, you might be basing this off of something the devs have said, because I have not been watching anything regarding, like, news or whatever. Alright, so we are currently at Grund. We're right here. So if we go through and just follow the main road down, it'll take us past Old Kutna and into Kuttenberg, up near the top. And then we just have to make our way over to the side over there to pick up the Pizek lad. Joshua Hartnett says, it was in Trotsky Castle when I saw the live stream. I mean, it's possible that it could be someone that moves to where you are. That would make sense if they had a location in each map where you can find him. So he's either at Trotsky Castle or he's at, you know, the building next to Scribe Arazim in Kuttenberg. That way you can access him at any point in the story. A lot of games do that. Critical Lizard said, DTG has been the villain all along. Always am. Not the canon villain, but, you know. I was gonna say maybe we could ambush this convoy, but it doesn't look like it's worth ambushing. Looks like just civilians. I'm thinking after we pick up our new warhorse, we could save and then maybe go check out some bandit camps. What are you guys thinking? Now that Kuttenberg's opened up... Ooh.
Whoa, whoa.
See, that guy did a weird thing. Look, we've got a medium crossbow now. I love the way that people just ragdoll down when you shoot them like that. Whoopsie. Oh, it feels so,
Fuck you, Horson!
Oh, that was just rude.
But I'm all yours.
Ah!
Now
I've been
you're
master
in
struck.
trouble. Fuck you!
Get him, dog!
What?
I figured since I have Mutt with me, it makes sense to get some, dogsmanship XP. Hungry Henry says, is 188.6 a good AAR for the Kuttenberg region? Yeah. That's a pretty solid AAR. Obviously, you can do a lot better than that, but, you could also do a lot worse.
No, you don't.
Come on, dog, level up. This guy's not a bad opponent as far as a first-time bandit in the Kuttenberg region. Level 3 gear. I figured he'd have pretty good stuff on him. Alright, so... Pult said back, so sorry to necro this, but Gringolet then. Worth keeping or way behind Pizek lad. Gringolet's a very good horse. No questions about that. Very solid. And is comparable with most of your top-tier horses. So, it's definitely a personal choice. I think Pizek lad is still marginally better. Oh, I should probably put some of this stuff I'm carrying onto the horsey. At least until we're able to, you know, mount. There we go. But I've got the money for it. I like the way Pizek lad looks, and Pizek lad is easily in the top 3 with both level 2 red herring and level 2 pebbles for the best horses in the game. So Pizek lad is, in my opinion, the best horse you can get legitimately through like a purchase. Attila has super good stats, but as we've already talked about, there's no legitimate canon way that you can get it without using mods or console commands. Gringolet is quite good. Jean Cartier says, it would make sense he is the villain because he's the front cover of the DLC. It's important to remember that in Kingdom Come Deliverance, there's not always a villain. Like, for their DLCs they had for the first game, it depends. It totally depends on the type of storyline you have. There's usually someone to fight. That guy looked cool. Pult says, I stole Pizek in my initial run and ran him. Like I said, I've got money, so I'll definitely just go and buy him.
What?
I like the high-level mercenaries you can come across in the second region. I mean, he didn't come across as particularly high level, but I'm sure his gear will be quite nice. Oh, level 3 Raven's Beak. Yeah, see? People always ask, how do you get so much level 3 stuff? It's all over the place. You just gotta kill people. That's how you get it. Whoopsie. We're wearing that. No, stop that. Actually, I should just see how much I can put on my horse. Then when I get to Kuttenberg, if I go to a trader, I'll just transfer the level 2 and level 1 stuff off of my horse. I guess I probably should have swapped that on too. Am I hungry? I'm a little bit hungry. Say we'll eat these pancakes before they spoil. Good, doing good other than that though. Ooh, I'm getting a call. I bet you that's my lawnmower. I'm gonna mute my mic. It was about my mower. They want to drop it off on Monday. I'm thinking I'm just going to have to arrange one of my buddies who still has a pickup truck. I got to get a pickup truck because the last one, our farm truck, died, and so now I don't have any way to pull my trailer. But if I can get one of my buddies to either loan me their truck and trailer or drive me down there, I could pick it up today. That way I could mow my lawn after I stream today, which would be great because it's getting really, really long. But anyway... your lawnmower has spontaneously exploded, sir. Yeah, that would have been not fun. If I'd have got the call and they're like, yeah, we did the best we could, but it's not going to make it. that would have been unfortunate. At the moment, I don't think I could afford a new... Because I've got a big yard, I should be clear. I live out in the country. The area I mow is about 2 acres. It takes way too long. So if I had to get a new mower, it would need to be another, at least a riding tractor, but what I currently have is a zero-turn. So I'd probably need to get a new one, and I honestly don't know that I want to spend another 4 or 5 grand on a mower right now. In fact, I really don't want to do that, so... Hardcore run is essential, always eating the most spoiled food. Well, that's the thing, you know, if you've got, non-preserved food in your inventory and you have some nourishment, better to, that you could fill up, it's better to quick eat that because otherwise you're just losing it, you know. Yes, Critical Lizard, it's a, I have a Cub Cadet zero-turn mower. I bought it the same year I bought this house, so I think that was, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. It's actually hard for me to remember how long ago it was when I bought this house. But I get it serviced every year, so it's been good. I've used a lot of different riding mowers in my time, commercial and residential ones, and this one's a residential grade Cub Cadet, and it's easily the best residential mower I've ever used. I've used nicer commercials, but the commercial mowers are so much more expensive, so it's not really comparable. Like, a commercial Toro mower is probably the best zero-turn you can get, but they're also 3 to 4 times the price of a residential Cub Cadet one. So, for the average person, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if you're mowing golf courses, yeah, then it makes sense. But for me, not really. Alright, Pebbles, let's get ready to get rid of you. I know I don't have to do this, it'll automatically transfer, but for roleplay reasons I like to remove everything off my horse before I sell it. Goodbye, Pebbles, we hardly knew ye. You died in an ambush in a valley. Goodbye! Adrian says that's a big yard to mow. Yeah, it takes me about an hour and 40 minutes.
That's right.
Alright, let's... Yeah, I know all this stuff.
Yes. Thankfully.
Let's pick up Pizek Lad. We'll haggle, too. See how cheap we can get Pizek Lad for. I know we got money, but, you know, why spend more than we need? Plus, we can get speech XP this way. We'll get her down to... that.
Well... I reckon
now, I still paid less than 2,500 for arguably the best horse that you can purchase in the game. Yeah, like I said, if I mow the lawn, it takes me about an hour and 40. If anyone else mows the lawn, it takes over 2 hours. I'm just so used to it that I can burn through it pretty quick. General JB says, hi, I've been watching KC2 hardcore streams since the beginning, but I was too shy to talk. But since you told me told in your stream that it is better to talk. Yeah, no, I mean, no reason to be shy in my streams. They're fairly approachable, I would say. Alright, let's switch it over to weight again. And first thing we'll do is get the stuff back on the horse, and then we'll give the horse a bath, too. So we can wash all of the tack we have. Oh, in fact, we should probably pick up some new tack from this guy. I was gonna say, I know I had at least one more piece. We'll equip this stuff and see how it looks, because this is a pretty good-looking horse tack. Man, I remembered Pizek Lad being darker than that. But those are the current stats in the current game. 194 for stamina, 319 for capacity, 55 for speed, and 23 for courage. That is, you know, with good horseshoes and saddle and all that sort of stuff on it, so... let's get a bath for our horse.
Remind me. It works one look large as unlike that means.
And we'll trade as well. Oh, I might even be able to sell. Oh, we can get our Noble's Pouch right away. I believe we already have both of those spurs. Yeah, we can get a lot of fancy, expensive stuff here. Let's see what we can sell first, though. Because I know you can sell. Well, not as much as I thought at this guy. But we do have lots of money. I don't think I'll worry about the horse tack right now, because then I'll just be over encumbered with it anyway. We'll probably come back later at some point and make sure we get it all for our collection.
Finally. Thank you, sir. And come again.
Does Pebbles get turned into sausages now? No, he gets turned into glue. No, he just goes back to Samin, because Samin's not burnt down. If you burn down Samin, then he's lost. But if Samin survives, then Pebbles just goes back there after you buy a new horse. Alrighty. We should go do laundry. Because we've got Pizek Lad, that was the main thing I wanted to do here. Now we'll go do laundry, maybe we'll... oh yeah, we'll stop at some shops to sell some stuff too. So, we'll slowly walk through town to do that. But we've got another saddler over here, who I think we can sell more stuff to the saddler than we can to the horse trader. At least I'm pretty sure.
Good days. I'll have a look at...
First I should remember what I'm doing. So we'll go back into this. We'll put our Noble's Pouch. So we now have the Noble's Belt and Noble's Pouch on, so we are quite fancy. Now, we will repair everything. Or at least everything that he can repair. And now we'll sell stuff. See, we just gotta remember we do things in the right order. Alex Place says, Dare is one with the yard, and the yard is one with him. That is correct. We have reached a synergy that few people could hope to achieve. Oh. I still can't sell very much to him.
Let's talk about the...
But he was able to repair a bunch of stuff.
Glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
Alright. Have you ever gone to the butcher's wife after saving Adder? No, I don't think I have. Why? Did something cool happen? It depends. I imagine it probably depends on what you do, because you can kill the butcher, or you can, like, if you do it right, he can leave there without, you know, anyone fighting. Oh, I have to sneeze again.
Happy to be of service.
Ooh, that was close. Ah, dang, I didn't haggle because I was sneezing. Alright. Yeah, we can't get any level 3 Curious from him. But, oh yeah, that's right, he also sells a bunch of horse stuff. Alright, let's get rid of some stuff. We do, in fact, have the perk that allows us to sell stolen stuff now, so that's nice.
Word about... Wow. Finally. I was glad to be...
Did I wash my horse? I can't believe I didn't wash my horse. I was over there and everything.
Don't be coy. My wares will bring you joy.
Commander Jester to Juggler said he has the good old Pebbles perk already and is getting another horse. Yeah, we don't lose that perk. As far as I know, you keep that perk. So if we go into skills and horsemanship, see, you still have good old Pebbles. And you can, in fact, get that one and Red Herring. I did in one playthrough just to check and see if you can do them both. So I got good old Pebbles, and then I took Herring, and I got the Red Herring perk, and you can get them both. And so if you ever get any of those horses back, you still have the better stats with them.
But it will. I'll pay you. Thank you very much. Now then.
Shakespeare's buddy says, there's a cabbage or melon with a Wilson handprint at a vendor in the middle of town, or maybe a Dark Brotherhood reference. I assumed it was not. I assumed it was a Wilson reference when I saw it. Captain John says, I, for one, will be very curious to see which armor set you decide to rock from Kuttenberg shopping. Andre Louis says, DTG didn't get Herring because he thought he could get him later, but they patched that. You can no longer get Herring later. Yes, they patched it, and now if you want to get Herring, you have to take Herring right when it's offered. You cannot come back later. So basically, you have to know that if you take Herring, you're going to lose the race to Capon there. And then you're also going to have to, you know, ride around a whole bunch before you'll have a good horse again. But for roleplay reasons, you know, considering my main purpose for buying Pizek Lad was that, for our roleplay, we have accepted the fact that Pebbles canonically died during the Nabokov March, so that's why we needed a new horse. Just headcanon-wise. Adrian said, you think they put two butchers right next to each other in Kuttenberg because most people would kill one of them? So I only ended up killing the guy in one of my playthroughs, and it was a total accident. I was fighting him or whatever, like in a fist fight or whatnot, and somehow I managed to kill him in that fist fight. And it was just so weird because I did not see it coming. Alright, here we have a general store. We could sell a bunch of stuff at a general store, so we'll stop here first. Probably get rid of all of our level 2 and 1 stuff.
Was wünschst du, mein Freund?
Jean Cartier says, somehow my Henry charisma is high enough to convince that Italian guard that Adder could shag his wife. I think I failed that speech check on my last playthrough. Alright, now we can get rid of some stuff. Alright, let's get rid of all these extra torches we're carrying. Let's get rid of all these level 2 and level 1 things that we're carrying. Actually, I don't know if we have any level 1 things, but the level 2 things we can get rid of. That's really all we're carrying.
Yeah, finally. I'm glad you.
That was a really low price. Is all that stuff we're carrying level 3? Wow, I forgot how quickly gear that you pick up gets better in the second region. Someone said Pebbles stays at Sukdol when you run for help, and Yuvi said, yeah, and the devil probably eats it. Well, you'd think that that is what would realistically happen. I remember when I was playing it and I saw all the horses still in the stable, I was like, I feel like they'd have eaten these horses by now. Alright, yeah, see? Look at all this high-level gear we can buy here. So we could get ourselves a far more serious cuirass if we want. Let's see what it would cost to buy every level 3 item in here. Just out of curiosity. I don't plan on doing it because I don't think I have enough money on me. But we'll see. Because my plan after we get everything settled up is to go do some loot runs with the various bandit camps in the area that I'm familiar with. So we're going to avoid any of the horse stuff for now, but to buy all of that would be 130,000 groschen right now. So Critical Lizard said, do you not close doors behind you when leaving stores? Bad manners. I do not. I leave them open. So, we're gonna exit. Let's go talk to Catherine and put our level 3 stuff that we've already grabbed in the chest at the inn, and then we'll be heading out to kill some bandits. I mean, we can quickly get into it, especially since we have a mod that actually... I should double check. Yeah, I stopped at the general store, so I shouldn't have anything on me that... Yeah. Now that we actually have a mod installed, so the traders actually have a reasonable amount of groschen on them, considering they're Kuttenberg armorers. And if we do some loot runs, we should quickly build up quite a bit of money. JH popped in saying hi, and Vaughan McCarrian's here, and he said, my headcanon is that Pebbles was eating at Suckdole. Like I said, if you're riding Pebbles at the ambush, I think it makes sense for the canon to be that Pebbles dies at that ambush, and that's why we bought Paisaklad here. Well, that, and I think it's, you know, Paisaklad's a better looking horse than Pebbles. In my head, I remembered Paisaklad being darker, too, so I might look for a mod that makes Paisaklad black, because I prefer having a horse with a black coat. Wow, I am getting a lot of notifications on my phone all of a sudden. That's kind of just out of that. Radzig says, when did they patch that? I'm pretty sure I went back to get herring fairly recently. In this playthrough, herring was not available for me. Because if you remember in the stream, I was like, yeah, I'm going to, off stream, I'm going to go back and get herring, and then I'll ride it around, you know, for the 50-kilometer mark, so that way in the next stream, we'll have herring up to level, you know, the level 2 state. But it was not an option. I went back there and herring was gone, and every time after that, herring was not an option. So they, I'm guessing, patched it out with the hardcore mode update. I almost walked right past the tavern because I was looking at the chat. Alright, now we just have to find Catherine. Actually, I don't think we don't need to find Catherine. We just have to talk to the innkeeper to get the room at least. Because I don't want to progress the main story right this moment.
Lord be with.
I need.
But of course, and for how long?
I'd like. Let's talk about.
Never pay the list price, guys.
Is this?
Look. Agreed. Anyone. Easy. It happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Reading. How? What?
Just gonna play a quick game of dice.
Of course. Let's.
JH says Pebbles is better than herring. Not stat-wise, or looks-wise.
I'm really surprised you challenged me.
I've never been loyal to in-game characters, except for in this one we're staying loyal to Teresa. But like, I know people get all emotional and they make these loyalties to things in video games or whatever. I don't. I actually take the Geralt approach from The Witcher 3, where it doesn't matter what horse you have, he always calls it Roach. I like that. He just calls horses roaches. So if you get him a new one, he says, oh, that's a good roach. I like that. Vaughan McCarrian pointed out that he has, in fact, been here the entire time. Curious Commenter is literally him on another account. I do remember that from... I remember you saying that from the last stream, so I probably should have remembered that. But let's put in all of the extra loot that we've got. Get all of this out of our inventory. So we can go on a loot run. Baby! There's everything. I feel like we're good there. We could read Skull Crushers at any point, I suppose. Let's read Skull Crushers. Oh, I could probably go to the... Oh, it's going to be nighttime. So we're going to wait through the night, we'll drink a cockerel potion, and then we'll hop over to the... we'll do the looting before we go to the scribe. Doesn't really matter. Well, let's wait until morning. Andre Louise says, as far as I know, the horses are immortal. I think being mortal would make more sense. That way you'd have to buy another one if yours dies. I think that is a good choice, because A, it makes you feel a little bit more in danger about your horses, and B, it gives you something to spend your money on. So if you're being dangerous or whatever with your horse, and your horse ends up dying, well, then you'll have to go get a new one. So it gives you a reason to spend money, which is what people were saying they wanted. in the Red Dead Redemption 2 single-player story, if a horse died, it was dead. And it definitely made it feel dangerous to ride into things willy-nilly. Alright, let's save. Now let's go to a bandit camp. So we'll have to decide which one is the closest one. Vaughan McCarrion says, I have a third account as well. Maybe I should come to the chat undercover. I mean, that is always an option. But I don't know if it would be too easy to recognize. Alright, so this is probably the closest loot camp. I mean, this sharpshooter duel is always a great spot to start with. So we're at the inn. If we go around and leave through this gate, we should be able to find this pretty easily. And then from there, we can shoot up towards the enemy camp over there. That's my plan, at least. If all goes according to it. Hilarious. I thought that is so annoying. The icon down there for cockerel, I thought it was fox. So we have not been getting our extra XP. Come on, Isaac lad. There you are. General JB says, Dare to Game, what do you think about me finding a level 3 Knights of the Cross sleeveless Waffenrock by killing an NPC at the beginning of my new hardcore playthrough? I think that's awesome. I think it was my first playthrough, all of the Knights of the Cross stuff I got, except for, I think, one of the hoods. All of it was level 3 for me. So, I don't know what determines that. I also had one of my playthroughs where Menhart's sword, when I got it, was level 3, and I had a playthrough where the mace I picked up under, I believe it's this bridge right here, or the Warhammer or whatever it is, was level 3. So, we should be... I think we just went through this gate. So if we turn back and go, we should be able to get to the gate I actually wanted to go for. Yeah, there we go. Pult said, I really like the way they did horses in Red Dead Redemption 2, single player. Me too! Like I said, it made it feel more dangerous to lose a horse, you know? And there were certain ones like, I think if you did all the side missions with the legless veteran guy that lives by that lake, if you did the missions with him so you got his horse or whatever, and that's the horse that you played to the end of Arthur Morgan's playthrough, it feels like the emotional payoff of that one scene in the game. I don't want to spoil it for anyone. I think that horse has the best payoff in that scene because of the way that you can get that horse. Critical Lizard said, do you like Saint-Denis or Kuttenberg more? Definitely Kuttenberg. I love Red Dead Redemption 2, but the way that the city travel is restricted in Red Dead just drives me nuts. Alright, let me double check to see where I am, so I know if I'm going in the right direction still. So I'm riding along this bank, so yes, I should... I crossed the river, and I'm along here. So if I go this way, I'll come to that bridge, and like I said, we can check underneath and get the Trollbane hammer, whatever it's called. And then we can head up to the Sharpshooter's Duel. Ah, yes, Weddy, we tried getting Zizka's mace, but they must have patched it so he doesn't drop it at that scene, so I was not able to get it. Henry is a weird fellow. He can speak to animals and ghosts. Yeah, it's definitely not normal. This isn't the bridge. This is an earlier bridge. Yeah, this is probably... Are we by the laundry spots? Or are they up further? Either way, this isn't the one we want to cross as far as I know. Whoa. I mean, that hill up there looks familiar. Did I ride further than I thought I did? No, I'm still in the Kuttenberg area, aren't I? But that definitely looks like the spot. I can't have rode that far already, did I? Well, there's more buildings back there. Yeah, so I must be at the second bridge already, because I think I'm looking in the distance off at those buildings. Well, let's check under the bridge. Because that back there is the thing that's being built. Is this the right bridge with the Trollbane hammer? I don't remember where to find it. I just remember it being under the bridge, I think. Where the heck's the hammer? Because if this is the right bridge... Well, if this is the right spot, there will be the duel will be up here. And if not, it won't be up here. Yeah, this is the right spot. You know what? That might not be the right bridge. That might not be the troll bridge. This one might be the troll bridge. Not this one. Yeah, I think actually it's that one down there. But this is the right spot for the duel. We can pick up lots of good stuff here. They got good arrows and good bolts stuck on the ground. Both the people are wearing good stuff. They have good crossbow and a good bow. There's skill books. There's money. I always tell people this is one of the first places you should stop once you've gotten to Kuttenberg. Because yeah, we can pick up all these. I get a kick out of how many arrows they have in the ground because these are supposed to be pretty solid archers or whatever. But clearly they took a lot of shots at each other before they killed each other. All right, so we can pick up our ornate crossbow. Let's see what we can get off of Marksman Albrecht. Yeah, see? Bunch of level 3 stuff. Some gold. A skill book. All good. Oh, it's level 2 Hazel Longbow. I thought it was level 3. Boo. I guess there's not nearly as many crossbow bolts as there are arrows. And all of them appear to be in him. Only one of them wasn't in him. Come on, let me grab it. Yorma Hakuli said, it's quite funny though, even though I'm in my third KCD2 playthrough, I still learn new stuff from time to time, like this hammer you're talking about. Yeah, there's lots of little details that are super easy to miss when you're playing the game. Alright, so we got some more level 3 stuff from him. Not nearly as good, though, but we also got another skill book. And now we will open up this chest, and we'll get our 500 groschen. So, like I said, well worth stopping off at this place. We'll read our books that we just picked up. Vagan McCarran says maybe the duel was staged to cover up a double homicide. I mean, it could be, but that feels complicated. Plus, there was a bunch of groschen in the chest that was clearly the wager. So, it's a confusing duel, but I do think it is a legitimate duel. There we go, leveled up our marksmanship. Alright, so now that we know exactly where we are, let's navigate from here to that bandit camp. So we are right here. If we go up a little bit, we'll be at the archery range. We want to get up to here. So if we ride up the hill, if we just go up this hill and ride through these fields along the tree line, we should be able to get to this enemy camp without getting lost, I should think. So, that is the plan. I'm going to be probably hopping around the map to various different bandit camps, because that's how I want to start the region. We'll get up this hill, and then we'll turn right so we don't go into the trees right away. Redneck Zeus says maybe they were drunk. No, I could, if it was me, I could totally believe myself getting into a situation like that if, like, it was me and my buddy and we were drunk. Because it would sound like a relatively good idea. I mean, we probably would do it in a way that wasn't intended to kill each other. I'm not typically too murderous with my friends, otherwise I probably wouldn't be friends with them. But I could definitely see a tragic accident coming out of stupidity and drunkenness. Isaac Lad is definitely quite fast. We're zipping around. So, I just have to make sure I don't overshoot anything, because our navigation is just based on finding landmarks. And as we have already been talking about, I do not know the Kuttenberg map nearly as well as I know the Trotsky map. But I feel like you can kind of see it from the outside. Well, here's a little pocket of trees into the field, so... Where are we now? Okay. Okay, so that's that pocket of trees, I think. Unless it's this one. But I feel like we've ridden further than that. Because we've jumped over more than one fence. So I think this is where we are right now. Yes, because there's deer there. So. Just in case this doesn't go well, I'm going to get off the horse and I'm going to save right here. And then we're also going to transfer some stuff off of us onto the horse. So we don't get all weighed down. Oh yeah, I forgot I was going to reforge that sword right away, so I didn't... Oh, I was like, what the hell? I did barely put anything on my horse. How's it full? But it wasn't. Alright. Let's do this. I've got poison, but I don't think we're going to need it. Yuvi said, a tragic accident due to stupidity and drunkenness. Shishkazai comes to mind. I love that cutscene for that exact reason. Now, again, I don't think I'm quite stupid enough to try shooting something off my friend's head, and definitely not stupid enough to let my friend shoot something off my head. But, like I said, certain things happen. If I can kill just a couple of them with the crossbow before I have to start sorting them to death, we should do relatively well at this camp. We already got one. Or two, now we got three. Alright, alright. Alright, alright. We got most of them with the crossbow. Ouch. Ouch! Again. Oh boy.
Take that, you shit.
There we go. Now we only have one left. So, our first camp, I should say, we have performed very admirably. I mean, it ain't over until the fat lady sings, but I'm about to start singing. Look at that. I believe we have, in fact, done it. So let's just grab all this loot. Because remember, we're not just going for unique stuff right now, we're going for money. Because now that we're in the Kuttenberg region, we want to start buying stuff. Boy, I had to clear my throat. Good free horse there. I mean, we could check the horse, but I did just buy Pizek Lad, so I don't think I'm about to steal a horse. Alright. We should probably heal ourselves, though, because I feel like I took a healthy amount of damage there. Or an unhealthy amount. Marigold. Yeah, look at that. We were down to 35 health. And keep in mind, we took out several of them with the crossbow before we even got into the fight, so it's definitely, they definitely buffed. Because, you know, at this level where I've got Henry at now, and with, you know, because yeah, I don't have top tier gear on, but it's pretty high. I've cleared this camp a million times in regular mode without ever taking any damage. So, I'd say that we have a decent amount of evidence mounting so far that enemies have been buffed. Vaughan McCarran says, I've gone to places where I couldn't go with a gun when drunk. Well, so, depending on the state you live in the United States, even if you have a permit to carry and you're following all the laws and et cetera, you know, if you have a concealed carry permit and you get hammered drunk or whatever, and you get caught with that, depending where you live, it might be a felony. So, there are certain requirements to being able to carry a firearm, and not being drunk while doing it is oftentimes one of them in the US. Oh, here's Meadow. So this is the one we were talking about. So comparing Meadow to Pizek Lad. Well, here, let's get Pizek Lad stripped down. so we can accurately compare it and make sure that Paisaklad doesn't have anything on them. Now let's compare it. So Meadow has better stamina and carrying capacity. Speed is almost as good. Courage is a little bit worse. What do you guys think? I've never done Meadow before. Do you think we should steal Meadow and go purchase it? Should we abandon Paisaklad already? I would be fine with that, honestly, because they're very comparable horses, clearly. And this one does have superior capacity and stamina doesn't matter as much to me with the right perks, but the carrying capacity I do definitely like having more. Crap, I'm gonna have to put stuff back on Paisaklad to be able to mount Pebbles. Or not Pebbles, Meadow. I think I'm gonna take Meadow. I know I just got Paisaklad, but I feel like Meadow looks better. Like I said, black is my favorite color for the coat. Crap, I'm gonna have to equip the stuff on Paisaklad to allow Paisaklad to carry more. Hopefully enough so that I can actually mount Meadow. Yes, there we go. We just barely were able to do it. I mean, yeah, either way we'd want to take Meadow from here, but we just have to go over to here. So we'll go up to the road by the caravan remains and we'll ride down to the horse handler. I think I'm going to keep Meadow. I did say early on in this playthrough that I was leaning towards it, considering people are always talking about Meadow. So I think I'm going to keep Meadow, because with that improved carrying capacity over Paisaklad, but all the other stats being pretty dang close, we'll have to come back to this caravan after we do that so we can grab some stuff. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with Meadow. Bogan McCarran says, I'm not committing felonies, just drawing an analogy. Shakespeare's Buddy says, does it hurt your ribs to sneeze? Actually, no. Surprisingly, it has not been hurting. That's how I basically determined early on that my ribs were just bruised real bad and possibly out of place, that they weren't broken or maybe even cracked, was just because I could cough and sneeze without it being immensely painful. So yeah, no. Now it's just, like I said, I've gotten rid of the sharp pains, and we're basically down to just a constant roaring pain at this point, which is much better, and it means I'm likely actually healing. Alex Play says, everything is better when it's black. That's certainly one theory.
That's what I'd like to
say farewell to your taming a horse doesn't come, but if I this
I should follow my roleplay rules, though. Let's take all the stuff off the horse before I sell it. Paisaklad, we definitely barely knew ye. That's so funny, because I just bought this horse. And now we're already replacing it. But, c'est la vie, as they say. Or, as an English person would say, c'est la vis. Alright.
I have a horse. I'd like
Choir.
to keep...
And we get to do it for 770 because... Oh, well, now it'll be 940. But we'll haggle and we'll get it for even less. See how cheap we can get it.
Satisfied?
More.
720? Yay! Adrian says 450 carry is no joke if you need the space. That's what I'm saying. You know, in hardcore mode, we can carry less weight, so our horse being able to carry more weight is a big deal. Alright, let's get the horse. Not to mention, like I said, black is my favorite coat, but brown is the next best. I don't really like the gray and white all that much. If you've got like sharp white, like Shadowfax from Lord of the Rings or something like that, that looks pretty good too. But yeah, so with the equipment on, the carrying capacity is 498 on Meadow. So definitely pretty good. So we have our equipment. We don't have the racing horseshoes, but still we've got the Lavarian ones, and our speed is 57. So that's still one of the fastest horses in the game. Stamina's 224, which isn't the top, but it is pretty good. Courage is 24, which is pretty dang good. It's better than level 2 Pebbles. And our carrying capacity is almost 500. So definitely a solid choice. And that is a good looking horse. So his color makes him dirty quite often. Really, I didn't know if that was a difference. Oh, this Cumin? I don't know if we're allowed to kill him. But, yeah, let's swap some stuff back over. Actually, since we came here, we can get a bed at this tavern, can't we? If we can do that, then we'll sort our inventory before we head back out to the next bandit camp. Because I believe we can get a bed here. Yeah, UV, I remember where the racing horseshoes are. I made a video about that once. It's directly outside of Sukdol by a little spring in the woods is where you can pick them up. You can also get schematics to forge them in Kuttenberg where we were, so I could have done that too. Housemaid, that's not who we're looking for. I'm not wrong, right? Yeah, lodgings. I was going to say, we can get a bed here. I'm sure the ale housemaid will allow us to get a room. Nope, she won't. I do need to find the owner? That's lame. Yorma Hakuli said, did they add the blacksmith crafting pattern for the racing horseshoes, or has it been in the game the whole time? I could not find it on my first playthrough, but people insisted it did exist. But now I know where it is, so I don't know if they patched it or what all happened, but you can get it in the game now. Danielson said, finally I'm off and I can watch. That's excellent. I'm glad you're here. We're in the Kuttenberg region.
I'd like to...
And we're looting right now.
Let's talk...
We just stole Meadow. That's where we're at.
Look, I knew I'm sure. Go up the stairs. You can't.
All right. All right. Where's our room? I was reading chat again. I get distracted by that. I don't think this is our room. Must be through that first door. Interesting. I don't actually want to sleep right now, so if this location is bugged, that's fine. I just want access to the chest. Where's the wreath? Was it in that spot that I went through first? Through this door, maybe? There's usually a wreath. That's all I've been looking for. Is it that first room I was in? Ah, there it is. Wow, that was weird to get to. There we go. Alright, now let's get rid of all our level 3 stuff. Put it in here. Actually, before I do that, I keep getting ahead of myself or behind myself, however you want to call it. Let's grab this stuff. Go over to here. Get ourselves some kits. Repair the stuff, then put it in there. Because on a loot run, we still want to be able to make sure that our level 3 stuff that we're putting in, if we've got multiplets, we can sell those too. So, other. Yeah, we'll be able to repair a bunch of stuff this way. We picked up 2 level 3 dueling longswords on that already very short run. Alright, marksman's kits. Should have remembered to pick up armorer's kits while we were out. Alright, now we'll do this. Put all the level 3 and 4 stuff that we've got in here. Picked up a dark brigandine already. I think I just put a level 2 thing in the chest on accident. Alrighty. We'll throw these books in there. Keep the sketch out on us. It's extra materials. And then we'll put all these kits back away. And another ordinary die that we picked up, and a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. There we go. Now we're carrying much less. We'll be able to toss that on the horse and get back to looting. Alright, now let's sort our stuff back out. I was like, there should be more than that. Do we need nourishment? Yeah, we'll eat these apples quick. Yeah, now we're doing good. We'll read that. I keep pressing the tilde button. Alright, so the horse is currently at 331 out of 498, so we're actually getting close to our carrying capacity anyway. It's going to be annoying to do loot runs in hardcore mode. Alright. But still. Where'd you go, Meadow? Where are you at? It's not coming when I whistle. There we go. Alright. Good looking horse, though. Abominable said, Dare to Game, do you have anything to say about Pebbles, actually? I'm pretty sure that you've been reading the chat. Have you noticed that her stats get boosted? Yes, I know that. And I know that people say that her courage is actually higher than it shows in the menu. But I've done all the things that it said, and I still got bucked off on Pebbles all the time. I'm guessing that the actual bug isn't that it doesn't show you when you inspect it, or that it's some secret hidden stat. I think the bug is showing the courage stat higher. Because if you ride a horse with 25 plus courage on it, especially if you have like a dragon chanfron or something like that on, they almost never buck you off. But Pebbles will still get skittish even when I've had that stat maxed out and buck me off in combat with like 3 bandits. So I think that's actually what the bug is. Pebbles is not supposed to have high courage. Even with the that's supposed to be the drawback, because otherwise Pebbles is ridiculously overpowered and there's no reason to use any other horse. So I think the bug is that sometimes it shows a fake high stat for the courage if you do all the right stuff. So we are currently here. We just cleared that bandit camp. I'm gonna scoot up and do these next two next. So they're right next to each other. And then we'll be able to swing into... I mean, we could sell stuff in Grund, but we could also zip over and sell some stuff over here for now. But I think I'm just going to shoot straight up and aim for those bandit camps, since that's the more exciting thing to do. Shakespeare's buddy says, DTG just likes the black-colored horse. I do. It is definitely my favorite. Like I said, I don't mind a bay or a dark brown like this color as well. Those would be the next ones if I could. But if I'm specifically choosing a color, I prefer a black horse. I think they look better. Gray is my least favorite color for horses, and the dirty white is a close second. I don't much care for the light tan that you'll see in like Mustangs and stuff. I don't really like any of those light colors. JH says, I finally got to duel Eric, and I was so excited to kill him, but then the Proggers showed up, and I ran back to the castle. I hate that. Because, I hate the dissatisfaction of not being able to take him out. I know why it is. It's because they want to use him in the third game. Whatever. But I also hate that, story-wise, it doesn't make any sense. At that point, Henry had basically beaten him. It would have taken, like, 3 more seconds to kill him. It doesn't make any sense to not kill him before you run off. Alright, we rode up from here. We rode through here. We are... here, probably? Or did we shoot past it?
Go.
Anyway.
Whoa.
Shakespeare's buddy said, go to the house just northwest of where you are to get to the House of Deserters. Yeah, that's true. We could go to the deserter camp. Redneck Zoo says, my favorite horse coat is buckskin. Palomino is a close second. Yeah, both of those are rather low for me. I'd take buckskin over Palomino. I've never been a fan of that one. Adrian says, Pebbles is as skittish as an Arabian from Red Dead 2. That's the thing, is Pebbles, if you get to Pebbles 2, or I call it Pebbles 2, but good old Pebbles, the stats get really good, but the courage is legitimately lower. Even if you do all of the things that raises a horse's courage, I still get bucked off on Pebbles, and I pretty much never get bucked off on any of the other horses once they get up to that, top 5 ranking or whatever. UV says, I think I do get to 30 courage with gear. Pebbles never bucked me off with the perk and the patch. Now, to be fair, I've only been bucked off twice in this hardcore run with Pebbles. And I don't know if I had a good Chanfron on. So it's possible that it's been patched since the last time I did a lot of testing on that. So I guess that's fair. Darius Brewster said, I hated that I couldn't kill him as well. Right? It's very annoying. JH says, I own a buckskin. But I also have a red down. Did you mean Roan? Oh, yeah, you did. Okay. Hey, look at that. Shakespeare's buddy sent some more gift memberships. 5 more people get to join. Yeah, we did definitely pass over 20 last time, so we're setting records on the channel. I don't recognize a couple of those names that just received the memberships, so people got lucky. But anyway, JH apparently owns 2 horses in real life, one of which is a buckskin and one is a red roan. Well, I know where this is. Because this is the spot where we can get, I believe it's a crafting schematic, right? From over here in this shed. Yeah, this is the locked dugout. So if we pick through this, I think there might be a guy in there, but there's also some decent loot. Thank you once again, Shakespeare's buddy, for sending out some memberships. Just sharing some love for my favorite streamer. That's a fun way to gift because it's, I mean, it would probably be more, effective for them if I offered lots of members-only content.
Oh, mercy! Leave me be!
You're gonna call back that dog.
No witnesses. I didn't want that guy hollering at me because I killed this guy once he had surrendered, and apparently that counts as murder if you don't talk to him first. Yes, the dueling longsword schematic is over here. And also some pretty solid loot, if memory serves. I'm trying to remember if... Yeah, I was going to say, there's stuff over here. I knew there was. But the rest of it's in this chest. There we go. We got a level 3 Warhammer, level 3 Marksman's Hook Gun, level 3 Long Pourpont, some other stuff, and the dueling longsword sketch, which is the main thing. You know, and we got Product of Skilled Hands 4, which would be more meaningful if I hadn't already maxed out crafting. And scholarship. So now the only reason to read it is completionism, which, you know, fair enough. Alright, but now I know where we are, so we can navigate to those bandit camps. So we are at, right here. We went to the closed mine and the locked dugout, so we have to go back across the road and we'll be able to get to those 2 camps. That's definitely a good incentive, Shakespeare's buddy. Because the main reason I don't do the streams is they don't get many views, which means I make no money off these in ad revenue, and like I said before, low-performing things on the channel also hurt the rest of the channel in the algorithm. But if I'm making money off the streams, and YouTube sees people becoming members or whatever, it probably helps me in the algorithm. So, probably a way to balance it out. So, always very grateful for that. Well, I mean, it feels weird getting tipped. I've never worked any job in my life other than YouTube here where people give me money that's not like part of my assigned wage. Like I've never worked in food service or something like that, or a bartender or anything. So this is the only time in my life I ever get tips, which is essentially every time someone sends a super chat or becomes a member or whatever, I view it as a tip. Shoot, I should probably save. This is actually that harder camp. Glad nobody noticed me yet, because that would have been unfortunate. Alright, let's make sure we're actually ready. Shakespeare's buddy said, yeah, I'll try to add more comments too. That's fair. Having a live and active chat makes the stream more enjoyable, and also, of course, helps juice the algorithm. Alright, let's make sure we're not over encumbered before we go into the fight. Alright. Say, I don't think we got noticed when we killed him, because we killed him before he was able to sound the alarm. Yes. Okay, there's the second guy. I don't want to shoot until he stops moving, because if I shoot, he will definitely know I'm there. Did I kill him before he managed to draw his weapon? That's nice.
It's a trap!
Oh, I'm surprised that did not kill him.
Die! Alert! To arms!
Well, Shakespeare's buddy says, consider it support, not a tip. I guess it depends. Which one will be, if we actually get tax-free tips, would I be able to claim it as tips? Ouch! Ouch! Man, I'm glad I saved. I totally thought that crossbow bolt was going to kill that guy, otherwise I would have stuck up and stealth killed him.
between the eyes.
Ouch!
Show what you're made of. You having a chance?
Ouch! Ouch! Again! Ah!
It's a what?
That guy should have thought about having some armor on before he joined that fight. That's funny, I don't think everybody got alerted by that, because there's definitely more bandits than that in this camp. Let's see, let's take a painkiller quick, and marigold decoction. Get healed up while we pick up all this loot. Captain John says, I enjoy the characters that aren't completely evil, but maybe misguided or more morally torn and multidimensional. I like having both, if that makes sense. You know, I like having members or characters that they're just bad people, and then I like having characters that are just good people. But I also like when there's a mix. So it's complicated. I don't like the nihilism of the modern storytelling approach where everybody has to be shades of gray. There's no such thing as a person who just is good or just is bad. Because in real life, there are people that just are good, and there are people who just are bad. So I think it's more realistic to have that. But most people are somewhere in between. You know, we do good things and we do bad things. The whole struggle being that we're trying to spend our life doing the good things and avoiding the bad things. That's what makes it a struggle, you know? If you're a paragon who's never tempted by anything, it's much less impressive that you're a good person. It's still a good thing to be a good person, but it's the temptation and the struggle that makes it an achievement. UV says to Captain Johns, he says, I was generally pissed off at Von Owlitz being a decent human being come the raid, not even misguided, just on the other side. I loved that choice. That was one of my favorite things Warhorse did with this game, was that they made Von Owlitz a legitimately compelling person. Like, they don't make it so it's like, oh, he's on the fence or whatever. They just show that he's kind of right, you know? Or at least he's not misguided. He's on the other side, and that's very clear. But it's not because he's a mustache-twirling bad guy. It's because he has legitimate reasons. I love that because it's so much more historically authentic for him to have that attitude, you know? Or at least, it's much more likely to be historically authentic. We don't have nearly as much information about Markvart von Owlitz as we have about a lot of the other characters that come into play in these conflicts. Like, we know he's a real historical person, and he was already dead by the time this game takes place. But, that was a good shot, by the way. I didn't hear any applause. Marty McFly says, is it worth waiting to recraft Radzig's sword or doing it when you get to the second map? So I think it would make sense to wait, you know, so you can get it to level 4 if you plan on rushing the story and not doing any side content. So that way you still have some game to play afterwards. But if you like playing the game doing a lot of side content while you're playing the main story, since it's locked into your inventory, I don't think so. I think you just wait until you can get your crafting to the point where you can still get the really good stats for it by recrafting it, and then just save and recraft it. Because all you have to do is get it up so that its high stat is, I believe, 199, and even if it doesn't show it as level 4, it still has the level 4 stats. Alex Play says, I like and comment on my own videos. The algorithm struggle is real. Someone the other day commented on one of my video, like, comment for the algorithm or something like that, and someone replied to the comment that they're pretty sure YouTube is trying to filter that out so people don't artificially support people that they want to support to juice the algorithm. So it has to be like at least 8 words or something like that. I don't know if that's true or not, but it does sound like something YouTube would do. They do not like grassroots support. They want people to do clickbait and rage bait and have drama and all that sort of stuff. They don't want anything else. So that's what the algorithm is designed to support and to suppress. They suppress what I would consider to be normal, regular content, and the algorithm is designed to support rage bait. And clickbait. Clickbait doesn't work as much anymore because people are so used to the reality of clickbait that they understand how to recognize it. But rage bait still works. Redneck Zeus says, IDK, what you'd call the coat of Link's horse Epona in the Legend of Zelda games, but I quite like that one too. I am not super familiar. I've played Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Those are the only Zelda games I've ever played. So, I'm not sure what it looks like off the top of my head. Epona is chestnut with flaxen mane and tail. Well, JH is clearly a horse person who knows what things are called. I learned a lot of them when I was playing Red Dead, but then I forgot them. Because I'm not a horse person in real life. I've had to work with them on multiple occasions, and I really did not like it. Because I've worked with hundreds, if not thousands of cattle at a time and never had problems with them. Like, yeah, sometimes, especially heifers and stuff, will do something really stupid or annoying that drives you nuts. But they're nowhere near as stupid as horses are. I know that. It always pisses people off when I say that because they're like, horses are smart. No, horses are not smart. There is no such thing as a smart animal. I hate to break it to people. They're not capable of intelligence. That being said, certain animals act in a way that is much more aggravating and, to a human perspective, less intelligent than others, and horses are very high on that list. I feel like we've gotten to the point where we are going to be over-encumbered no matter what we do, because our horse is carrying already 404 pounds and we have 921 pounds on us, so we're going to have to... I mean, there's still an enemy around based on the music, but we're going to have to make our way to... up to Grund. That's the closest place where we're going to be able to offload most of this. Well, Shidaki's pretty close too, but if we go up towards Grund, we can hit this bandit camp on the way, and we'll just be walking over encumbered for a little bit. That's this way, I believe. JH said, "What did you say about my mama?" I don't think he's talking to me, because I don't remember saying anything about anyone's mama. Jean Cartier said, "Dang, I forgot Clarkson's Farm Season 4 trailer released yesterday." I saw that too, but I didn't watch it. I don't know what's wrong with me recently. I have not been clicking on videos. Yesterday, obviously, the news cycle is mostly dominated by the fact that we got a new pope. And I made a video about that over on my history channel, Parry This, if you're interested. But that's pretty much the only news I absorbed yesterday. All the other stuff, even if I saw it, I didn't click on the video and watch it. I don't know why. It's not like I'm actively trying to avoid it or anything. It's just recently I have not been as interested in stuff like that. I'm definitely interested in Clarkson's Farm Season 4. It's currently the only like new TV show that I'm up to date on and actually am interested in watching. So I'm excited for when that's going to come out. We talking short sword versus long sword in the thing again? Stream? Lexi just popped in and said, "Oh no, I missed so much." Yes, we are over 2 hours into the stream already. Did you not get an alert? Oh, I get it. I said YouTube likes drama in the chat. Well, I think it's not that they like monitor the chat messages and they're like, "Ooh, good, these are dramatic." The algorithm is designed so that if someone clicks on your video and leaves a scathing remark and a dislike, but they still watch the video long enough and enough people click on it that way, it generates more interactions. And it doesn't matter if they're positive interactions or negative interactions. That's all that matters, is that people are interacting with the video and they're watching it. So people who get really good at rage farming do very well on YouTube because they know that all they have to do is piss people off. It doesn't matter who they piss off or anything else. It doesn't matter if their content is good. All that matters is that they get a lot of people to click on it and interact with it. And if you say something that people really hate, like so, let's say you go on and you just do a bunch of rage bait opinions. Like you make a video about how the Lord of the Rings trilogy is one of the worst films like ever made. It sucks and list all the reasons why or whatever. And you get people are going to click on that explicitly with the intent of arguing with you. And so they argue, and then arguments happen in the comments section, and everyone's disliking it. So all that interaction shows YouTube, this is a good video. I should show people this video. When all it is pointless rage bait. But that is exactly how you get successful on YouTube. Because people will bring that up all the time. They'll be like, you know, why don't you just do this? Or make your thumbnails more clickbait or something like that. I hate that. As a person who's on YouTube, I hate clickbait. And I At least unless it's... Every once in a while I do what I would consider clickbait, except it's always honest. It's never a lie about the video. It still is about the video. It's just sometimes is like the other day I did a Elder Scrolls Oblivion one where I was ranking the different guilds in there, and I put the Dark Brotherhood... on the thumbnail I have best and worst on there, and I have a guy from the Thieves Guild under best and a guy from the Dark Brotherhood under worst. Because I was like... People will click on the video specifically to disagree with me about that. But then, you know, I obviously in the video, I did not say that because that's insane. The Dark Brotherhood is the best part of Oblivion. But anyway, getting a little bit off on a tangent. We got a super chat though, so that was cool for $1.99, but I don't think it had any words on it. Marty McFly sent it. It was just $2 and a like, or someone liked it. So thank you, Marty McFly, for the $2. I guess it's... People are less likely to super chat in my streams because I interact with pretty much the whole chat. JH says, it's cool that there's an American Pope, but it's disappointing the church has gone back to the Kitty Diddler cadre. Is he? I haven't heard anything about that yet, and I feel like if there was evidence that he was, in particular, guilty or even accused of anything, that would already be very popular in the news cycle. Lexi says she didn't get the notification. I mean, I am also fairly random with when I go live on these streams. It's usually within the 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. window, but it's different every time. Shakespeare's buddy said, Lord of the Rings is the worst story to get under my skin. It would be very annoying. I mean... everyone's entitled to their opinions. I've met people who legitimately do not like The Lord of the Rings. And for a lot of people, it's just because the films are too long, I can't sit through them. If someone says that, it's typically a very young person who has a TikTok attention span. So they're like, a 3-hour movie? Yeah, I can't do that. And don't get me wrong, I think the fact that movies have been, on average, getting longer is a very stupid change. I think the vast majority of movies do not need to be 3 hours long. But, in Lord of the Rings case... They chopped out a lot to get it down to that length. Jessica Sargent is here and says, you playing the DLC on the 15th? Yes. I don't know if I'll be streaming or if I'll make a video or whatever, but I will certainly be playing the DLC. I haven't made a firm decision on content related to it. Shakespeare's buddy said, LOL, did DTG see my comment? Why was it drama? Oh yeah, the one about saying Lord of the Rings is the worst story. I did see that one. Alex Play says the Harry Potter movies are a worse remake of Star Wars. I've seen that one. I don't think it's that controversial because, like I said, I've read the Harry Potter books and I've obviously seen all the movies, and they're fine. You know, if I'm in the right mood, I'll enjoy them. I can watch them and I'll enjoy them. Quality-wise, the story is nowhere near the authors that J.K. Rowling ripped off. That being said, the books are significantly better than the movies, as is usually the case because they can take their time. You know, they never feel rushed. And the problem with the movies is the third and the fourth movies are unwatchably bad. I know a lot of people think that they'll say the third movie is their favorite one, and that opinion always confuses the hell out of me. Now, I've gotten to the point where it's no longer my least favorite. The third Harry Potter movie used to be the one that I said was the absolute worst. I now believe fully that the fourth one is actually the one that's the absolute worst. But I think the third one is the second worst. They're just not good. They're all angsty, and I hate them. I just hate them. Anyway... Yuvi says, I should make a short sword fighting video. If you master strike everyone, you are better with a long sword. If you open with a feint and combo, the short sword is faster. No, the short sword is ridiculously good, and if you have all the right perks, you can make it deal so much damage if you're using it without a shield, that there's pretty much nothing in the game that compares. I just like the animations and the style and the roleplay elements of using a long sword. It's, mathematically, the short sword's better. The longsword, well, the only thing other than that is if you're not using a shield and you do find yourself blocking and parrying and stuff like that, the longsword has a higher defense stat, so that's also good. Captain John says, best weapon in the game, Raniac bow with Henry Bane, poison black arrows. It's just silly broken. That is true, because the Raniac's bow, it doesn't have the highest damage, but it has one of the highest damage, and it has a really good fire rate. The black arrows make it ridiculously overpowered. If you put Henry's Bane on it, you can solo everything without any struggle at all.
So, fine, actually.
There we go. Figured we could make up. Now, let's sell all this heavy armor. Well, not all of it, but you get what I'm saying. I'll repair it first, since that doesn't cost too much, and that way, any level 3 stuff we've got that we want to keep, we won't have to worry about fixing it ourselves. Plus, it'll give him more available money.
Good morning. I need some...
I wasn't paying attention to see how much that cost. Vaughan McCarran says, I don't understand the appeal of Harry Potter at all. I would say it certainly, in my opinion, doesn't have broad appeal. I think if you're super into that type of thing, it's, you know, it's something that you'll like, and there's very other things that are much like it, if that makes any sense. But if you just want to watch a movie, there's so many better movies out there. Same for if you just want to read a book. There's so many better books out there. That's how I feel about Harry Potter. I don't think it's nearly as special as a lot of people seem to think it is. Like, there's a lot of people who they base their entire personality around the fact that they like Harry Potter, and that confuses me. It's not quite as bad as being a Disney adult, but it's up there. Alright, I don't want to sell that stuff. I can sell these miscellaneous things, though. Let's see if that gets us to the point of unencumbered. I don't think it will.
Let's talk about...
But we can haggle a little bit. Hey, look at that. See, we're making money. Hey, we should be able to get over 10,000 for it, so that'll be good. Shakespeare's buddy says, DTG must have had too much painkiller potion this morning for his ribs. Why? Am I getting confused?
Finally. Thank you, sir.
Redneck Zeus says, in response to the allegations about the Pope, is there was a paperwork error in about a case in one of his churches as a bishop in Peru, so he's being accused of covering up an abuse. It's mostly just anti-Catholic nonsense. That's the problem with it, is that Catholics are against sexual abuse. And anyone who thinks they're not is buying into very, very biased propaganda. So there's no Catholic lay people and very few Catholic prelates or anything that want to cover up abuse. We're against it. The problem is you have a very concerted media and public effort to try and act like all Catholic priests are pedophiles, even though it's an extraordinarily small percentage, far less than the percentage in the American public school system. It's just that they are a popular target. We live in America, and America has always been anti-Catholic. It's one of the, if you look into the history of the American Revolution, it's one of the leading causes of the revolution. At the time, Catholic nations were abolishing slavery. Spain being one of the first major powers at the time to do so, and they did so because the Catholic Church's official stance had said slavery is a mortal sin. And that's why Spain abolished slavery at such an early time, well before a lot of other people were. And England was considering it, even though they had already broken away from the church at that point, they were also considering it. But it wasn't just about slavery. America was founded by a lot of people who were very anti-Catholic. A lot of them were, there were Puritans, there were Quakers, there was Anglicans, there was all sorts, Lutherans. There's lots of people who were super anti-Catholic at the time because they didn't like the power of the church. But it was very well baked into American society at the time. In fact, there's a reason why Maryland was called Maryland. It was one of the only bastions of Catholicism in the early Americas. But England, one of the things that pissed America off so bad to the point, it wasn't just taxation. It was obviously a big thing, but it wasn't all it was. One of the things that pissed them off was England was in the works of passing laws to make it so that open discrimination against the worship, Catholic worship would be illegal. They were about to ban discrimination against Catholics. And America was like, I will have none of that. So the problem is America's always been an anti-Catholic nation. There's a lot of Catholics here, but as a society, as a powerful nation, they've always had a bias against Catholics. So you can't be shocked when the U.S. media wants you to believe that all of the Catholic priests are pedophiles, which is a thing that pretty much everyone hates. And a lot of people will be like, okay, but I don't trust the source. You know. In any case. Adrian says Henry's Bane with any bow is OP. That is correct. Henry's Bane is just an OP potion. It's also really OP if you put it on a sword. Mongulus says, what do you think of the polearms in this game? I think that if you get good with using them, they can be very effective, but their durability is really low. And if you're not good at using them, they're also not great. Vaughan McCarrion says, I'm a certified Harry Potter hater. Don't like it as a kid, don't like it now. You sound like my dad. He hates Harry Potter. UV said he thought they would patch Henry's Bane and Fox, but they didn't. I mean, it makes sense that they wouldn't, because the whole point of having the tiered potion system was so that if people find themselves struggling with any part of the game, they could find a pretty good way around that with the potions. You know, you could I don't want to call it cheesing it, but, you know, some of the potions have ridiculously overpowered effects. Yeah, you know, I thought it was middle of the day. Why can't I trade with her? She was the trader, right? I was planning on selling off a bunch of the clothing and boots and stuff I was wearing. UV says, the issue with Potter is that if you read it late after reading other authors, you know where it's taken from. If not, some people's whole childhood is around it. That's what I said, because I didn't read the Harry Potter books until after I'd read C.S. Lewis and Tolkien. And she rips off pretty much every cool thing in her books is just ripped off storylines, characterizations, mythology, whatever, from either Tolkien or C.S. Lewis. And they wrote it first, and they wrote it better. So, yeah, like I said, I imagine if it's the first book you ever read, I could then totally understand really being into it. And I'm not saying they're unreadable. I'm not a Harry Potter hater. Like I said, I've read the books a couple times, and I find them enjoyable if I'm in the right mood for it. But it's not a generation-defining masterpiece. Marty McFly says, after 16 days on the road, I'm heading home today and Sunday. I'm making catfish nuggets and watching The Accountant 2. Can't wait. I've never even seen the first Accountant film, but I've heard it's good. I love catfish. It's one of my absolute... now, mind you, I like fish and seafood in general, so it's competitive. If it's well cooked, like if it's well done, not well done as in overcooked like a steak, but, you know, made by someone who's not bad at cooking. I like most forms of fish and seafood, but I really love catfish. Oh boy, now my stomach's grumbling. Best Cloyd said, as a Catholic, 100% against any harm to children. Anyone with a shred of heart will agree. That's what I'm saying. There are no... I've never talked to a Catholic who is sympathetic in any way with anyone that would harm a child. Well, I guess I have met people who call themselves Catholics and quote-unquote discipline their children in a way that I would consider abuse. So I guess there's that. But I've also met Protestants, atheists, and agnostics that fall under the same. So I don't think it's religion-linked in the case of child abuse. But as far as, you know, the specific type of abuse that is always being accused here, yeah, it's... no one supports that except for the people doing it. And in the same regard, my personal belief is, if any person is caught abusing children, especially if they're in an official capacity, it should not be covered up. It should be public knowledge. They should be charged criminally. And if it is a priest or something like that, immediately defrocked. And now, mind you, this isn't just accusations. You do need to investigate these type of things. It is a proven fact that false claims are made all the time. It happens all the time. So yes, an investigation needs to happen, and the person needs to actually be guilty. But if they are, there should never be a cover-up. They should never be moved. They should be immediately defrocked. Criminal charges need to be brought forth, and the harshest possible punishment is what they deserve. But I'm not unique in believing that. Pretty much everyone I know believes exactly that same thing. I think I just equipped something. I don't know what it was, though. I think it was pants. I think I did it again! I hate it when it does that. It does the thing where... Here, I'll put those on, because those are the ones I believe I was wearing. Horse can't carry anymore. Oh, we're not over encumbered anymore. We're definitely going to need to go sell some stuff, because we are struggling to find spots for everything. I just saw one that I wanted to respond to. Best Kool-Aid said, I'm indifferent to Harry Potter. My wife really likes it. I'm a diehard Tolkien fan. Like I said, I'm probably closer to positive than I am to indifferent towards it, but it's nowhere near my favorite. Alright, we're probably just going to have to ride back into Kuttenberg, honestly, to sell this stuff. Because I have a lot of what's taking up my weight is horse stuff and clothing. I'm on the right road, right? This is the one I rode through before on. Well, we'll find out where it is, because I see the church there, so we'll use that as a landmark in Grund. So, here's the church. So yes, I am riding the right way. Yeah, I'm just going to have to go back to Kuttenberg, I guess. Because I can sell armor and weapons here, but a lot of the weight that's getting me so over-encumbered is all the clothing I'm carrying. I agree, JH, about Tolkien and Lewis. But the best thing to read with them, if you're a fan of Tolkien and Lewis and like you've read their official works and everything, reading the letters that they've written is so enjoyable, especially the ones that they wrote to each other. Now, Tolkien wrote a lot of letters because if fans wrote letters asking questions and stuff, he very often... This again? He very often responded. And his letters are great for insight into stuff that a lot of people do not understand about his lore. But the ones between Tolkien and Lewis are easily the most entertaining.
Nothing. He's not listening again.
I think I hit that second guy. Critical Lizard asked if I was walking encumbered to gain strength. No, we're looting to make money, and my horse is already fully equipped, or at least it was. There we go. He also said, unless the child is the Antichrist. Well, I mean, if you're the Antichrist, you by definition cannot be innocent, but still, that would not be the approach that you'd... That wouldn't be a solution to the Antichrist. That would only be another bad thing piled on top. So that still wouldn't make it acceptable. Renexus says, I watch the Harry Potter movies quite a bit just because there is always a movie marathon on some TV channel and usually the only watchable thing on cable TV anymore. I don't suffer from that. I don't have regular TV. I don't even watch streaming stuff much anymore because, like I've said in various streams, I don't watch a lot of TV or movies anymore. I used to be into that more, but nowadays, if I've got time to do games and stuff for YouTube, that's pretty much the only quote-unquote recreation time I have. The rest of the time I spend working. Everyone, like I said, I watch Clarkson's Farm. That's the one exception to that, is that show me and my wife have been watching because we both really enjoy it. Jean Cartier says, catfish is a fish that I can eat, but I'm not a big fan of fish. It's if it's cooked right by people who know what they're doing and prepare it so it doesn't just taste like mud, catfish is a very light and clean tasting fish, which I feel like a lot of people who don't like fish would enjoy. Because most of the people that I talk to who say they don't like fish, they don't like the strong, oily, quote-unquote fishy taste. And catfish, if prepared properly, doesn't have that. So I think that's why a lot of people like catfish, even if they don't like other types of fish. Captain John says, buy yourself a new set of armor, DTG, get that new drip. That's my plan, is I'm trying to build up some money so I can buy some more of the high-level armor stuff from some of the merchants in Kuttenberg. Alex Place says, gotta go, I wish you all the best, and have a nice day. See you later, Alex Place. Have a good day. Thanks for joining for as long as you did. 2.5 hours ain't a bad... Well, I mean, I don't know if you were here from the beginning, but, you know. Let's assume you were. JH says, one of my favorite books is not enjoyed by many. The Screw Tape Letters. The Screw Tape Letters are very solid. If you've read C.S. Lewis's popular work, like, you know, Chronicles of Narnia or something like that, if people have done that, I always say, well, now that you're used to his writing style, how would you like to... I mean, Screw Tape Letters is a good intro point to basic theology. If you're interested in spiritual truth and, like I said, pretty basic theology, it's a good place to start because it's well written, it's easy to read, it's not very long, but it does have important, like, lessons and dialogue that you can easily learn from if you're trying. So, Screw Tape Letters are something that I always recommend for people who like reading. Best Kool-Aid said, Tolkien's letters are the OG Q and Q. Well, yeah, it's like it's basically like when you have a TV show like Walking Dead where they had Talking Dead afterwards where they were like, that was so cool, let's talk about it. That's what Tolkien's letters were. But I feel like, historically speaking, most of your authors back then didn't respond. Tolkien did, and he wrote out some long, very detailed responses. I love reading them. Critical Lizard said, the amount of chances that bandit had to just stab you in the face while you were loading your crossbow. I always find that so hilarious when you're in a situation like that where, realistically speaking, if I was sitting there cocking a crossbow and you just were in my face with a sword, just stab me in the face, you know? Yep, so JH, you excited for Clarkson's Farm too? I really like the show, so, and it's, like I've said before, it's not surprising because I like Jeremy Clarkson. I was always a big fan of Top Gear while he was on that, and I've always found him to be very amusing. So I figured I'd like it, plus I farm in real life, and I like farming, so I figured the combination of topics would be something that would appeal to me, and I was right. Even though I don't typically like reality TV. Critical Lizard says, well-cooked salmon doesn't really have that fishy taste either. It doesn't, I agree, but it does have a very specific taste. Salmon is one of those things that I like sometimes, and sometimes I'm like, that wasn't very good. Even though I really like fish and seafood, because salmon has a super specific taste. My favorite types of fish, at least for lake fish, are, what's this guy? Are walleye and perch. I love walleye and perch. If I go to a restaurant and I see that on the menu, it's almost always what I'll end up getting. Even if sometimes, like, I'll head in kind of feeling like, I could go for a burger today or something like that. I get in and I see that their special is fresh caught walleye or something, and I'll be like, yeah, I'm getting that. I don't need to think twice. That's definitely what I want. Oh, guys, we always get talking about food like this, and now I'm so hungry. Just take a drink. That'll help. Marty McFly says, malt vinegar makes any fish taste better. I think I did that once when I was at a quote-unquote British pub. It was here in America, but it was owned by a guy who lived in Great Britain until, like, 5 years ago. And so he made a stereotypical British pub, and he was selling fish and chips and all the other British pub food. And so I got the fish and chips, and it was, as an American would say, a fish fry. Was essentially what it was. It was battered fish, and I'm sure it was probably cod or something like that, and it was served with thick-cut steak fries, which is like the worst way to eat potatoes in my opinion. But anyway, it came with malt vinegar, and I tried it, and I didn't mind it. I do like the taste of vinegar, so it was alright. That being said, if I'm eating beer-battered fish, if it's really good and it's actually seasoned before they batter it, I don't put anything on it because I just love the taste of it, especially if it's walleye or perch. Absolutely love that. But a lot of places don't actually season their fish before they batter it. They might have a little bit of seasoning in the batter, but usually they don't. So the fish can be fairly bland, in which case tartar sauce is the correct approach. Or coleslaw. Coleslaw goes good with it too. Redneck Zeus says, I spend a lot of my time at my dad's. He has cable TV. I don't even have a TV in my apartment. I have TVs. Because I'm married and I have 3 children, so if I didn't, they would constantly be bothering me. No, I'm just kidding. But we do have TVs that we watch occasionally. I don't have any sort of regular TV. My dad has either DirecTV or Dish. So when I go over there to visit him, he's usually got something on. It's usually sports. But recently it's been like YouTube. He watches a lot of YouTube now because my sister hooked that up for him on his TV. So he watches Packers stuff all the time. So it's still sports, but now it's people talking about them instead of like SportsCenter. Or he'll be watching a history documentary or something religious. Those are the 3 things that are on TV at my dad's house if you go there. If my kids are there, sometimes there'll be like an old Disney movie playing or something like that. But the rest of the time, it's pretty much sports, religion, or war documentaries. Adrian agrees walleye is so good. I love walleye. Vaughan McCarrion sent the message day job. I assume he's asking what my day job is. Previously said your day job was being a stripper. You're a farmer now all of a sudden. Well, a guy can do 2 things. God forbid I have a hobby. First of all, yes, my day job is stripper. I tried applying for the night job because you make way better money, but they took one look at me and said, no, I think you're more of like a Tuesday, Thursday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. type of guy. And you know what? I think they were right. I don't make much money, but it sure hurts my confidence. That's my day job. My night job is farming. Yuvi says, I'm going to be in Madrid at the end of the month, and I will try some seafood here. It's not that good. I've never had bad seafood if I was close to the ocean. Let me put it that way. I've had bad seafood 2,000 or 3,000 miles inland. I've also had good seafood 2,000 or 3,000 miles inland. So it's not a rule, but I've never been within 100 miles of the coast and stopped and gotten seafood and had a bad experience with it. Like factory farmed tilapia is not worth eating. For one thing, tilapia tastes like shit. It's like the worst fish. I hate it. Second of all, it's super bad for you. Especially factory raised stuff. Like the wild caught stuff is still not very good for you, at least not compared to most fish. But like the factory farm stuff is really bad for you. Do some research into it if you don't believe me, but you do not want to eat factory farm tilapia. It's a bad choice. Like I said, the starter for me, the thing that would be enough is that it tastes like crap. I would even if I'm just going to have something basic, cod is my choice for a basic fish fry. If they don't have cod, I'll eat haddock. If it says tilapia, I will absolutely not touch it, because it tastes like shit and it's bad for you. Best Coid said, thanks everyone, now I'm starving. That's a problem with joining these live streams, is if I'm even a little bit hungry and someone brings up the topic of food, that's all we're going to talk about, and it's going to get to the point where everybody's mouth is watering and their stomachs are grumbling. Critical Lizard said, I'm sitting here eating a big bowl of apples, grapes, and strawberries. I'm not nuts about strawberries. I like wild strawberries, but I feel like store-bought ones always taste really bland. Like, they don't have a lot of flavor to them. But I could go for some fruit right now, too. Marty McFly says bacon. JH says, why eat fish when you can eat beef? I like both. When I was younger, I definitely leaned more towards red meat than fish. But as I've been aging, I love fish. It's probably also because I don't cook it that much at home. If I make something at home, in the seafood spectrum, it's usually a shrimp type dish. I don't, if I go fishing, which I haven't done very much since I had kids, and I catch a bunch of fish, I'll fillet them if they're big enough for fillets, and I'll pan fry some fish. But I haven't done that for years. So I don't cook much fish at home. So if I go to a restaurant, it's the thing I have less frequently. I cook steak and burgers and stuff like that all the time. Marty McFly says, go to the pickle park. You'll be able to make some good money there. Yeah, do they pay good? For me, it's just about the crowd. I don't get much of an hourly wage where I work, but the tips sometimes help. And if I can take the tip, they'll usually give me the whole thing. No, I shouldn't make that joke. That's bad. Oh, man. Critical Lizard says, who's winning in a duel in real life? You or Henry? Henry. If you mean a fight? Well, considering Henry's not real, and if he was, he'd be dead for hundreds of years, I like my odds in that fight. If you mean, like, seriously, if we both existed in the same world, I mean, he's an expert sword fighter, and I'm not, so I'd use a gun, or a bow, or a crossbow. I am a pretty good archer, so, If it was medieval rules and medieval weapons and stuff, I wouldn't be too terrified of using my odds that way. I'm also physically a lot larger than Henry is, because I'm a pretty big person in real life. I know I sound really small on the screen, but I'm actually not. Or as one of my favorite lines from one of my favorite movies would say, folks call me Little John, but don't let the name fool ya. In real life, I'm actually quite big. This guy... a general store owner? Can I sell anything to him? I cannot. Boo. Redneck Zeus says, I just assumed you strip for the cows. Well, if they show up. Haha. We're really rocking the jokes on this one. JH says, I've been trying so hard to get land. It's so hard to get straight as an immigrant. The West is so expensive and there's no water anymore. Yeah, if you live out West, farmland, any good farmland is expensive. And, yeah, your main problem is going to be water supply. Now, if you move to Wisconsin right now, don't get me wrong, land is still super overpriced here. But it's important to remember that the way that organic American agriculture evolved was based on what you could do in an area. So, if you go to most of the Midwest, your Indiana, Illinois, Iowa type areas where you've got big, flat, open grounds with adequate water supplies, natural waterways and everything, but, big open fields, that's wheat country. Some of it's being used for corn or whatever, but that's big combine crops is what dominates that because it's where you can do it. Here in Wisconsin, and I imagine also Minnesota and Michigan and everything, we've got plenty of water. We have areas with pretty big spots that we're able to get broken into fields, and so we have some big fields, but it's dairy country. The thing that you need more than anything for a dairy operation is water. Because if you think about it, most of milk, I mean, you shouldn't have to think about it to know this, but the vast majority of milk's makeup is water. You know, it's almost entirely water. And in fact, anything that humans can safely consume is at least 98% water. You know, as far as liquids go. That's just a fact. If not, it's almost always toxic. So when people say, you can't get hydrated drinking a Mountain Dew, I agree that you should drink something else. Regular water would be a better option, but you absolutely can get hydrated drinking a soda. It is 98, 99% water. So it will hydrate you. It may not hydrate you as well, and if it has a ton of caffeine or a ton of sugar to the point where it becomes diuretic, you may have problems over time, but there are people who live their entire lives drinking nothing but soda. You can do it. It's not a good choice. You're going to be unhealthy. It might rot your teeth out. You might get morbidly obese, but you can do it. I hate it when people say broad sweeping statements that are in fact inaccurate. We need to go to a clothing store. Is there one down this road? Because that's... Oh boy. I hate that it doesn't center the map, but I guess if it did, it would really be a dead giveaway for where you are. We are... Yes. Right? Or no, am I on the wrong road now? No, I'm on the right road. If I keep going down, I'll hit the swords, the weapon one, and then I'll be hitting the tailors. Good, because that's what I was aiming for. Adrian already started making a turkey sandwich for lunch. I won't be eating until this stream ends. So if you guys get me too hungry, you're going to get a short stream. Critical Lizard said, the strawberries I'm eating are from my local farmer's market. I imagine that probably makes them a lot better than getting them at Walmart. Bagan McCarrion says, a home-cooked burger is what I need right now to set my soul on the right path. I had a burger for lunch yesterday. It was good. It was a bacon blue burger, which is one of my favorite things. It's just a burger with a couple pickles on it, and then a pile of blue cheese and a couple strips of bacon.
What do you have for sale?
I should probably have him repair my stuff first. Because I'm willing to bet it's pretty damaged. Yep, look at that. Now we'll sell.
Show me you.
We should be able to offload quite a bit of stuff here, because I feel like a lot of the stuff we picked up was level 2 and level 1. Oops, I didn't press E before I did that. We have 8 of this variant of Gambeson. Oops. There we go, there we go. See, this is what I needed. This stuff was all weighing me down. It's funny, because when you think about it, you'd think it was the plate armor and swords and everything. And those things, yes, obviously will pile up and be very heavy. But, like, Gambeson type armor, which I've actually worn before, can get really heavy.
I'd like to discuss...
JH says, if you have a short stream, you might want to see a doctor. That's solid advice. JH says, I just want pasture for my horses. I want water, and I want trees, and a halfway decent house to live in, but I don't have $10 million. That does seem... Captain John says their entire lives are just very short. Yeah, like I said, you won't live well if you drink nothing but soda your entire life, but people do it and do live. In fact, I've seen people in their, 80s that drink nothing but soda. They're usually very fat, but not always, too. I also know this one guy who smokes probably at least a pack a day, and he drinks pretty much nothing but Mountain Dew. Every once in a while, if he's in the mood, he'll drink alcohol, but all the rest of the time, it's pretty much just Mountain Dew, and he smokes all the time. And he's skinny, he has all of his teeth, and he's, I think, in his late 70s. Clearly it happens. It's just statistically not... You shouldn't plan your life based around such a strange and confusing medical accident or whatever, Music for Life says, DTG, I've already said it before, but farmer and all manual heavy labor jobs will be the ones that remain when AI takes over. That is the unfortunate truth. AI will continue to take artistic jobs. That is going to happen. I know people want to fight it, and I'm not saying don't fight it. That's, I agree that it's... If I was the one designing things and making things easier, I would be trying to automate manual labor, menial tasks, get that out of the market so that we can work towards a society that is focused more on intellectual growth. And I mean real intellectual growth, not learning useless stuff. I mean stuff that actually helps humanity. But in any case, I would not be trying to replace artistic jobs. But unfortunately, the AI that's being developed, that's exactly what it's going to replace, is artistic jobs. So, yes, farming has to exist. Jean Cartier says, "Are you yanking my pizzle? He's saying your day job is a stripper?" What? Do you think I couldn't be a stripper? That's discriminatory. That's sexist. I would make an excellent... I mean, I am an excellent stripper. I mean, I'm not very good at dancing, and I'm not super attractive, and my arts of seduction are pretty low. But other than that, I've pretty much got it locked down. Probably don't need 16 torches, if I'm being honest. After this, we'll put this stuff in here, and then we'll check for multiples in the chest. Which isn't perfect, because a lot of it's dirty, and a lot of it's damaged and everything. But, you know, the system doesn't need to be flawless. We'll sell all that stuff that we've got. Oh, well, we'll put these materials in there, except for the marigold. It's always good to every once in a while go through and make sure you clear your inventory, just so you're not carrying a bunch of stuff that you definitely do not need. Alright. Now we'll do this part. Anyway. Critical Lizard says, "I live in Ireland. We don't have Walmarts. Quit yanking my pizzle. We've got Flor Marta." I was gonna say, I know you have superstores. I'm just sure they're called something different. Yeah, see, we do have lots of duplicates that we can go sell. Redneck Zeus says, "My dad pretty much only drinks Diet Mountain Dew." I was watching a video the other day that was talking about weight loss comparisons in a study that were done, and one of them was done with people who only drank water. They drank absolutely nothing else. And then it was ones who drank water and at least one diet soda a day. And the ones that drank the one diet soda a day, or at least one diet soda a day, lost twice as much fat over the same course of time. It wasn't muscle mass, it was pure body fat. And they figured the reason for it is having that diet soda, since it is a 0-calorie soda and literally, scientifically cannot make you fat, it was two things. One, they said the carbonation in it helped fill up your stomach artificially so that you didn't overeat. So if you had a diet soda with your meal, you were less likely to overeat. And the other part was that it helped people who have a very strong tendency towards sweet things to control their cravings. So instead of going out and grabbing a donut and shoving it down their throats, they drank a diet soda. And so over the course of a year, overwhelmingly the group that was also consuming diet soda with their water lost way more fat. Marty McFly says, "I'll strip for coffee." Imam says, "There are plenty of valid uses for AI, even in semi-creative stuff." Like, I'm not saying that you can't use it. I use AI as a tool oftentimes to, like, check my stuff. So when I write a script or something like that, I'll usually use AI to check for grammatical mistakes, or if I repeated myself, like, I'll give it instructions to be like, look for any times where I was being repetitive or something like that. And it's not perfect, but it does help me edit things quicker. So it's useful for stuff like that. So I'm not saying it can't be used as an aid, because it obviously can. I'm saying if I had a magic wand that I could wave and suddenly decide what things were being used for what, and I could make it so that AI could be used to replace manual labor at factories, that would be the thing I would replace. You know? Or at least the really unpleasant jobs, I should say, would be the things that I would go for first. It wouldn't be the things that people dream about being able to do. There we go. Now I can take all this stuff. It's not worth much, but I can sell it at the general store right next to us and make some money off of it. Oops, I'm doing the wrong thing. I like keeping the lore books, so let's separate that before I take those out. Well, I don't need duplicates of them. I like having them just in case I get curious about something and want to read it. But the skill books we certainly don't need. And the recipes that we've already read. Oh, you take any of these that are down at 0. Redneck Zeus says, I gave up soda pop for Lent. Now most big soda pop tastes super gross to me. So I stopped drinking soda quite a while ago. For a while there, I was drinking Diet Pepsi because I really like the taste of the Diet Pepsi Wild Cherry. Like, it's just got a really good taste. So I had gotten into drinking that, but then I gave up drinking that a couple years ago, and now, instead of that, I need caffeine to keep the migraines away. Ever since I broke my neck when I was 6 years old, I've been plagued with migraines. If I get the caffeine completely out of my system, I get migraines. It always happens. I've tried literally everything. Everyone's always like, oh, you need more sodium or something like that. And I'm like, trust me? Trust me, I've tried that. If I didn't need to, I wouldn't, because the problem with getting caffeine as a medication is that if you run out of caffeine, now you get caffeine headaches, which also sucks. But I'd rather drink caffeine and not get migraines than the alternative, because the migraines are horrible. But I agree. Ever since I gave it up and I switched over to now if I want something like that, I'll drink a bubbler or whatever. Regular soda is sickeningly sweet. Like, I can't stomach it. It will make me ill if I drink like a regular Sprite or something like that. Alright, we should only have things that I want to sell other than what we have equipped now, so let's see how much money we can make. We have to pay attention because if we go over the 20,000 mark, we got to go to a different store because I want to make sure we're maximizing our profits here. $16 torches. Alright, so we're already at 3,500 groschen, so you can probably tell that we're going to make a decent amount of money here. Darius Brewster says he's looking into fish now. Hey, you're welcome. Hungry Henry says, speaking of jobs, after 2 years of corporate work, now I get to now I try to get my second degree in history and get a PhD in history and work in research because I'm sick of corporations, even though I'm an engineer. Yeah, after college, I went into corporate work, and the job was fine. I made decent money. It had benefits, you know, whatever. I probably would have kept working there for a long time, but then COVID happened, and they laid off a bunch of people, and my job was eliminated. And so after that, I got another corporate job. It's technically a promotion over the last one. It was another step higher in the management chain or whatever, but I did not work there long before I was like, I hate this. I hate corporate work. I absolutely don't like anything about this other than the paychecks. But the paychecks were not enough to keep me there. So that was the end of my corporate career, at least, you know, for now. I'm not saying I would never go back. Obviously, if I needed the money, there's not many options, but I make do with what I do, and I much prefer what I do. Okay, I had to double check there. I almost panicked because I was like, oh, wait a second. Did I go over the thing? But I did not. All right, let's get rid of all this stuff. See, it's not worth very much groschen, but it's worth enough that if I'm trying to make money, I might as well sell it. $17 nutmeg we probably don't need. 16 pepper we don't need. 11 saffron we don't need. Schnapps. Some walnuts while we're at it. Some books. We won't sell the one that we've already, or that we haven't read yet, or the ones we haven't read yet. Dang. The weapons tab got me so excited for it that I totally thought we were going to be speeding through this, the amount of money process, but we are definitely not gaining it as fast. I keep losing track of the chat. It's probably good, considering, you know, that means that the stream's being interacted with more, but I'm not being able to continue on with the conversations that we're trying to have. After I sell this, I'm going to try catching up on the chat. Alrighty. Sell these extra badges. I like to keep one of each. I typically only use them if I suddenly decide I want to play a lot of dice, but that doesn't happen. So I typically, just for completionism, keep one of each badge, and then the rest of them I'll sell like this, because some of them are worth a lot. Feels good to finally clean out the inventory, though. Like the chest inventory, because we've had a lot of this stuff stacking up since we started this playthrough. Well, we passed over 10,000. With haggling, we should be able to get that up enough. There we go.
I'd like to do some...
Yeah. We'll be able to get a couple extra thousand with Groshen. Alright. Redneck Zeus says, Diet Soda has not helped my dad at all in that sense. Well, like I said, it's not like Diet Soda makes you thinner. It's that if you're utilizing it in the right context, so you're utilizing it with proper diet and hopefully exercise or whatever, it's a very effective tool for helping to maintain or to curb cravings and sometimes to help fill up your stomach a little bit more. It's not a magic pill that makes you thin. My dad is a type 2 diabetic. Much like my grandfather was.
You see.
Look at that, we got 13,000 Groshen from that sale. Not bad. So that brings our total amount up to... where are we at? 41k. I don't know why I had so much trouble finding that. Critical Lizard said you could arm an entire garrison with your inventory. With the what I had on me? Certainly. Music for Life said, back in August 2024, someone used GPT to create the first Shot movie. 10 minutes, and it was actorless. I mean, I know that people have been using AI for stuff like that. I saw some accusations about some like larger Disney movies where they're pretty sure that the scripts were written with AI during the writer's strike. Redneck Zeus says, my local grocery store has a rather good selection of smaller craft soda brands. They have a real sugarcane cranberry ginger beer that is quite tasty. I just don't drink soda in general anymore, but mine also has some craft stuff that every once in a while I look at it and think, wow, that sounds like it might be good. Critical Lizard says, why is a spoiled apple even worth 0.1 Groshen? Yeah, I mean, I feel like it makes sense that it shouldn't be worth anything, but it would be worth fertilizer value. Or feeding pigs or something. Music for Life says, and the worse, the more people use AI, the stronger it gets. Yeah, if it's based on a learning algorithm and that's how it learns, yeah, that's true. The more people use it, the better it will become. Andre Lewis said, Florian silver ring is unique. Yeah, but you can't wear it. It's not a unique clothing item. It's a unique piece of loot. I don't typically keep the unique pieces of loot. I haven't found any that have come up later in the story, so that's why I stopped keeping them. In my first playthrough, I kept them all. But then there was never any point at which it became a thing where someone's like, hey, you know what I've always been looking for? There's this guy named Florian, and he had this ring, and I wish I could have it. You know? Recently, the thing I use AI for, especially GPT, is instead of Googling something, I will ask GPT the information, and if it's something where I want to confirm if it's true or not, I'll have them provide the sources for it too. Because I'm so sick of getting all the sponsored and spam responses on Google. It's become a useless search engine if you just want an answer to something. Hungry Henry says, an interesting idea for a KCD game would be going into the future a few decades when the King of Hungary, Matthias, when invited by the Catholics in Bohemia to take the throne. I feel like if they do it with the level of care that they've done for the first two games, Warhorse Studios could make this type of game set pretty much in any time or place, and it would be very fun and enjoyable. Because there's just something about playing in an authentic, real world with this level of detail and thought to the storytelling that makes it very fun and engaging. JH said, GLP-1s are a miracle, honestly. I mean, it'll take me years before I think that they're a good idea, just because I have no idea what the side effects of something like that are. And I feel like if, they could be totally side effect less. And that would be great. The weight loss industry is a multi-billion, it's like a $10 billion annual industry for like gym memberships and fad diets and stuff like that. So there are a lot of people heavily invested in GLPs not becoming affordable and trying to convince people that they're very dangerous. So I'm automatically going to be a little bit skeptical of anything I see that claims that either A, they're not effective, or they're too expensive, or B, they're not safe. You got to be skeptical either way. I do get worried about miracle drugs. Yeah, that type of thing. It either comes off as snake oil or too good to be true. So if I mean, I'm not at the point where I would feel that's necessary, but I've known a lot of people that have struggled with morbid obesity for their entire lives. And I know it can be hard to break out of that. So if it works for them, I'm very happy. I'm very happy that it works for them. Because even if the GLP-1s are dangerous and have bad side effects, obesity is the leading cause of death in most of the developed world, especially the United States. So no matter what the side effects are, even if they're quite a few different types of cancer, I'm not saying those are less dangerous to have, but morbid obesity kills more people, you know? So being able to lose that weight is objectively a good thing no matter what. Critical Lizard says, which negative perk is the most tedious? And Inman said bad back. I honestly, yeah, it's probably bad back. Because it reduces our carrying capacity by a lot. And when you pick herbs, you have to deal with that as a very annoying side effect too. So that one's high, but I think, honestly, it's the one, especially if you take all the perks, it's the one that makes it so much slower to get speech XP. Because if you're like me and you like leveling that up, it really slows you down. Critical Lizard says, I always keep a golden crucifix on my Henry, just like in real life. I don't own a golden crucifix. I own plenty of crucifixes, but not a golden one. That would be pretty fancy for me. Jean Cartier says, I'm a little pissed at Vavra for admitting he appeased the urinalists and the other side that didn't even want to play the game at the first place. I have not seen him admit that, but if he admitted it, I'm not pissed that he admitted it. It's good. It's good that he is being honest about it. It's definitely annoying if he did something that he didn't want to do because he's based his whole personality around being this super based game developer who doesn't care what the mainstream media thinks, etc. and so forth. So, like, that's cringe, you know? And real annoying because at launch, he was so staunchly saying, no, I only did things I wanted, nothing in this game was influenced by anything else, so, you know, dishonesty is always a thing to be avoided, and in that case, extremely cringe. But I'm not familiar with what you're referencing, because I have not been watching any quote-unquote gaming news for a while. Redneck Zeus says his profile picture is AI generated. I tried that once, and I put it up in a poll, but the people did not like the AI generated avatars, so I just stuck with my old one. Best Kool-Aid says, I use Opera GX now. Critical Lizard says, have you thought of using a face cam during streams? I used to. Well, back when I used to stream, I used the face cam, but I stopped doing it because I have to set up the camera, the webcam, every single time. I can't keep it plugged in because if I do, it has a mic, and so my computer will constantly switch my default mic from the actual recording mic that I have, which has fairly good audio quality, to the webcam one, which has terrible quality. And the last couple times it did it, it would not let me change it back. It kept, like, removing my actual mic from the list of approved devices, and it took me hours to get it fixed every time. So I just got annoyed, and I removed the webcam, and now I don't like having it on. So if I wanted to stream with a face cam, I would need to rehook that up every single time I stream, and go through the process of troubleshooting to get that to work, and that's why, for this whole stream, I just haven't been using it. Redneck Zeus says, GLP-1s are good as a last resort, but they're extremely overused. That's what I'm saying. I think if they work well and are proven to be safe enough for weight loss, I think they should be either very affordable or free for people who are morbidly obese. It is better for our society for there to be less morbidly obese people. That's my point. I get real sick of the people who are like, no, you should only be able to lose weight if you have to stick to an extremely strict diet and exercise for however long that they say you have to do every day. Everyone else deserves to be fat. No, that's stupid, and you're an asshole for saying that. It is better for society. It's better for so many reasons. One of which, it's better that for our healthcare system, because obesity is a huge drain on our healthcare system. Number two, it's better for there to be less morbidly obese people, quote unquote, walking around, because it just shows other people that that's something that isn't abnormal. The more abnormal obesity is, the slower it takes for it to grow. If that makes any sense. You do what you see. It's a cultural thing. And if you go back in time even 30 years in this country, seeing what would probably be considered a fairly average person now would have been considered quite large back then as far as like fat content goes. And it's bad for you. It is bad for you. I'm not saying you can't live a healthy life and be what doctors consider overweight, you know, based on their height and weight tables and everything, because most of those are fairly inaccurate and they don't account for a lot of different nuance. But as a general medical rule, it's better to not be obese, right? It causes a lot of secondary health problems, as well as wearing down your body so much faster. You take someone like my grandfather, who he was a type 2 diabetic, and he was morbidly obese for his entire adult life. Like, from his early 20s on, he was super overweight. He lived to be 84, which is above average. Now, mind you, he did not live well. You know, I feel like if he would have been 100 pounds lighter, he probably would have had a lot less health problems and had a much better life until then, but he still did live to be 84. Like I said, it is objectively a better thing for less people in society to be morbidly obese. And so if GLP-1s work, and they don't kill people, and they're affordable, I'm not saying it should be taxpayer subsidized or anything like that, but I don't have a problem with it. I don't think there's a moral superiority in working out for 2 hours every day for 10 years to get to the weight or whatever you want. And I think a lot of people who went through that hard work might be bitter that other people are finding a different way to do it that works for them and doesn't require them to sacrifice their whole life to the gym god. I can't empathize with that. Now, like I said, I don't see myself ever taking them for various reasons, just because A, I don't want to risk the health side effects, and I'm not to the point where I could stand to lose 20 to 40 pounds. I would say that's the general mark that I have for myself. I could easily stand to do that, but I could also lose 20 to 40 pounds if I, you know, switched over to a more active lifestyle as far as like my actual full-time career. Stripping just doesn't burn the calories that people think it does. And certainly neither does sitting at a computer. I think if I just did that, I'd be able to lose the weight that I need to, because I already have a fairly well-controlled diet. So I don't ever see myself using them, but I personally know people that I think could dramatically improve their life with the use of GLP-1s. And I would rather that they had a better life, lived longer, and lived healthier. So, like I said, there's no moral superiority in lording over someone else the fact that they used drugs to lose weight. Jade says Mexico is in trouble with the obesity epidemic. That's what I'm saying. It's not just the United States. A lot of media personalities and people in general will pretend it's just the United States. It's the entire developed world. The United States is definitely really high on the list for where it's very serious, but it's not just the United States. Like you said, Mexico, Canada's got a problem with it. Most of the EU has a problem with it. It's a problem everywhere. Like I said, it may not be as extreme as it is in the US in a lot of those places, but it's still a problem. Yuvi says, I don't think we're meant to like the devil. I know he's a fan favorite, but I'm not sure the devs wanted him to be. I agree. I think he's supposed to be unlikable. That's why Catherine hates him and is always talking about how much she hates him. Is we're supposed to like Catherine. So she's supposed to help affect our opinion in a negative way about the devil. And I don't really care for him too much. Like, I don't hate him. He's not, like, Chamberlain levels of hatred. It's hard for me to get that passionate about a video game in general. At least NPCs in them. But he's not objectively a likable character, you know? Iman 1 says, you don't need to like him, but at least you need to respect him as your commander. The Dry Devil is, in fact, not Henry's commander at any point in the game. he's not in charge of anything. Zizka recruits him into the same band that he has Henry in, and then later, during the siege, he essentially makes them formally equals as they both command different parties or whatever. JH says, the issue with a lot of people comes down to hormones. No amount of gym time can overdo genetics. There are genetic problems. Anyone who says there aren't is an idiot. There are genetic conditions that make it extremely hard to lose weight. That being said, for 99% of people, or maybe it's not 99, but it's no matter what it is, it's the high 90% of people. As long as you're in a calorie deficit, you will lose weight. That's based on the laws of thermodynamics. That's true. If you are consuming less calories than you're burning, you'll lose weight. But it is an age-old wisdom that you cannot outrun the fork. So typically, if you have a horrible diet, no amount of exercise can make up for that, unless it's all you do. Like, I think it probably is possible to outrun the fork if you spent all day in the gym, and you were just constantly lifting. Because you'd build enough muscle mass, you'd have enough calories and everything to feed it, so you'd have enough that if you were lifting all the time, you'd be building muscle mass. And if you're building muscle mass, you're gonna be burning fat. So, I think it is possible to outrun the fork, but for the vast majority of people, it's not plausible. You know, if you work a full-time job, if you've got a family, you have obligations and everything, you probably don't have enough time to outrun the fork. And yes, there are medical conditions that make it ridiculously hard to lose weight. Typically, you still will, it just needs to be a much more dramatic calorie deficit. Vagan Macarian says, Armenia is a relatively poor country and we have an obesity problem. See, that is a misconception that obesity is a problem of the rich. It is exclusively a problem of the poor. Poor people are way more likely to be obese, for various reasons. Like I said, one of which being oftentimes a lack of time. Sometimes you could say it could be a common cause. Maybe they're poor and obese for the same reason. Maybe that reason is that they're lazy. But the other one outside of that is that unhealthy food is cheaper than healthy food. Like, if you're really careful with it and strategic and you, like, maybe grow a garden or raise some of your own animals or something, you can more affordably have healthier food. But if you're just going to the grocery store and you're not super careful with, like, deals and scouting for all that sort of stuff, if you're just going and buying what your family needs to eat, it's cheaper to buy frozen pizzas, bags of chips, and shit like that than it is to buy fresh produce and raw meat. You know, that's true. I shop. I know this is true because I go shopping. You know, unhealthy food is cheaper. So it is actually a problem of the poor. I agree, Darius Brewster. Like I said, yeah, he's not as bad as the Chamberlain, but the Dry Devil is annoying. And he has, it's multiple things. He has an annoying voice, he has an annoying personality, his opinions are annoying, and I disagree with him on matters of tactics. You know, he clearly is a person who enjoys being sadistic. And I don't like that, and therefore my Henry does not like that.
It really isn't very safe around here.
JH says no endgame spoilers, please. I don't think I've spoiled anything. I've been trying to avoid endgame stuff, just topics as a whole. Oh, you're talking about the castle raid for him being your commander? I mean, it's not formalized, but yes, technically he's leading that portion. But, that being said, if you follow that logic, if you win the fight, he's no longer your commander. You know, so that probably feels like a matter of perspective. I'd say that the hierarchy in this game is not super well defined. We'll read our way to morning. Elijah Meyer says, there are genetic issues, but most people aren't affected by it and just use it as an excuse. Well, there's an important distinction there. It's true, like I said, the vast majority of people do not actually have a condition that will make it impossible for them to lose weight if they're in a calorie deficit. So that is just a fact. But it's much more common than a lot of people would have you believe. But it's not so much a genetic issue. It can be a genetic issue, because like I said, there are genetic conditions and disorders that you can have that make it really hard to lose weight. And they've existed forever. Back in, ye olden days of 30, 40 years ago, it's just commonly what someone would be referred to as a good keeper. They put on weight easily and they don't lose it easily. And it was very common in people who did manual labor. Like, it wasn't people who just were lazy and never did anything. It was common to see in laborers. So no, it exists. That's always been a thing. Only an idiot gym bro with absolutely no medical knowledge would tell you that that's not a thing. But like I said, it's not really the genetic conditions that are that common anymore for people who struggle with weight loss. It is oftentimes a hormone issue, but it's oftentimes not a natural hormone issue. A lot of times it can be a diet-induced hormone issue, so you can be eating specific things that are giving you a hormone imbalance. And in men, a lot of times what that is you have an abnormal amount of estrogen that you're getting from what you're eating. Or like medicines that you're taking and things. So that is certainly an issue. The other thing stems from artificial contraceptives, forms of birth control. They're hormone therapy. That's what they are. And so if you're taking them, that especially can have a giant effect. And even if you're not, there's a lot of studies that show that it gets into the water supply. And so a lot of people out there are consuming, like, you know, men are consuming ridiculously high amounts of estrogen and progesterone, which are hormones that men are not supposed to have much of in their body. And it can cause problems with weight loss. Now, what the solution to that is, I do not know. And Man says, are you going to visit the bandit camp nearby? That was the plan. Because we are now over at the second place. We already went to this bandit camp, but there's another one. Well, we could go down to this one by... That's kind of far away. We'd probably get lost. But this one by Malashov is a pretty good loot spot. No, it's not Malashov. It's right here. This one here with the alchemy bunch. The Rebstein Mill. That one's a pretty good loot spot with some bandits at it. We are currently located... We're not in Bylany. Where are we? We're right here. Yes, we're by the bathhouse here. So, I feel like the Deserters place is the closest to us here. Is that up here? Burnt down building. Defeated wolf pack. Burnt down mill. There's the Deserters camp. So, if we just head up towards Shiitake here or whatever, then we could go to the Deserters camp. So that's probably what we do. I just saved, right? I feel like I did. Right next to says, hormones affect water storage, but a calorie deficit is the only thing that will lead to fat loss. Like I said, that's just the basic laws of thermodynamics. No matter what it is, you can only lose weight if you're in a calorie deficit. That's how it works. Otherwise, you will gain weight. Or you'll stay the same if it's exactly even or whatever. So you have to burn more than you are consuming. The genetic issues and hormone imbalances and everything don't change that fact. It just changes what a calorie deficit might look like for you. So you still have to be in a calorie deficit, and a calorie deficit will still make you lose weight. But it could be the difference between someone who loses weight very easily. Maybe they only need to be, you know, if they're consuming 1,700 calories and they're burning 2,000 or whatever, that might be enough for them. For other people, they might need to be consuming less and burning more. Either way, you're still achieving a real calorie deficit, but what that is looks different for you. It's not, like I said, it's been debunked a million times by scientists and doctors that it's the same for everyone. It's not. It's vastly different for everyone. But it still is a law of thermodynamics. It still is. That's how physics works. You can neither create or destroy matter. That's the laws of physics. So if you are adding in only so many calories and you're burning so many, as long as you're burning more, you will lose weight. Elijah Myers, yeah, I'm not arguing with you, Elijah. What you're doing is spouting the same talking points that defeat weight loss for a lot of people who do not have either the drive or ambition or the time to go to the gym. As I already said, you can't outrun the fork. That's age-old knowledge. We understand that. For 99% of people out there, the sole issue is their diet. And it's almost entirely sugar. And now sugar comes in various forms, refined sugars being the worst, most fattening, most addicting ones, but anything that turns into sugar in your bloodstream, which in essence is most things, is going to be a problem, so carbohydrates can be the same problem. Like I said, as long as you're in a calorie deficit, it doesn't matter what you're eating. You know, it may be harder, but there was a study done with the Twinkie diet. I don't know if you've looked into that, but you can straight up eat nothing but Twinkies, and as long as it's a calorie deficit, you can still lose weight on that, because that's how the laws of physics works. Now, you might have other health problems from that because that's a horribly unhealthy thing to feed yourself with, but if your only goal is weight loss, you can in fact do it with nothing but Twinkies. Yeah, it's pretty much everything. I was gonna continue on that, but I feel like I've said literally everything there is to say about that exact topic. I forgot how good the armor on these guys was. I knew it was halfway decent, but shoot, that was pretty good stuff. Elijah Meyer says, you don't need the gym, just play chess. I mean, any activity is good. The problem I see with most people who aren't lazy, who do get quite a bit of exercise and stay active and everything, but still struggle with weight problems, is it's usually factory workers and truckers. They're people who, or like equipment operators in general, people who, they do work all day, usually 8 to 12 hours a day, but it's not active movement type physical labor. So they're still tired and sore at the end of the day, and they still spent 8 to 12 hours of their time at work, and so they have to try and figure out how to get everything else done in the rest of their time, but they don't actually burn a whole lot of calories doing the work they do. So they're tired and sore at the end of an 8 to 12 hour day, but they didn't burn any calories. You know, but they probably ate lunch, so they did consume calories. And it's especially bad when those people are, like especially truckers, where they're constantly eating fast food and gas station crap. So they're consuming a lot more calories than they probably think they are. But that's the main area. It's not people who are, you know, shoveling down sugar ridiculously fast or never do anything. It's people who, they do work, and they work hard, and they work long hours. But it's not exercise. Those are the ones that I personally know that struggle with weight the most. I don't associate with people that are very annoying and super lazy, so typically the type of land whales that you see that are fat because they constantly shovel sugar into their mouth and they never do anything, yeah, I don't have any friends like that, because it would be hard for me to be friends with someone like that. From a personality point of view. I've never heard of someone losing weight playing chess, so I'd have to see a study on that, but I imagine it has something to do with sweat. I honestly don't know how many calories you burn playing a game of chess. I personally find chess to be a rather boring, annoying, and pretentious game. I think a lot of people have this idea that being good at chess means you're a very intelligent person, and so therefore, if you want to prove your intelligence, you should become good at chess. But mostly, it's very rudimentary level strategy and remembering rules. But yeah, I've never been a big fan of chess. Zeus says, even eating more salt or carbs on a particular day will cause you to store more water, which will make the number on the scale go up for that day, even while in a calorie deficit. Oh, yes, that is certainly true. A lot of people get discouraged. That's why I tell people, if you're trying to lose weight, keep track of your weight, but make sure you're always weighing yourself at the same time. Try to keep it as consistent as possible, and keep in mind, there are going to be days where you did everything, like you were in a calorie deficit, you were working out, all that sort of stuff, but you're 2 pounds heavier than yesterday. 2 pounds is nothing. 2 pounds is water weight. 2 pounds could be, you know, water weight caused by a million things. Like you said, eating some more salt or just increased inflammation. It could be a lot of things. It could be that you're not passing as much. And there are a lot of people out there that'll say you can have upwards of 5 pounds of, you know, shit, both literally and figuratively, in your digestive system at any time. So like, a couple pounds should not discourage you from your weight loss journey if you're actively trying that, especially if it's a 1 or 2 day thing and then you're losing again. A lot of people see that one day and they're like, this isn't worth it, I'm giving up. And that's the wrong approach. JH says, did you ever watch the Super Size Me documentary? Yeah, I remember watching that in school when I was a kid. It was gross. Like, that was hard to watch. But I also really hate McDonald's and most fast food in general. Like, it just grosses me out. So that documentary was difficult to watch. But yes, I did watch it in health class in 6th grade. Inman says, last time I went on a diet, it was beer and ice cream. Ugh, I don't think I could survive on that diet very long. I don't mind a good beer, but I don't drink very much. And I'm lactose intolerant, so for me to have ice cream, I have to have eaten something else first, and it needs to be a high-fat ice cream. because the fat helps me not react to the lactose nearly as much. Plus, if you have a lot of fat, you usually don't have as much lactose because the lactose is dairy sugar. And so if there's plenty of fat, they don't usually have as much sugar in it. Captain Jones says, chess may help prevent dementia. That's interesting. I'd like to see a study on that, because that falls under another thing where I could easily believe it's one of those correlation doesn't equal causation. It might be that old people who play chess all the time don't have dementia. And so they're like, does playing chess mean that you, like, does it prevent dementia? Or does it mean that you probably wouldn't be very good at chess if you had dementia, and so therefore you wouldn't play it? You know, one of those type of things. So I'd be very interested in seeing the methodology for that study. Critical Lizard says, what about someone who likes to sleep? Do you actually like to sleep, or do you like to be well rested? That's what I always ask people if they're like, I love sleeping, I could never go without it. For me, if medically I could survive without sleep and I wouldn't just feel tired all the time, it's the first thing I would give up. I hate it. I hate when you look at it statistically how much of your life you spend asleep. I hate how unproductive you feel, and if I sleep more than like 5 or 6 hours a night, I feel physically ill the next day. Like, I hate sleep. So, I always ask people when they say that, because I talk to a lot of people who say that all the time, that they love sleep. Here's where you get black arrows, by the way. It's this guy right here. He'll make them for you. You just have to bring him the feathers for it. And then you can pickpocket the feathers, so you can basically just make unlimited amounts of black arrows. I'm headed towards the laundry, which I just have to keep going. Redneck Zeus says, now, if you're in a consistent calorie deficit for too long, your BMR will adjust to it, causing you to burn less calories than you were previously, so you should eat your maintenance calories on occasion. Elijah Meyer says, chess is all pattern recognition. It's fun if you let it be. I know people who really like chess. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't know anyone that does. And when I was younger, I liked it more than I do now. There's a game that I like to play. It's a card game. It's called Scott. It's a German game. So if any of you are familiar with it, it's S-K-A-T is how you spell it. There's a different kind that's spelled differently, and it's an entirely different game. But it's a 3-player trick-taking card game. So it's kind of like Euchre or Sheephead, or, you know, there's lots of games like that. But Scott is the one I really like, and that is the game that if I'm sitting down to play a board game / card game, if I've got 2 other players that know how to play Scott, it will be Scott every time. I absolutely love that game. So, you'll probably never find me practicing chess, because if I have the opportunity, I'm playing Scott. There we go. Finally doing some laundry. Oh, it's the heart rate, blood pressure, and stress that makes them lose weight. Well, that does make sense, because, yeah, pretty much anything competitive makes you feel that way. I mean, I've seen, esports players that are in great shape, and I'm like, you guys spend, like, because I was talking to one who a cousin of mine knew from an esports team, and he practiced like 6 to 7 hours a day playing this one game, and I was like, first of all, that sounds really boring. Second of all, how are you not super fat? You know, because, like, I knew he ate fast food and stuff like that, so it wasn't a diet thing, and it was just, it was probably that. I mean, just like there's bad genetics, there's also good genetics, or quote-unquote good genetics, because there's diseases that also prevent you from gaining weight, and they can cause lots of problems down the line. But anyway, it's also possible that he was just like that, but it could have been the fact that even though he was sitting in a chair playing video games all day long, heart rate was up, stress was up, pulse was up, all those sort of things, so it's kind of like he was constantly jogging or something. Critical Lizard said, I like the peace of sleeping. If you can sleep peacefully and it's the only place you can get peace, I could understand that, because peace is super important to happiness and good health. So, that argument is the first one anyone's ever given me that under the right circumstances I could see why that would make it so that sleep is something that you desire. Now, I don't sleep very peacefully, and I can also get peace other ways. You know, I could go into the woods or do something. Like, I can find peace a lot of ways other than sleep. And my house in general, yes, I have 3 children, and it can get loud and chaotic, but peace is something I strive for, and so with a little bit of effort, my house can be quite peaceful. But yes, that's the first argument someone's ever given me as to actually just objectively liking sleep as an action and not just a consequence of, you know, needing it for survival.
Was wünschst du, mein Herr?
Redneck Zeus says, I was hanging out at my sister's place and I asked her to run out and get me some bush apples since they recently brought it back and she got plain bush light. Ick. Yeah, I'm not big on bush or bush apple, but I know a lot of people do like bush apple. I saw some of my buddies talking about it a little bit ago. They were talking about how it was back or whatever, and they were really excited, so I've never tried it, so I can't say one way or the other whether it's good or not, because like I said, I've never had one. I feel like when I first saw people drinking it, I just thought, ew, gross, bush. It's hard to tell what are multiples here without going through item by item just because a lot of this stuff is damaged. But I'll sell some duplicates, and if I have any level 1 or 2 stuff, I'll get rid of it while we're here just to cut down on weight. But then we'll have to head it for our next loot location. Okay, we will get rid of the food, though. Keep the dried stuff, but we'll all this raw stuff and stop doing that. Keep the potions just in case. And we'll sell this stuff. We did have a couple kits on us, so we could use those quick. Probably just repair the stuff that we're wearing, but... Man, I wish armor's kits went further.
Die Zukunft, mein Herr.
Have I tried flux? I don't know what that is. Like for welding? I used to weld. I have not welded for a while. Probably will again soon, though. I've got a bunch of stalls in my barn that need to be welded up. I just got 2 of one of my favorite sleeveless not gambesons. What do you call it? Waffen rocks. I just put them both in my... Ooh, we got our cumin shashka thingy. Oh, these are the ones I can't sell.
That's why I'm telling you.
Alright, let's find our next... Redneck Zeus says, people don't like sleeping, they like falling asleep. You can't like sleep, you're not even there for it. That's also a fair argument. Captain John says, DTG, that was only speculation on my part. There's studies that show actively using your mind to strategize or problem solve, like in the case of... dang it. Neuroplasticity, I believe you said, reduces risk for dementia later on. I did see a study suggesting that older people, you know, people who are starting to get to that age range where dementia becomes a very real and active threat for the vast majority of the population, that playing open world games, like stuff like this or whatever, might, A, help with depression. What the hell is that? Must be a missing texture. Look at this big white ball. Could help with them with depression, losing the will to live like a lot of old people do, and things like dementia, because it keeps your mind constantly engaged, and it's less like you're just sitting there waiting for death and more like you're experiencing real life. Because what they were doing is doing brain scans on people while they were playing games, and they said that the stimulation that you get from playing open world games like this and memorizing the world, talking to people that you know in the game or whatever, is almost identical to the same exact stimulation in real life. Of course, I don't know how they would measure, like, murdering an entire village or something like that, but I'd be interested in seeing that study. Shakespeare's Buddy says, whoa, tons of topics on the stream. Religion, weight, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, fish, medications. Did I miss any? No, I feel like we've been all over the place. Literature, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, history. Yeah, we've been all over the place. Vagan McCarrion says, is Mr. Dart's game missing my messages, or are they too boring? They probably just slid by so fast, because what's been happening is I'll look away to focus on the game for a little bit, and in my peripherals, I can see the chat just zipping by, and then, like, it's buried behind. And I don't have someone highlighting things for me or anything. So I can literally see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 messages. If they're single line messages, I can see the last 11 ones. That's it. If it's past that, it's out of my line of sight. Oh, Aman says no, Flux is a card game, the game of the ever-changing rules. I probably wouldn't like that. I told you I like Scott, and if you look that up, it's the game of very traditional historical rules. and that is a game that I enjoy. JH says, want to let me come work your cows with my horses? I don't know if my cows would enjoy that very much. In fact, at the moment, I don't own any cows. We have cows in our pasture, but they're not my cows. That's one of the things I need before I can actually be farming in my own right, is I need my own cows. I just do all of the maintenance and pasturing and stuff like that. What the hell is even that? Redneck Zeus says, I'm mildly allergic to hops, so it's not often that I drink beer, but when I do, I try to get good stuff. I heard Bush Apple was really good, so I wanted to try it. Oh, I've heard good things about it. If you like light domestic beers, I know a lot of people that really like Bush Apple, so... And I imagine it's probably not very hoppy. I don't drink much beer in general. If I feel the need to drink alcohol on my own time or whatever, like at a party or something like that, I'd rather have mixers or cocktails or something lighter. The only time I find myself drinking beer is I do trivia every other week at my local brewery, and they sell the beer that they make there, and so I usually have 3 or 4 pints of beer when I'm there. Throughout the couple hours that we're doing trivia. JH says coloring books actually helps with fending off dementia. Something about staying in the lines. My mom's doctor recommended it. Well, the thing that I've seen, the only consistent thing seems to be doing something. Focusing on something. Having something to look forward to. Having things to remember. That's what you need to do to age gracefully enough so that you're not, losing your mind entirely to senility, dementia, etc. I'm having trouble picking another location because, well, I already forgot where we are. I'm pretty sure we're over here in Staki. But I was thinking maybe Opatowitz next. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to head to Opatowitz. Which I believe we do by going this way. Not sure if I used the word poking correctly. I don't know. Probably. I don't think there's a wrong way to poke someone. White Light said, but what if you enjoy sleeping due to your dreams? If you daydream, you can do exactly the same thing, essentially, but you're actively engaging your imagination instead of letting your subconscious take the wheel. And it's pretty much the same. Most people just... I shouldn't even say daydreaming. Most people throughout the day use their imagination for a million hypothetical scenarios or whatever the case may be. So I find that to be an adequate replacement for dreams. It probably depends on the type of sleep and the quality of sleep you get anyway, but I usually don't dream, and if I do, they're usually either so boring and mundane or weird that they're just immediately forgotten, or borderline stress dreams or whatever, because I've got a lot going on in my regular life that keeps my mind active when I try to sleep. I'd much rather be awake where I'm in control of my mind, or in total control of my mind. Hungry Henry says one of the things that influences health nowadays, which is very common with a lot of youth, is a lack of minerals, especially magnesium. Well, the mineral deficit is a real problem. That's definitely something that is way more widespread than most people think. In fact, in the United States, unless you live within 50 miles of the ocean, there's an extremely high chance that you are iodine deficient, and that causes extreme health problems, including it's been linked to the extremely rapid rise in severe prostate health issues in men. All right, I am not sure where I am. I think I just rode through the woods here, and I think I came out here by these trees. So if I turn and go up this way, I should be able to go towards Opatowitz, I believe. Well, I should just look at what this building I'm next to is. What are we next to? Is this Horshan? Where are we? Or is that the Outer Works of Grund? Is that where we are? No, that can't be where we are. Can it? Where the hell are we? Are we by Horshan? Well, I'm by a bunch of cut down trees and some buildings. It looks like Grund. It looks like here. But that would have meant I left Shiitake from this road and went up through those woods. Which I could definitely believe. So we should turn around and go this way. G59 Pluto said DTG got a mullet and a 6x6. Confirmed. I don't have either of those things. But I'm assuming it has something to do with me saying something vaguely rednecky. Critical Lizard says, would you like to see an earlier game from Warhouse, maybe in the 11th or 12th century in Europe? I think a game set during the First or Second Crusade by Warhorse would be very fun. But yes, as I said earlier, I think Warhorse could do pretty much any setting if they do it in the style of KCD 1 or 2, and it would be one of my favorite games, as long as they did it with the same, effort. Because I absolutely love these games, and I love pretty much everything about the way they're made. You know, everything from the basic design elements all the way down to the writing, everything. So, I don't think there's a single historical setting that you could pick out and hypothetically tell me that I wouldn't like. Alright, yeah, I rode all the way towards Grund on accident. So, now we're over towards the deserters camp. If I go through the woods behind that, we should be on our way to where we're actually trying to get to. Renix Zeus says, I'm more of a hard cider guy. That's fair. That's fair. I have a cousin who's a hard cider guy. He'll typically, if he tells me he's had 3 Red's Apple Ales, I'll be like, holy shit, you've been drinking for 12 hours? That's like my favorite joke with him, because he drinks extremely slow. But he's also a hard cider guy. I don't hate them as long as they're not too sweet. I think a lot of problems with a lot of hard ciders is, well, some of them are just apple-flavored beer, which is fine if that's what you want, but it's not cider, so don't label it cider. And then there's other ones where they're way too sweet. But I don't think they're in business anymore, but there was a brand of hard cider that I used to like called Strongbow that they were good. They were like the perfect blend. It tasted like real apples, but it wasn't sickeningly sweet. So I definitely enjoyed that. Captain John says, DTG, I know you're the GOAT at this game, but fair warning, bring your A game to Opatowitz. The place is rough and hardcore. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how challenging it is. Because one of my favorite things when I went to hardcore in the first game was the difference in my old strategies with Pribyslavitz and what it had to adapt to make up for hardcore. So, I'm excited.
Whoa.
White Light said, yeah, to some degree I agree, but you can physically feel yourself in the dream and you feel there, it just like playing a video game, you feel you're legitimately there. No, I could get that it would be more immersive or whatever, and if you have that type of dreams, I can see how that could become addictive. I've heard of people being addicted to dreaming to the point, because they like teach themselves to lucid dream, that they spend an unhealthy amount of their time sleeping just so they can experience the dreams. So I know that that must be a real thing. I don't experience that, though. I very rarely have dreams that evoke any sort of reaction like that out of me. Man, drawing your sword takes so long. Oh, man. There we go. Good job, Moot. Mission accomplished. What about the historical life of DTG? Probably be fairly boring. It would be about someone who grew up in rural Wisconsin to a fairly poor family. His parents got divorced. I don't think it would be that unique. Shakespeare's Buddy says, have I tried James May's gin? I might have. I believe... So I've got an uncle who is a department manager at a local grocery store as one of his jobs. And they have a liquor store attached. So he's always showing me things. And I think one of the things that he brought out at a party not too long ago was... I don't remember the brand of it, but I think it might have been James May's gin. What's the brand called? That would help. Bogan McCarrion says, one of the reasons I like KCD and Red Dead Redemption is because they're pretty much whole sagas. I don't like small stories. I like stories that span a significant portion of a character's life. I don't know. I really like the way that the story is told. I think it helps being such a large scope. Like, it makes it feel grander, and it really helps you connect to the characters more. So in a character-driven story, a large, expansive saga, as you would put it, is definitely a better medium for telling that story, and so therefore the quality improves and the experience improves, necessarily. So I'd say you're on the right path there. I don't think I need it to be that case. Like, it doesn't need to cover a giant chunk of time, but like in the game, but it needs to take a giant chunk of time in real life. And that's why, like, KCD 2 and Red Dead Redemption, or KCD 2, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Red Dead 1. I mean, the problem with Red Dead 1 at this point is just the fact that it's quite old, and therefore graphics and UI and stuff are super out of date. But the way that they tell the story and the organic and slow pace at which it expands, I think is what makes me connect to the characters so much, and therefore necessarily like the games as much as I do. Yeah, as Yuvi just said, KCD 1 and 2 are actually not long in the time that you take place in the world. It's only a couple months. Alright, let's, we're gonna put some piercing bolts. We're gonna put some Dollmaker potion on them. It's not gonna be much, but we got 15 with a weak Dollmaker potion. Should make it slightly more effective. Commander Jester Juggler said, wait, you haven't been to Apodowitz? Not in this playthrough. Wow, that was embarrassing. Way to distract me, Jester de Juggler. I've been to it a bunch of times in regular mode, but this is my first time being here in hardcore mode, because we just got to Kuttenberg. You know, we haven't been here. Oh, I'm glad I saved, because there's a solid chance I botched it by missing my first shot, because now there was an alarm raised. I could have systematically taken people down.
But
Yep. First hit almost took me out. We're gonna need to Master Strike our way through this combat. Because there's just gonna be way too many opponents for us otherwise. We took it from a good angle, though, because if we're being attacked by the Butcher guy, that means we're definitely not in the main body of their force. James Gin is what it's called? Maybe. I'll have to look it up afterwards. I think I'd recognize the bottle. Or it's also possible that I just saw it in a YouTube video that I was watching where they were going over the bar or whatever. If you know what I mean. Alright. Our life got down to 48 and we basically got hit once. Our nourishment is down. We should eat. My kids get done with school soon, so that's exciting. They only have like 2 weeks left of school. 3 to 4 styles. I know that it wasn't too long ago I was at a what do you call it? Distillery from the next town over, and they had a couple different varieties of several drinks, like gin, bourbon, etc. And their bourbon they were selling there was definitely overpriced. I'm not a big bourbon guy, and it wasn't a particularly good bourbon, but they wanted a lot for it. But they had gin, and the gin they had was pretty good, and it was not overpriced. It was very affordable for, I would say, the quality that it was. Would it be possible to draw a crossbow with your bare hands? Yes, it matters entirely how big and strong the person doing it is, and of course the weight of the crossbow. There are plenty of historical crossbows that were designed to be drawn very easily with one hand, because it matters about the draw weight and the style, obviously. But I've also personally, now I'm a big guy and I'm fairly strong, but I've personally hand-cocked modern hunting crossbows, which are much heavier and typically have a heavier draw weight than most of the heavy crossbows that you'd have seen back then. It's not the recommended way, because if you slip, you can seriously damage it, or if you pull unevenly, you could damage the limbs, twist the limbs, etc. But, yes, I've seen people ask that question multiple times on videos, and yes, it is definitely possible, under the right circumstances and with the right crossbow, to cock a crossbow with your bare hands. Say, if I can get this cocked before he gets up to me, and I can land a headshot. Yeah, baby! No, you won't. We're doing alright, guys. This is a nice, powerful crossbow. We got good bolts. I don't know how much the poison's helping, but we've also got some potions going on, so we're not doing bad here. And yeah, we had a fortuitous approach for this one, because it definitely was not nearly as bad as it possibly could have been. The key to taking any camp like this out, no matter how hard the enemies is just making sure they don't surround you. You don't ever want to get into a position where they're surrounding you, because then it doesn't matter how good you are or how high level you are, there's a really good chance that they're going to end you. G59 Pluto says, will you upload more Oblivion videos? I've been enjoying it. I've yet to play the main quest. I've done the arena and just unlocked Shadowmere. Now I'm training my other skills. Yes, I am planning on... I'm going to release a video probably on Sunday. And I've already got it planned out. It's an Oblivion video. I haven't recorded it yet, but I already wrote down all the notes that I plan on referencing for the video. So yes, there will be more Oblivion content. I'm not sure what I want to do, because there's already been so many creators making so many Oblivion videos, and I don't just want to, rehash the same stuff that they've all been doing. But I do have a couple ideas already. JH says, that's what the stirrup in the front of the bow is for. Yes, that's, you put your foot there. Now, this one is, he's using, you can see the little studs on the side. He's using a real historical tool that was used for specific designs of crossbows. That gives you leverage. You used as a lever, obviously. And it gives you leverage to cock the crossbow. And it also gives you 2 points of contact that aren't going to slip off the string, so you can very evenly and safely draw it back. Yeah, like I said, it's certainly possible. If you were a very strong person, it would likely be possible for you to handcock even the heaviest siege crossbows, the ones that typically you would use, pulleys to crank up. It would still be very difficult, and like I said, it would require a tremendous amount of personal strength, but yes, it's possible. Ooh, there's our mask helmet. People always ask where to get the cumin helmet mask thingy. Up here. You can get a level 3 Adamant Saber, and you can get the cumin helmet with mask. Shakespeare's buddy is laughing about the expression hand-cocked. What's so funny about that? I don't get it. What are you doing in-game? If you're asking, like, the activity I'm doing, it is, I'm looting. We're at Apodowitz, and we're killing a bunch of bandits so we can take their high-level loot.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, I figured that was going to happen.
Now you're gonna die.
Because even though it looks like it's visibly open, the helmet he's wearing acts as a face mask. How did that not kill him? Don't kill me, buddy. That would be rude. I'm streaming. People are going to be laughing at me if you kill me. There we go. Oh my god. He just wouldn't let me pick up the axe.
I'll hack you to ribbons.
No, don't do that.
I'm gonna stick you like the pig you are. No, you don't. Take that. I'll rip your arse open.
The good news is... Ah, that's not good. I was gonna say, the good news is they can't really get behind us here, so as long as we're careful and we don't let them kill us, we should be able to, withstand them. Ah, that's not good. We should be able to withstand him at the spot, was what I was gonna say before he, almost killed me with a strike.
I'll hack you to ribbons. Come on then.
Where the hell did that guy go? Oh, I found out where he went.
You know much for us, fucker.
I'm gonna try kiting so I can get up some stairs.
I'm all yours.
Sick.
There we go, took care of him. Loke England says, is Apodowitz good for endgame loot? It is the best looting spot in the entire game, other than like Kuttenberg or Sigismund's camp. There's no other place in the game where you can get loot that's this high quality. And in regular mode, it's also not that hard to do it, but this is significantly buffed. It was not that long ago that I did a loot run on Apodowitz in regular mode, and it was significantly easier than this. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're doing alright so far. Yeah.
To take another one like that.
That's true. I'm glad I didn't have to. It's these swordsmen we gotta be careful of. They're the ones that, even if you're trying to avoid Master Strikes, you almost kind of have to with them, because if you don't, there's a really good chance that they're going to be fast enough to outmaneuver you and Master Strike you. Like what just happened there. Come on, buddy. I'm going to wait for you now. Damn it! There we go. I totally thought he had just got me. My health is probably getting dangerously low already in this fight. There we go. Alright, we're going to need to heal up. I'm surprised those people on the top floor of that building that we were having that big fight in did not wake up. Let that heal us up, considering we're not actively in combat. Critical Lizard said, "You're killing these men very dishonorably." Are you talking about the ones I was shooting in their head while they were sleeping? Yeah, but they're bad guys. Can you kill a dishonorable bad guy in a dishonorable way? Isn't it objectively right? I'm of course kidding. Obviously, it's dishonorable. But as you may be able to tell, we're dramatically outnumbered in this fight. Yes, UV is correct. It's the bandits, what they're wearing and wielding is some of the best stuff in the game, and there's chests in the area that have ridiculously good loot. It's a very good loot location. Like I said, as far as I know, it's the best in the game that where the people you're killing are actually enemies. Because if you go to somewhere like Sigismund's camp or Kuttenberg, they're not actually enemies, so everything you pick up is going to be classed as stolen, and you're going to get a bunch of negative reputation and a bounty and all that sort of stuff for doing it. Whereas here, these people, you're totally allowed to kill. It's the Pribyslavits of this mission. Marty McFly said, "So, I watched an interview yesterday with Daniel Vavra." You will have to tell me exactly what the significance of that is. Critical Lizard says, "Put your visor down." I don't like putting my visor down. It makes it hard for me to see things. JH says, "I thought we agreed that historically they were the good guys." I mean, these ones in particular are rated in the game as bandits. So, even if I agree that Sigismund is the person who is correct in the, or more correct in the conflict or whatever, that doesn't mean I have to say everyone that serves him is objectively good. See? There's lots of wiggle room in that as far as morality goes. Commander Jester the Juggler says they are getting what they have done to others. Yeah, exactly. These guys are, if they're anything like other groups like this that we see in various different video games, they're probably not very good people, and they've probably caused a lot of harm to the general populace. So, I don't feel any guilt. But I also don't feel any guilt because they're not real people. You know, it is a video game. Alright, our health is up to 71. We're going to pop another strong marigold decoction. Acta Music said, "How did you survive that? I would have been dead in 5 seconds." The key is, well, if it would have gone a little bit worse or something like that, I could have easily died. I do have a lot of experience in the game, but the main key is just not panicking. Because if you don't panic in a fight like that, and you keep the space between you, and you manage to time your Master Strikes and your parries and stuff correctly, you can get out of it. But if you let them get behind you, it is real hard to survive a fight like that. Critical Lizard says, "Are they bad guys or just fulfilling orders?" Well, again, following orders does not actually, in real life at least, remove any guilt from your part. Soldiers are trained to follow orders. This is true. But you also still have free will. And if something is evil and you know that it's evil, being told to do it doesn't make you less culpable. It makes the other person also culpable, but you are still actively committing the horrible action. So, That's what I would say, even if they are following orders. Now, again, keep in mind, we actually don't know if these specific people have done anything bad anyway. So, it's mostly academic. But, for loot reasons, and for the other reasons being that we're not even playing like a morally upright, outstanding Henry. Remember, we're being morally dubious in this playthrough anyway. For those reasons, I don't think it's that important. Yes, as Yuvi said, the only thing is you don't let people attack you multiple people at a time. You got to keep some space between you and them so you can control where you keep your back. Once they get on your back, it is hard to survive. Especially when they're overpowered enemies like these ones. These are high-level enemies. Probably the highest you'll find in the game. And if you let them start hitting you in the back, the fight's over fast. But if you can keep them from doing that, that's why, like I said, I was kiting my way to some stairs, and my plan was, if more people came out, I was going to try retreating up the stairs so I could keep it so I only have to fight one person at a time. I like grabbing all the mead when I'm here. I also like, when you do the mission, the supply run mission with the guy in Sigismund's camp, I like either bringing a bunch of high quality and varied food from me, with me, or like killing a bunch of deer and smoking it or something like that so I can fill up it with just food from my inventory so I don't have to take anything from the town. I wish, it's cool that they let you do that. It would be much cooler if the villagers would react positively, because if you do that and you go back, they say, what, should we be thankful that you didn't take all of our food or something along those lines? And it's really annoying. Makes me want to kill them. And in my last playthrough, I did. After I heard that, I was like, you know what? You don't deserve to live. And I killed the, like, spokesman for the village. JH says, we have a duty to not follow unlawful orders. Not only unlawful orders, that you have a legal obligation to do. So if you're a soldier or something like that, one of the, like in the US at least, one of the things you do when you join the army or whichever branch it is swear to defend the Constitution and the US population, the people of the United States, the citizens of the United States. So if you're given an order that violates the Constitution or causes direct harm to US citizens, not only is it the right thing to do to disobey that order, but it's also the thing you swore that you would do when you joined. But militaries are designed by nature and the whole dint of their training and everything. The specific design is to strip individuality to make it so people blindly follow orders. So I'm not shocked when I hear some horrifying story about some grunt gunning down a family or something like that. It doesn't surprise me at all. But it is still a thing that I find morally reprehensible. I don't think this is the house that I wanted to get into. Inman says, hey, I do play a good Henry. Raiding those guys is just supporting the resistance. I'm not saying you can't find a way to justify it. They are, in fact, fighting against Henry's side. So from his point of view, taking them out makes perfect sense from a plot reason. What we were talking about was the historical authenticity of this. It's a Czech story told by Czech people, and so therefore Sigismund, being their national villain, is the enemy. However, if you look at it from a historical lens outside of that Czech bias, you find out that Sigismund was not only probably the much better claimant to the Bohemian throne at the time and would have made a much better king and so therefore was the logical choice, but historically speaking, he was a much better ruler and possibly a much better person. This is where we get the sketch for the Adamant Saber. We got a level 3 Raven's Beak. Get some money. So yes, for all the people wondering if Opatowitz was a good loot destination, it is an excellent loot destination. One of the absolute best in the entire game. Vagan Macarian is pointing out that the Opatowitz bandits have literally burned down large swaths of the village and killed the vast majority of its population. Not to mention, outside of that, they are also, like I said, they're classed as bandits. They're open, openly hostile to you. So if you walk in or ride through or whatever, they'll threaten you or whatever, and if you don't leave, they'll attack you and try to kill you. So they are your enemy. And there's nothing you can do to change that in the game. I know there's a thing somewhere over here. Like a chest or something. In this village, in this building here, but I'm not sure. Or maybe it's this building. I don't remember. There are very... Okay, so it was... G59 Pluto said... or no, it wasn't. It was... Critical Lizard said, killing anyone for any reason is hard when you have strong Catholic morals because Jesus always taught against any form of harm to other humans. So, there's really only one acceptable form of taking another human being's life from a Catholic perspective. And it is self-defense or defense of your family. It is deemed acceptable. Like, that's been accepted doctrine for a very long time. However, it's not the only option. We have plenty of martyrs in the church and different stories of people who chose not to defend themselves, even in the face of someone, you know, brutally murdering them. Because they refused to take human life. And so, yes, you're correct. It's hard to justify it if you're following that standard, because it's a very high standard. There's very few acceptable causes from a Catholic perspective to kill a human being. Andre Louise says, I think there's a man in Sukdol that has PTSD because of what happened in Opatowitz. Yes, there's a whole side mission that you can do where you kind of help him get some sleep and talk him through it or whatever, kind of therapy style, where I don't know if it's directly because of Opatowitz or just stories like Opatowitz, because this isn't the only burnt out town. The other one that's... was it Miskovitz? No. It's this one here. Mezholes. That one is entirely burnt down too. But, yeah, Opatowitz is closer to Sukdol, so it's probably inspired by that. But, I mean, this one's also not too far away, so it would probably, my guess would be that it's just a general fear of the fact that in the close area, people that he probably knew for his entire life had been murdered and killed indiscriminately, and because they weren't powerful people, they weren't warriors, they were just villagers living their life, there was realistically nothing that they could do to stop it. Jarma Hakuli says, you always have a loophole, just ask forgiveness from Jesus and it's all good. That's actually not an end-all, be-all, fix-all thing. Only someone who doesn't actually understand the Catholic understanding of confession, penance, and forgiveness believes that. So I assume you're joking, because that's not true. The core, the first requirement for, and this is from, like I said, the Catholic understanding of penance and forgiveness, the first thing, you cannot possibly be forgiven if you do not seek forgiveness. You must seek forgiveness first. That is the first requirement. Second of all, you have to acknowledge that what you did was a mortal sin, and you have to actually regret it. You can't fake it. It's not a free pass, right? Then you need to seek the sacrament of confession. That's still only the first step. Penance is the next important one. This is one where people were like, so if I murder someone, I can go to confession, then I'm good? No, you're probably going to end up in prison. It's not like the priest is going to tattle on you because there's the confessional seal, but he can and very likely will give you penance that'll include turning yourself in. Going and confessing to exactly what you did to the proper authorities and facing justice for it. Otherwise, you are not forgiven for it. That's how it works. Like I said, it's whether you believe in it or not is something that you have to do for yourself. But that is the Catholic understanding of confession. People who say, oh, it's just a freebie and I get out of it, all I got to do is do this. That's not how it works. I left Opatowitz. And I'm not sure where I am. I didn't leave through the wrong side, right? I left through the right side. Abandoned building, burnt down house. No, I think I left through the wrong side. Well, then I should be by Sigismund's camp if I left through the wrong side. Inman 1 says, if you look at the guy's workshop, he has a full set of armor and weapons. Maybe he's like a deserter or something. Like maybe he had PTSD because he fought at one of these places. Oh, I am by Sigismund's camp. Alright, well I guess I know where we're going to sell our extra loot. JH says, just say 4,000 Hail Marys at the end of the game. That might be a lot. Well, so the let he who is without sin cast the first stone, that doesn't mean unless you're perfect, you cannot met out justice. So that actually is not counter to capital punishment at all, if you think about it logically. Because nowhere in any Christian ideology, much less one based on orthodoxy, do they pretend that you can only correct someone if you are perfect. This is where you get the problem with so many modern people will pretend that there's nothing worse than hypocrisy. I believe it is the great philosopher and scholar Norm MacDonald who pointed out when someone was talking about Bill Cosby, and they said, you know what the worst thing about it is the hypocrisy. And it was, like I said, the philosopher and scholar Norm MacDonald who said, no, I think the worst part was the rape. And he's correct. That is the worst part. Hypocrisy is something that you should avoid. That's true. And it's not a good thing. But it doesn't mean that you can't correct someone else. Just because you're a sinner. The ideology, the understanding we all have is that we all sin, right? We all do bad things. And that takes whatever form it is, you know. If you're someone who doesn't believe in God and you are totally agnostic or whatever the case is, you still have a morality, right? You still believe in right and wrong. You still believe that there are things that are bad things to do. You know. So with that being said,
I'd like to. Here you are, but don't crystal clear.
Everybody does it. You know, if no matter what your moral code is and where it comes from, most people have the understanding that humans are flawed and are tempted to do things bad and sometimes do bad things. They may be very minor things like telling white lies. Maybe you, even without religion, maybe you believe that is a bad thing to do. Or maybe it's shoplifting or something like that, where you're like, it's a huge corporation, they're not losing much, but still, you know that it's not right, you know. I've
got a few.
Excellent.
If everybody does that,
I'll gladly.
Would you say that nobody can be corrected? Nobody can be told anything because everybody's flawed? That doesn't make any sense. That's a very, very bad ideology.
There. All better.
Dang, Andrew Louise says I missed some of the mead. I thought I'd done a fairly good job of grabbing it all. JH says John Paul II is greater than Francis. Okay, well, that's not exactly a controversial take. Pope John Paul II was declared a saint very quickly because not only of all the evidence that he lived a saintly life in life, but also because there was enough evidence to satisfy the church's requirements for declaration of sainthood.
Good doggy.
So, that's like... That's comparing, even if you have a very high opinion of Pope Francis, which a lot of people do, that's a very hard comparison to make. It's comparing one of the greatest of all times, recognized as such by the vast majority of people, even non-Catholics, agree that he was a very good person, who was very intelligent and did a lot to help a lot of people, you know. That's a hard comparison to make. I mean, it's not. What you said is a very easy comparison to make. It's hard to argue with, is what I meant. JH says, and never forget Jesus allowed himself to face trial and execution. If he has to, we have to as well. Okay, well that's, like I said, martyrdom is what you're describing. Jesus does not call everyone to be a martyr, right? He doesn't want us to die, he wants us to live. That's what he wants. And so, that's important to remember that distinction there. Perfect service is the best imitation. That's where we get priestly celibacy, because that's not a historical thing that's always been true. The church debated that for a very long time before it became actual dogma that priests had to be celibate to be priests. But the reason for that is in attempt to have a perfect imitation of Christ. Christ was celibate, Therefore, priests should be celibate. That's where it comes from. That's the most basic reasoning for it. And so, therefore, in following that same way, yes, martyrdom is perfect imitation because that is what Christ did. He was martyred for us. So all of our martyrs were martyred for him, essentially. It's not the only path to great service. Inman says, I miss the old days of kill them all, God will know its own. That's one method, but I feel like the problem with that one isn't about the people that you kill, it's about the fact that you killed them. It's bad for you. Acta Music says, do you play with mods? We have a couple mods going on. We have one mod that gives the traders more money, so we can actually sell stuff. We have a mod that turned Pebbles black, but I could probably uninstall, or not Pebbles, but Herring black, but I could probably uninstall that considering we don't have Herring in this playthrough. And then we have a couple armor mods installed that add in some unique armor items, but I haven't come across them yet in this playthrough. But not a lot of mods. We're trying to keep it fairly vanilla. The only major gameplay thing that I like to change with mods for immersion reasons is the trader money quantity. That one matters to me because it's very immersion breaking, the fact that armor pieces will cost thousands of groschen, but no trader has that much groschen. It doesn't make any sense. It's a stupid economy choice. Imman says, no, my problem is when people try to follow rules instead of making moral judgments. Well, rules are designed to make moral judgments less of a decision-making process so you can live more of your life without having to constantly have philosophical debates. That's why we have rules. You should follow rules if they are just rules. But there isn't a rule for everything, so you also need a moral compass. It's complex, like most things in life. Sucks the trophies are bugged, just finished last night. I haven't gotten to the end of hardcore mode, but I have heard a lot of complaints already of people who did get all the way to the end, they finished it, and they didn't get the achievements for it. JH says, I meant that in the sense of innocent cast the first stone, he believed we should follow the law and could not escape worldly judgment. Well, worldly or otherwise, that's the main teaching that it was there, is a lot of people spend a lot of their time and effort very upset at the fact that certain people will be very bad on Earth and they don't seem to get punished for it. But the understanding there is that you cannot outrun God's judgment, even if you can outrun or outbuy the judgment of man. Critical Lizard said, do you understand the difference between prayer to Jesus and the Father and asking Mary and saints for intercession? I hate when people accuse Catholics of heresy, they don't understand. Well, so that was, I believe, Bishop Fulton Sheen said, you could not find 100 people in the United States that truly hate Catholicism or Catholics. But you can find millions who hate what they believe Catholicism is or what Catholics believe. You do not pray to Mary. You do not pray to St. Peter, St. Paul. You do not pray to them. You pray with them, and you ask them for prayer. So the Catholic understanding of the faithful is what's called the communion of saints. Basically, you have three different divisions of the communion of saints. You have the church militant, or the pilgrim church. That's the people who are still alive. You have the church suffering, who are people in purgatory. And you have the church victorious, which is people in heaven. Those are people who are saints, because only saints are in heaven. The word saint just means you're in full communion with Christ, you're perfect, you're sinless, you're good to go. So everyone in heaven is a saint, declared or otherwise. That's why it's called the communion of saints. The only way you are outside of the communion of saints is if you have actively separated yourself from that on earth as a choice, or through sin or whatever, you can be out of communion in that way, or if you go to hell. Everyone else, the ideology is that they are part of that communion of saints, and as such, all need prayer. They need to, that's a part of that. Once you are the church victorious, you are with God. When you think about it, the way that I always explain this when I taught catechism, I should address this. Marty McFly sent a super chat for $10. Thank you very much. And he said, Daniel Vaver said, dang it, now I have to look it up on something else because someone else chatted. Said, the 3 DLCs are released this year and they start working on their new project. They are looking into a company in their region just to make more side quests. Oh, so they would have active support after that? That would be cool. Thank you for the super chat, and that is the news that I was interested in, because like I said, I did not watch that video, but it sounded like there was something I wanted to hear, so thank you very much for sharing that, and of course, thank you for the money. Anyway, think about it like this. A lot of people who believe in God ask people to pray for them. Right? If you know someone that prays a lot and you believe in the power of prayer, it's very common to ask someone to pray for you. That's all you're doing. That's what intercessory prayer is. When you're praying and you invoke Mary or you invoke St. Peter, St. Paul, St. Christopher, whatever. Any person that it is. You believe that they're a saint. That means you believe they're in heaven. You're asking for their prayer because if they're a saint, they're in perfect communion with Christ. That means that they're good at it, right? So you're just asking someone else to pray for you. That's all you're doing. That's all it is. You're not praying to them. You're asking them to pray for you. So when you pray a Hail Mary, that's what it is. If you break down the words of any of the common Catholic prayers and actually try to think of what they mean instead of just reading them, it's very clear that that's what it is. That's all you're doing. So, yes, it is in fact not a heresy. People who have a problem with it simply don't have an understanding of it. I should probably repair my stuff while I'm here. You guys keep getting me on tangents. We're not getting very far in the game. I mean, I'm fine with that, because the tangents are interesting. But the gameplay suffers. Oh, that's funny. JH, you said Captain John's having spent significant time between the Tigris and the Euphrates. I have no doubt about it, and there were significantly smaller population sizes back then. But when I first read that, I thought it said having spent significant time between Tigris and the Euphrates, and I was like, I do not know what that means, but I don't think it has anything to do with what I was just talking about. Yes, May 15th is when we'll be getting the next patch and the access to the painting DLC. Yes, Curious Commenter also thanked Marty McFly for the news. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I haven't been watching any news is because I've been doing these streams, and enough people watch the streams and will share the news with me that I get it that way. So, it's been very convenient in that regard. Glenn Eric Naylor said, Dare to Kermie. Glad I caught you, man. Yeah, we still got a bit left in the stream, so welcome aboard. Glad you're here. Critical Lizard says, the Lord is with thee. JH said, T-girls. Alright, let's get to it. We have 4 level 3 dueling longswords to sell, 2 captain's maces, a knight's axe, 4 raven's beaks, 9 heater shields, 3 kite shields, got a couple level 2 glaives, a couple level 3 volgs, got some ordinary arrows to sell, and some another piercing bolts. So I was keeping 110 and higher. Alright, 2 of these hound skulls to sell, and then 1 level 2, 13 male coifs, or coifs. A level 2, 1 of... Nope, we could have done 2 of those. 2 of these level 2s, though. See, we're going to have lots of stuff to sell after clearing that camp. Should make plenty of money. I didn't have anything on my horse, did I? I'll have to check after I do this. That'd be annoying. And this is why I didn't immediately start buying stuff in Kuttenberg, because through some simple looting, we're about to have an absolute ton of really high-level gear. Oh, I should have saw that that was a level 2 instead. I remember once I was doing this in a video where I sped through it because I was adding like hundreds and hundreds of things, and someone commented on there that I should have put a seizure or an epilepsy warning on it because it was flashing so fast, and I was like, yeah, that's probably a good point. All right, we have 2 with the Garnet. Those are the same ring. Alrighty. Oops, I had more of those. I want to see how much money we actually get for all of this. Does that say I'm selling 40,000? Oh, this grader has a ton. Oh, I was about to say, this trader's got so much more money, but it's because I repaired all of that armor before I went in here.
Word about the price.
Well,
Critical Lizard says, last religious question, LOL. But do you live your life more based off the teaching of the New or Old Testament? I assume the New. Both of them play an extremely heavy part in Catholic ideology. Man, I wish I could scroll down faster than that, because I don't want to lose all this extra money that we can get from haggling. But I'll have to go the slow way. So Catholic ideology draws off of both, and my morality is formed both through life experience and, of course, the teachings of the Catholic Church. But still, more of it comes from the New Testament than the Old Testament, because Jesus doesn't change anything from the Old Testament. He simply clarifies it. So he's not throwing out the old rules. He's just making it more clear, because it didn't need to go through the words of prophets before it could be spoken. So the New Testament is a much clearer ideology following roughly the same morality. The Old Testament was very specific about a lot of secular rules that the New Testament emphasizes a lot less. So, like, for example, a rule against tattoos is not actually in line with Catholic teaching in the way that it doesn't actually have anything to do with the teachings of Jesus Christ. It could be simply because he thought he didn't need to say it again, or more likely it was one of those million rules that were introduced by the Hebrews that were not actually important moral reasons. They just had various medical reasons oftentimes for insisting upon them. That's where circumcision comes from. It was a medical thing. It wasn't that God didn't want anyone in heaven that had foreskin. How did I not sell this horseman's pick? G59 Pluto sent 1 Dare to Game gift membership, and Drew T13 received it. Thank you very much, bud.
I'll have a look.
It's funny, I missed, what, 1 level 2 thing, and it was right near the top? Hilarious. How much money do we have now? We are sitting on 48,000. Felt like we'd have more, but then again, I did spend most of that money I just got back. I spent it on fixing the stuff first. And I got more stuff to sell. I'll do the repair everything thing again, but this time I'll haggle to make sure I don't overspend on it.
Word about the...
Oh, if someone was asking, yeah, I'm just speculating, but I think with the Brushes with Death DLC, there's a very high likelihood, since people have been saying they saw it confirmed in different regions or whatever, that he'll probably have a location in each region. So if you're at Trotsky or whatever, you'll probably find him in one spot, and if you're in Kuttenberg, you'll probably find him at another. That would be just my guess. I don't have evidence to that, but that would make sense and be in line with the usual design for games like this when they add an element like that. Because if it's split between 2 regions and they want you to interact with it, it's unlikely that it's going to be something that they would want to lock to just the first section of the game, since that would mean you either need to start a new playthrough or uproot yourself and go to a different region, which feels inorganic and breaks immersion. But it's also possible that they want you to have access to it early. So I would say the easiest middle ground that they could possibly have in that case would be just having him have a location in both spots. Inman says, well, heathen here, but from reading the Bible, Jesus explicitly says that you can't love in abstract, so you have to love his creation. That's where the love thy enemy comes from. And Criticized wanted to clarify and said, heathen or atheist? And he said, sadly, I haven't found that many people are actually willing to follow Jesus' teachings. What you're discussing is something that people like to make seem like it's an extremely simple topic, but it's actually not an extremely simple topic. Jesus does explicitly and very clearly say to love your neighbor, and he goes into various depth. That's not the only time.
It's you!
What is
That
this guy
fellow
want?
from Nebach! I don't believe it! Well, come here before I call the guard!
Anyway, it's not just one time either. Jesus is very clear about that. Is that there are very few things in his book that are anywhere near that important.
All right. Have you been? You've got a code.
I gotta take care of this guy.
What must if I was? No.
There we go. Okay, now he's gone. I forget where I was going with this. That being said, people usually use that as an excuse to excuse things that are outside of the scope of what Jesus' teachings ever affect in real practical life. Okay, so most people that try to use that as against Christians, as if they're slam dunking on them and proving that they're hypocrites and that they don't actually believe anything, or that the atheists are better followers of his teachings than the Christians are, or whatever stereotypical thing they're trying to spout, it usually has something to do with illegal immigration. It's usually something about free healthcare or welfare benefits or something like that. The problem is those conflicts are not simple. Charity is what Jesus calls us to do. He calls us to give of ourselves to others, right? He does not call us to compel others to give of themselves for others. That's not what he says. Because that's theft. It's not charity if you take from someone else. And so that's the problem. So illegal immigration is not as simple of an issue as you want. Now, if you want my complex take on immigration, specifically talking about the US, because I don't have much of an opinion of immigration for any other country because I don't live in those countries. My opinion of it here is it should be easier, faster, and more affordable to become an American citizen and enter this country and become a citizen legally. The requirements should be assimilation. I don't believe we should have a microculture in every area of the United States that speaks different languages, raises different flags, and has different allegiances. I believe assimilation is the first step. I believe it should also be a requirement that you go through an extensive background check, and it's proven that you have no violent crimes. For most immigrants, statistically speaking, that's not that big of a problem. Sometimes it's difficult because the country they came from doesn't have great records, but whatever the case is, there should be a background check process. Violent criminals should not be allowed in the country. Sorry to say, we have enough violent criminals. We certainly don't need any more. But I believe a background check. I believe in assimilation. I also believe that, like I said, it should be pretty straightforward. It should not be a super long process, and it certainly should not be expensive at all. In fact, I would argue it should be free. You should basically, once you've had this background check run on you, and you've, whatever, maybe it's an oath. A lot of countries still use oaths for immigration, an oath that you'll be loyal to the country and that you'll, basic understanding of the Constitution, or whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to prove that you're enough of a citizen to actually legally have the title, and then it should be filing paperwork and you should be done and dusted. That's my opinion on immigration. Illegal immigration should never be allowed because it's too much of a security issue, it's too much of a drain on the economy, it's too much of a safety issue, especially if you're in the area. It is a problem. Every country in the world recognizes it's a problem, but so many people expect the US to ignore that and pretend it's not. We should do our best to prevent illegal immigration, but legal immigration should be much easier and much quicker, and it should be, like I said, if not free, very, very affordable. We're talking regular filing charges or whatever. Like I said, those are usually the instances where someone will say, you guys don't believe what Jesus said because you don't do this thing that I really like, which usually accounts to government-sanctioned theft and widespread harm to certain groups in favor of other groups. It's not actual personal charity, which is what Jesus calls us to do. And in the regard of loving your neighbor, and that is mostly comes down to disputes in the region between neighboring tribes that like to kill each other all the time. We are obviously called not to kill each other. G59 Pluto sent me another tip. Thank you very much. Apparently that's the first time you super chatted on a live stream. Ever? I'm the first person you've donated money to? I'm both honored and believing that I'm undeserving of it. JH says, I'm an immigrant to the US. I think that the cost is already minimal. The length of time it takes is massively important to the process. So, I'm not an immigrant, but my mother married an Englishman from Britain. So he's a citizen now. He followed the process. For him, it was very expensive because he had to hire a lawyer to handle all of the legal proceedings and filing and all that sort of stuff. He wasn't given an option about that, and so it was all the legal fees that ate it up. So I don't know, it wasn't an official process, it was the fact that it was something he was not able or allowed to do himself, and that cost him a bunch of money. So that's the only place I'm getting the knowledge of it being expensive from. You know, I've never gone through it personally, but that's where that comes in. Can I not sell clothing to anyone in this camp? That seems very bizarre. Because he's like a regular trader. I totally thought I'd be able to sell it to him. I hit the wrong button. Captain Johns points out, Christ also talked about obeying Caesar's law, essentially keeping society's laws separate from one's own personal life choices. This is true. It's he goes into detail about this several times in Scripture, and then that's been expanded upon by the Church over the centuries. But in essence, it means that as long as any laws that you are given do not directly contradict any of the commandments of Christ, they are valid and binding, and you as a faithful citizen are bound to follow them. It's trying to remember. It's not Manichaeism. It's the opposite heresy of Manichaeism, where they believe that only the spiritual matter. Oh no, it is Manichaeism. That's Manichaeism, where it's only the spiritual matters, nothing of the secular or physical matters, and so therefore you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't violate anything spiritual or scriptural. It's false. That was one of the early heresies of the church, and it was rooted out initially because it's a false religion. We are called, like I said, as long as they're not unjust laws that directly violate God's teaching. So if suddenly it became a law that when someone turned 75 years old, we publicly executed them, that would be a violation of it, and it would never be moral, no matter how many countries adopted it as a law, if that makes sense. I use that as an example because it's ridiculous and outlandish, but most people have trouble with nuance, so that one is quite simple, I should say. It's a good-looking horse. It's just named horse, eh? I like the dark mane. That looks good. Now, we are carrying 1.5 thousand pounds worth of stuff. I guess I could just drop a bunch of the level 2 stuff, because I totally thought I'd be able to sell it at that regular trader there. But I don't want to carry it with me, because I would like to get enough weight off of me that I can... Well, let's just see if we can get close, because if we can get in the ballpark, then I'll drop all of the level 2 stuff, level 1 and level 2 stuff, and we'll see if that gets me to the point where I can, ride out of here. Well, we can drop these 21 torches. We certainly don't need those. Yeah, those are the Waffen rocks I like. I like that look. I don't think we'll be able to get enough off of us, but we'll see. See what happens. Horse cannot carry anymore. All right, let's just see hypothetically if we can drop enough to get us down to it. I don't think we're going to be able to. And I don't want to drop, because I got, 15 pairs of Noble's quilted trousers there, but those are valuable. I could sell that and make money. Well, I had all the time in the world to see that that's not what I wanted to drop, but I still did it. Fun thing about this is then all the people pick it up and all the guards start wearing other stuff. One time I came and I believe it was this camp. I cleared out the entire Sigismund's camp and took all the stuff back to Sukdol and dropped it all for the guards there to pick up. And so they were all wearing a bunch of, what do you call it, Prague colors and everything and full suits of plate armor. It looked hilarious. Cracked me up. It was mostly the fact that they were wearing Prague colors that I thought was so funny. Alright, so, we filled up the horse, and we are at... Oh, that's the horse. I was like, oh, we can walk. No, we cannot. We're at 967 for this. I don't want to sell this stuff. I mean, I do want to sell it. I don't know why I said I don't want to. I don't want to drop it. Critical Lizard said, do you know anyone suffering from imposter syndrome, Dare to Game? Yeah. I know a lot of people. I mean, I've felt it from time to time. Basically every time I started a new job, especially if it was anything higher level or whatever, I felt it for a long time until I knew exactly what was going on. So it's a very normal phenomenon for humans to feel. It's why we have a drive to learn things when we're put into a new situation. Is because we get this really uncomfortable feeling that we don't deserve this position or whatever. And at some level, that makes us feel really insecure about it, And so I think it's very natural to suffer from imposter syndrome, but it's also healthy to understand that you are not alone if you're feeling that way, because everybody feels it. I've known people that have worked in higher level jobs or taken on volunteer responsibilities or something that they did not feel fully ready for, and they'll do it for over a decade, and they will never feel like that they are actually as authoritative a source of information or anything as they think that job holds. Typically it happens, the more respect you hold for other people, the less you suffer from main character syndrome, the more likely you are to suffer from imposter syndrome. Because you're very self-aware, but you also respect other people and don't think that you're the only person that matters, and therefore the only person that could possibly achieve or think or know something. So, yes, I personally know a lot of people that suffer from imposter syndrome. I have at various times. I still do in various situations. It's a natural form of anxiety for humans. Now, if it gets crippling or whatever, I'd suggest you talk to someone about that. Not necessarily a professional, but someone that you trust and that you think would understand. But no, it's a normal thing. Redneck Zeus says almost all of his real-life friends are either immigrants or the children of an immigrant, mostly Filipinos. I know a lot. Like I said, I don't know any other than my mother's husband personally enough that I've talked to them about the difficult process of becoming a U.S. citizen. Because he did, and he votes in elections, and he pays taxes, and he does the whole 9 yards, the whole schmogaggle, as I like to say. But I do know a lot of other immigrants on a more casual level, both legal and suspected illegal. I don't know for sure because I don't typically dig into it too much, but I feel like several of the ones I've known over time have been illegal immigrants. And because of the fact that I was associating them at, like, social things that I'm typically doing, so at a job or at church or they owned a business in town or something like that, they were all normal people. That's the thing, is it's not like, I live in Wisconsin, obviously, so while we have illegal immigrants, it's probably not to the extent that you would see in a border state like Texas or Arizona or something, or anywhere down in the Southwest, I should say. It doesn't even have to be a border state. The rates are much higher. But we don't have a lot of violent crime in general in the area of Wisconsin I live in, immigrant-driven or otherwise. So the vast majority of the immigrants, legal, otherwise, and second generation that I know are indistinguishable from every other person in the area based on their actions and their habits and stuff. So when I give my opinion on it, a lot of times people that live in the border states that suffer the worst effects of illegal immigration, they have a very different point of view on the topic than I do. But that's part of being a part of such a massive nation, is that you're going to have very different experiences depending where you live in the nation. Well, and also the economic status that you are a part of. JH says, the issue, okay, so this is referencing back to what I was talking about with the immigration process with the paperwork and the cost, is that if you do anything wrong, you start the paperwork process over again, and it adds more time, so lawyers help avoid that. Well, I'm sure that's all it was. Well, and he had to have a sponsor. So I know that I've been told before that the legal immigration channels are very different depending on what part of the world you're immigrating from. He was immigrating from England, and he had to go through all of the hoops. It was extensive. He had to have a job lined up before he moved to the country, and he had to have a sponsor who signed a waiver that said if he lost his job or anything, that the sponsor would financially support him during that period of time, so that he would have no reason to try and claim any government benefits or anything. Like, it was an extensive process. Luckily, there was a guy in our hometown who he's a conservative. Actually, he got elected to public office in one of the last cycles or whatever. He's a state politician now. And he's a very conservative guy or whatever, but he's also very pro-immigration, and he's a business owner, and he volunteered to sponsor him. He's a Catholic, too, so that's how my mom actually got to know him, as they went to the same church. But anyway, he agreed to sponsor my mom's husband and gave him a job and the whole 9 yards. So he had to go through all of that, had to do the whole thing. He went through the full process. He passed his citizenship test, and like I said, he's been a citizen for a couple of years now. But it was a long and involved process. Shakespeare's buddy asks, can you get access to your bed in Sigismund's camp before speaking with cats? Not as far as I know. I tried that in my last playthrough. I was trying to find a way where before I get to that point in the story, if I could access my storage chest and bed in the camp, and I don't think there is any way until that point. Hungry Henry says, what do you think is the right approach? The Pope legitimizing kings, or like in antiquity when the Emperor, in the case of the Roman one, had the right to name popes and patriarchs? I think... So, I was talking to my dad about this yesterday. Hypothetically, so I'm not a monarchist, right? I think, hypothetically, if you have a person who is a ridiculously good person, right? Because everyone knows someone who they know that they trust that person implicitly, that they would never abuse anyone else or do anything. You know, if you take that person and they happen to be the ultimate authority, they're the king, well, yeah, then you're likely to have a very good king and therefore a very good society. But if you take a bad person and put them in that position, they still have that ultimate authority, right? So that's why I'm not a monarchist. I believe that some of the best world leaders ever have been kings or queens. But I think a lot of the worst ones have been too. So, I'm not a monarchist. I have to point that out in the first place. I think that they've lost most of their power, and that's probably a good thing. That being said, on the whole, I certainly don't think a secular order, like you said, an emperor or a king or anything, should have ever had the authority to make a pope. Because they are separate. And I also think that we got into a lot of problems with the church when the pope was also acting in the auspices of a king of multiple nations in the case of the papal states. A lot of the worst cases of corruption and simony and other issues like that plagued the church in the early years came about because the pope had wide-sweeping executive authority over a bunch of what were arguably secular issues. So I'm not huge on the interplay between the two. I think that, you know, as a faithful Catholic, there is no authority greater than that of the church. You know? But I also have a realistic understanding that a large percentage of the world does not agree with me on that fact. And I don't want to try forcing them to agree with me on that fact. If I did, I probably would have went into life as a missionary or something. Like that would have been the course that I would have taken if I believed that I had the skill set and abilities to try converting the world. So I would say if I had to pick one or the other, I'd say the Pope usually had less authority over the kings after he crowned them. So if I had to pick one that made the other, yes, I would give the Pope authority to crown kings. I would not give kings the authority to name a Pope. I believe the current system with the conclave is the best way the church has ever had of choosing a pope, other than the first time when Jesus got to pick it, because that one is pretty much flawless. Redneck Zeus says, I know a guy who came here illegally from, I believe he said El Salvador, when he was 7. He's now a naturalized citizen, and he's like an older brother to me. JH says, our sponsor was IBM. I moved to the States and got citizenship in 2010. Curious commenter here says, do you spare or kill cats? Question for everyone. So everyone should answer that. Me, personally, in my first playthrough, I spared him. Well, actually, no. In my first playthrough, I didn't notice that he was sitting off to the side and didn't talk to him, so I have no idea what happened to him. In my second playthrough, I actively spared him. And in my bad guy Henry playthrough, I killed him. Or had him killed or whatever. I didn't do it myself. At least I don't think I did. I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember, but I've done each option. JH said, sorry, moved to the States in 1997, got citizenship in 2010. So, here's my thing about that. That's a really long time to become citizen. Like, I assume you were actively pursuing it. So, if you say 13 years or whatever, I'd say that's longer than necessary to safely vet someone and determine whether or not they should be allowed to be a citizen. That's my whole point, is the time that it takes seems excessively long. I think you should be able to legally immigrate in a very affordable and time and cost-effective way, as long as you, like I said, are vetted properly. So, you know, background checks to whatever extent that is, and sponsors if necessary and applicable. Andre Louis says, I kill cats. Imam kills him. I don't know, I liked cats. The camp commander guy who walks around and accuses Musa and everything, and he's really arrogant, I don't like him. So if I can, I always make sure he dies. And who's the other one? Oh, well, the human commander dies every time, I think. I don't think he can survive, but I'm not sure. I've never tried. But I like cats. He seems like a decent enough guy, and he's a normal guy, and he's not even a nobleman, so you can't even do the old eat the rich method against him because, you know, he's a normal guy like Henry. Except, you know, he's gotten to a higher position in life. There we go. We got our brutal uppercut.
Und ist doch gut, oder? May it serve you in good health, my friend.
Redneck Zeus says, I am a monarchist. Monarchy would be much preferred to what we have now. Like I said, a monarchy could be much better than what we have now. That's because I've given this one a lot of thought, because I've seen a lot of people in recent years become monarchists, like truly believing it, not just trying to be edgy or anything. And it's very interesting to me, because I'm always against, unless you have some sort of a system that can try and ensure that your centralized executive authority isn't going to be abused, I'm always opposed to it. Because checks and balances are what keeps a system somewhat accountable. Now, I would say that here in America, our system of checks and balances has spiraled out of control, and we actually no longer have a whole lot of control over anything. Our recourse is elections and recalls, but the process for doing so, or for challenging incumbents, or for just challenging a two-party system, is very flawed, and it doesn't work super well for anyone other than the aristocratic ruling class, you know, the rich muckety-mucks with all the connections and the family who've been going to Harvard for, you know, generations. Like, the United States was founded on the principle that you shouldn't have to have attended university to get into a position of leadership. They, like, one of the big driving forces for the design of the American government was in protest of the European university system. But we've gotten to a point where if someone tries to run for public office at anything higher than the city level, and they're not already a career bureaucrat or a lawyer, they get laughed out of town as if they're, for some reason, not qualified because they're not a lawyer. And that's the antithesis to the American design for, you know, government. That's exactly the opposite of what our founders intended. The idea was that it would be civic service, it would not be for life, and it would be something that any citizen had the right and sometimes responsibility to do. It wasn't supposed to be this upper class of aristocracy, but that's what it's become. So, like I said, philosophically, I have to oppose a monarchy based on based on those reasons. Like I said, I agree that some of the best rulers in history ever have been kings or queens. But some of the worst have also been kings or queens. You know. For every Alfred the Great, you've got an Elizabeth I. You know. There's lots of truly horrible historical kings and queens. I'll just put all this stuff in here for now. All of it. I'll just stack all of it, all the level 3 stuff. And I will sort it out later. I don't mind at all, but today's stream has certainly turned into a much more philosophical, political, and religious discussion than I feel like most people expect when they click on a gaming live stream. I certainly believe, in my own personal opinion, based on the type of topics that I enjoy conversing about, that it's more entertaining that way, but I feel like a lot of people would disagree. Ooh girl chatting in. Haven't seen you for a while, but you said, any exciting plans for the kids' holiday? Also, no streaming? Yeah, as far as streaming goes, my plan is to look at the analytics for this stream afterwards, and that will determine whether or not I stream at all next week. because it's been getting bad, and like I said, it hurts my whole channel. I've noticed downtrends that are directly associated to me streaming. So we'll have to see exactly what I end up doing. If the analytics for this look better than they have been for the last couple streams, I might be streaming again next week. Otherwise, I might take a week off, or I might take more than a week off from it. As far as plans for summer vacation with the kids, oh yeah, lots of stuff. Got some, well, obviously I've got a lot of work planned, but that's not so much for them as it is for me. Outside of that, we've got a camping trip early in the summer planned for the kids with the in-laws. That's always fun. Possibly a water park thing if it, you know, when we get to the time for it, if we've got the money for it and everything's working out and we're not super busy or whatever. Possibly that. Otherwise, just lots of basic, normal Wisconsin activities. Going to the beach, going for picnics, little camping trips on the farm, fishing if the girls are into it this year. You never know what they're going to be into. One of my daughters is playing t-ball, so that's a new thing that we're doing. I'm in a beanbag league, so I do that on, I think, Thursdays. Lots of stuff. Shakespeare's Buddy says, "A woo girl is here. Hi, a woo." Redneck Zeus says, "I think our nation should ideally model heaven. Heaven is a monarchy." Yes, but that falls on, and I agree, in theory. So this is, if we're talking hypothetical situations that aren't based on the reality in which we live, this is the same way I have to talk to people who are very pro-communism. Ideally, the system can work. And yes, a monarchy can work if the king is literally Christ. That is, in fact, the best form of governance. You are correct, Redneck Zeus. You are 100% correct. But until I find a king that is even a 10% of Christ or whatever, I would be very nervous to give that person all of the central authority. That's, like I said, that's the reason I'm not a monarchist. You are right in that the perfect system for governance would be a perfect model of heaven, because it would literally be paradise and there would be no wrong. But the central authority in that is, in fact, without fault. So, hard to attain. UV says, "I can't comment. My parliament is made of 120 total idiots. Rule by dice would be less random." JH says, "If you stop live streaming, I'm going to stop watching your live streams." It's like I always tell people, if you don't come to my funeral, I won't come to yours. Yeah, so Imam said, if you have a perfect, wise, just, and all-powerful king, sure. That's the thing, you know. It's kind of hard to compare anyone on earth to Christ. Ghost Frame says you could stream on Twitch. That's true. Even if they perform poorly, it wouldn't affect my YouTube channel too much. I don't use Twitch very much, though. Curious commenter here says, "I think you have no moral right to force other people to submit to a king." Well, typically, a king forces people to submit to him. And a queen to her. You know, because they're the ones who are getting the submission. It would be weird to spend all of your time and effort to convert someone to a different form of tax collector. And that's, at the most basic level, that's not the point of a governing body or a ruler. The point of a governing body or a ruler is to supply order, prosperity, etc., for the people that are supposed to be protected by that order. And so in our modern form, it's usually some sort of a vaguely democratically elected government. That's how most of them are now. A lot of times it's dictators or warlords or whatever, you know. It comes and goes. The modern age is not nearly as perfect as Enlightenment thinkers would have you believe. However, it's not an accurate parallel to trying to convert people to the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven is for everyone, all of Christ's children. And it is a worthwhile goal to attain for yourself. And if you can help anyone else do it, you're giving them the greatest gift that they could possibly receive. So I know a lot of people who do not believe in God are very upset and they take it very personally when someone tries to proselytize to them and convert them. It's like an insult. Oftentimes it is seen as an insult. But if it's done in the spirit of Christ, it is meant purely as the greatest gift you could possibly receive. So, it may be annoying, but If you believe that it's the thought that counts, even if you don't believe in God, you should accept it with a spirit of charity and grace, if not outright gratefulness. If that makes sense. Glenn Eric Naylor says your stream conversations are the best. Well, they're certainly not very gaming related, which possibly makes them significantly better. My Waffenrock is damaged. I suppose I don't have a tailor's kit, do I? Because I would like to take that one off and store it. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong one. Do I have a tailor kit? I do not. I'm just going to take it off and store it because I have other Waffenrocks now. And that way I don't have to worry about this one just getting destroyed and lost. Because it is unique. Hey, we're almost to 5 hours. I saw that because someone commented it. Yeah, Music for Life said, are we almost to 5 hours already? Yeah, we're getting there. Your mom says, not really, we're mostly tired of people trying. Yeah, but like, in any other circumstance, if someone was constantly trying to help anyone with a thing, even if that person... So we do it all the time with, whatever, addicts or people who are struggling with a thing, and we look at that thing and we think, that thing is hurting that person. Typically, in all cases except for religious conversion, it is mostly socially acceptable to try and help that person with that thing. It's only in the case of religious conversion that you see this strangely widespread belief that it's unacceptable to try and, like I said, from your perspective as the one proselytizing, to try and convert this person to the thing that you believe will help them more than anything else you could possibly do for them. That's why it's hard to bridge the gap between someone who would try, who is a converter, someone who is a missionary trying to convert people to religion, and people who actively oppose it. It's hard to bridge that gap because the point of views are so ideologically different. Shakespeare's Buddy says, keep the KCD2 streams going so I can give more memberships and buy more super chats. He's bribing me. You're all seeing it. He's bribing me. At least it's not extortion. It wasn't a threat. Curious commenter said monarchy would have stayed if it was any good. I mean, there are still monarchies that exist on Earth, and some of them work fairly well as systems. I'm not an expert on modern monarchies as to where their executive power fully lies or whatever. A lot of them I know are symbolic or have been stripped of the vast majority of their power, but monarchies do still exist. And in the nations, I feel like Sweden still has a fairly powerful monarchy, don't they? I know that they, or at least I think in my head that they still have a monarchy in general, but I feel like it's still a fairly powerful portion of their executive branch of government. So I know they still exist, and Sweden's usually, if that is true for Sweden, they are usually ranked fairly high on like the standards of living and what do you call it, the general happiness of the population ratings. I would argue that any modern day monarchy, if held to the standards that Western society typically tries to hold ruling bodies to, any monarchy would probably be better than older monarchies, if for that reason. You know, so generally speaking, modern society doesn't love genocide or, you know, the destruction of one's neighbors or whatever for sport or for personal gain or whatever. It's much less accepted nowadays. Now, I'm not saying people don't do it and some people don't hunger for that, but what I'm saying is it's, as a whole, for a populace, it's less accepted as a reality and therefore more frowned upon. So it's entirely possible that if you were to see countries starting to convert to a type of monarchy of some sort, whatever that would look like, it's possible that they would have to be better because of society. But I think it's only likely that you're going to start seeing conversions to monarchies if you have a vast decay in society. It would have to take a giant cataclysmic event for that to become a realistic outcome, in my opinion. I can't tell the future or anything, but it's hard for me to see how you could take a constitutional republic like the United States and convince the people in that country that they should abandon all of that and appoint a king. I don't believe in that, especially considering there's no candidate for it. I've never seen a U.S. politician that I would feel confident putting a crown on their head. Now, mind you, That's because I'm not in politics. You want to put that crown on my head? I'll give that speech. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You know, I could be that king, but you might not want it. Jean Cartier says Norway and Thailand and the UK have constitutional monarchies. Does Sweden have a monarchy? Like I'm pretty sure they still do, right? Or maybe I am thinking of Norway. I'm not sure. Modern politics don't interest me nearly as much as history does. Like, the only modern politics that interest me to the point where I pay attention to them are the ones that I'm subject to. Woo Girl says, hydrate, dare to game, and have a great time with the fam. I will. I plan to. I'm looking forward to summer break. I love being able to spend more time with my family. That's the one thing in life that you know, certain people will chase careers because they want to stack money. I have no interest in stacking money. I never have. The money I earn is a means to an end. It's to pay the bills, to keep a roof over my head, to raise my family, and to make sure I can spend time with my family. That's all it's ever been to me. So, Redneck Zoo says, if I was the king of America, I would be such a great king. The best, some might say. That's how I had to read that, Zeus, because of the way that you wrote it. That is exactly how I read that. Andre Lewis loves the Lord Farquaad quote. Oh yeah, King DTG. Like I said, you want to make a king. Only person I trust you to put a crown on their head is me. Because I'm the only person who I'm actually inside my mind. And I'm not saying... I shouldn't say trust. Trust is a strong word. It's the thrill of being next to the executioner's switch, but knowing that I'll never pull it. Well, never's not the right word. Because I might. In fact, I probably will. Yuvi says, if they crown me king, I am on the first flight out. Good God, King of Jerusalem. LOL, OMG. The idea never came up ever in our history for some reason. To make me king? Hasn't come up yet. Alright, Zach says, yes, Sweden and Denmark are both constitutional monarchies as well. Like I said, I know that there are still quite a few monarchies out there. And so it's not like it's inherently an evil thing, you know? Because like I said, there have been many great monarchs throughout history. When we think about people who have achieved a lot for society, especially Western society, monarchs are the ones that come to mind. Now, mind you, that's historical bias because most of the records from the medieval period and earlier, of course, are only about the monarchs because they're the only notable person. That or religious figures. So, like, you know, there's probably some documentation bias in regard there. But like I said, a lot of the people that we think of as the people who've helped society along the most have been monarchs. So I'm not saying they can't be good, and clearly lots of them still exist. The U.S. political system suffers from widespread distrust, division, and corruption, and bureaucratic bloat. Like, we have a lot of problems. I don't know if appointing a king is the solution, again, unless I'm that king. But if I'm that king, I'm gonna need, and I'm being strict here, I'm gonna need an army. But not like the U.S. army. I'm gonna need a more medieval-style army. If we go to a king, I feel like we have to go to feudalism. Because I don't know how you stay as a constitutional republic in the form that we have, but with a lifetime appointed king. That would be a difficult system. Imam says, no, I wouldn't want the crown. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. It's a fun catchphrase, but if you study history, it simply isn't true. There have been good kings. And so if absolute power corrupts absolutely, there would never be good kings, right? Because they have absolute power. You would never have any good executive ruler because they have power. The simple truth is, most people decide whether or not they're going to be good and evil on a day-to-day basis based on their own personal moral compass and the social pressures around them. So if you live in an area with bad morals and bad social pressures and everything like that do things that people find inherently bad, you're much more likely to act in that regard. But also your own personal moral compass is super important for that. That's the same reason why there's this, okay, so take rich people, for example. So if we're talking power, we'll talk in the less abstract. We'll talk more in the form of they have a lot of resources, right? So they have a lot of power. Not every rich person is a dick, right? There's this conception that rich people are dicks, right? But is it because they're rich, or is it because it's easier to become rich if you're a dick? If you're willing to step on other people to get money, right? Because I've met people who are super rich. Like, I've never met a billionaire, but I've met plenty of millionaires. And most of them that I've met are dicks. They're assholes. They're not people you enjoy being around. But I met a couple who are genuinely really good people, constantly giving to other people, always going out of their way to help people, you know, not conceited, never looking down. Oh, good people. But they were good people before the money. And they're good people after the money. Most of the dicks that I've met who are millionaires were dicks before they were millionaires. Now they're just dicks with a lot of money. So, I don't believe that power corrupts. I believe that power magnifies. If you're a magnanimous person who is always trying to help other people and is very generous and charitable and everything, that just suddenly someone giving you $1 billion wouldn't change that. But I also believe if you're a skinflint dick who thinks you're better than everyone around you and is constantly trying to find a way to get one over on other people, giving you $1 billion wouldn't change that either. But it would make it... The only problem is it gives you more power, so you can be magnified. Whereas if you have no money, but you like being mean to people and seeing other people suffer, it's hard to do that because you have to do it all yourself. Whereas if you're a billionaire and you like to see other people suffer and you want to do bad things, you have a lot more resources to do that. So, I don't believe power corrupts. I believe power magnifies, as does money. But, that's what I'm going to say from my long discussion of philosophy, politics, religion that this stream turned into. It doesn't feel that long because it's only been 5 hours of politics. As opposed to, 20 years. That feels long. Sean Cartier says, also fun fact, the first modern king of Norway was a Danish prince who got elected as king because the Swedish prince refused. That is a fun fact. And Yuvi says, it's too easy to become detached, isolated, and have difficulties to relate to most people. This is more common than evil. Oh, yeah, dissociation, detachment, and the total lack of understanding of the common people once you become rich happens ridiculously fast. I've talked to people or seen speeches by people who made their fortunes very recently. And up until then, they struggled. Like, they were working class or whatever. But then they totally don't understand what life is like within just a couple of years when you don't have all that money. So yeah, that is common. Renix Zeus says, I guess it would be more accurate to call myself an integralist. I just think it's easier to implement ideas of integralism in a monarchy rather than a democratic system. Oh, it probably is easier. That's probably objectively true. Marty McFly says, well, everybody, I have to take a nap before I head home, so you guys have a good one, and we'll see you next week, maybe. When's the next stream, says Shakespeare's buddy. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'll look at the... what's it called? The stats for this video. I'm losing the word. Yep, I'm clearly done streaming. I can't think of things. I'll look at it, and if the numbers look good enough, next stream is probably going to be Tuesday. Otherwise, I'll at least take a week off, so then it would be not next week, but the following week, Monday probably. But we'll have to see. I'll just have to see how the channel's doing, Can't guarantee things if it's killing me. Dad, is it you said from Republic to Empire seems familiar. Yeah, I guess that's true. It does happen. Analytics! Andre Lewis, you're the champ. Alright, thanks everyone for watching. Had a great time today. Very fun stream. Lots of fun topics of conversation. We'll see y'all whenever the next time I stream is. Outside of that, I'll obviously, like I said, I have at least one video planned for this weekend and other stuff like that. So there's reasons to stick around and watch if I'm not streaming, but hopefully it won't be too long before I'm streaming again. So, see y'all later. Oh, that's the wrong button. I went to end it like I was ending a video.